Let's get into it today. I'm pretty excited to talk about it. I am going to put a foot down in a rule going forward for this one and tonight for the second panel for these two specific topics. I don't want to hear one goddamn word about January 6th. And otherwise, because otherwise we're just going to only talk about January 6th and we're not going to talk about any of this. So that's only a rule for today. It's not a rule of perpetuity for the two panels today. So, okay. Now we'll start with Lactoid. Do we think there's
I gotta go change my script, guys. Hold on.
Should we prosecute? What do you think? Go ahead.
Yeah, am I going through okay, real quick?
Yeah,
Sound okay? Everything good? All right. Yeah. Frankly, I don't think so. I think the whole thing was pretty. This is a pretty sad affair. I think Biden is not really to blame for a lot of it. Unfortunately, because he's experienced such a steep mental decline.
Well,
and
I
other
did
health
not
issues.
expect Lactoid to be on my side, guys.
When you were talking about like legal responsibility, charges being filed, I guess my first question would be against who and under what theory. And this hasn't really been explained to me, and I've done some research on this, and this really hasn't been explained to me in a way that makes a lot of sense. I think that there's a lot of parties that need to be condemned very strongly for covering up Biden's decline. Merrick Garland comes to mind as somebody who refused congressional subpoena in order to hand over the Her report audio, which has been leaked, and it turns out it's, like we thought, horrific. So
You guys like my
a
pronouns,
lot of terrible
by the way?
stuff there. In terms of something prosecutable, I've yet to be convinced.
All right. Thank you so much. Prime.
Oh, me. Hi. Thanks for having me here. Nice to see all of you. I only don't know one person, Soy Pill. Hello, hi.
We've met before.
meet
I think we were on a panel once, but hi again. Yeah.
I mean, it was the most special time of my life, and like I've been thinking about you for all this time, and we're finally reunited. Yeah, I mean, if anyone here is familiar with me, and all of you are apparently, then maybe you'll know that I have the deepest contempt for Biden, the absolute deepest contempt. I want Biden to be charged, not necessarily for this, I mean for war crimes, but I don't know, like as our friend Lactoid, who certainly knows better than I do, under like what laws we could charge Biden for this specific thing, for lying to the American people. I don't know how that would work. I would love to be convinced. I'm open to it, but I don't know. That being said, though, I disagree with my friend Lactoid on like accountability. Biden has agency. Biden's mind isn't so gone, right? He isn't so isn't so degraded to the point that he had no idea what was going on at all, right? Clearly, his will has gone into his administration and the notion to run again, right? They didn't literally puppeteer him the entire time, right? To get him to run again for all those months. No, that was definitely him. So he has accountability for that, and so does fucking Joe Biden, right?
Bye, Negus.
If I could charge
Afro
people,
Dandol.
Joe Biden would also be on that list as well. But as far as I know, I can't, unfortunately.
All right, we'll get into it. And I mean, we could talk about the war crimes thing, I'm sure, at some point. Let's go to Pentuple.
All right, this one's a little wordy, so bear with me. But I actually agree with Lactoid, so I'm going to take a different approach here. May it please the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, Your
Fucking
Honor,
nerd.
Admiral, opposing counsel, I stand before you today as an attorney for the truth, not in a court of law, but in the court of public opinion, to charge the Democratic Party with cap in the first degree. It's a calculated deception to conceal Joe Biden's profound mental and physical decline and manipulate our cherished democracy. The Her report, no surprise to MAGA headquarters, vindicates our claims of their lies and Biden's incapacity to lead. To prove this crime, I shall establish 4 elements. First, intentional deception. Second, material misrepresentation. Third, knowledge of incapacity. And fourth, harm to the public. The evidence demands a guilty verdict. First, intentional deception drove the Democrats' campaign to hide Biden's declining health. In June 2024, videos from the G7 summit in Italy captured him wandering aimlessly, unable to follow proceedings. At a Juneteenth celebration, his halting steps sparked alarm. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre dismissed these clips as cheap fakes and accused critics of exploiting his stutter. This calculated tactic misled voters and stifled scrutiny of his physical frailty, which hinted at deeper mental decline. It propped up the party's false claim of his competence and set the pattern of deceit. Second, Material misrepresentation marked the Democrats' lies about Biden's mental and physical health. Biden swore in his 2020 campaign to be open and honest about his health, promising transparency to earn trust. Yet, the evidence reveals a stark betrayal of this promise. The 2023 Her Report leaks, fully disclosed this May, exposed Biden's mental incapacity. He could not recall key dates, his vice presidency years, or even when his son Beau died in 2015. Democrats brush this off as trivial, deepening their deception. They claim his May 2025 late-stage bone metastasized cancer was a sudden diagnosis. You'd have to be incredibly gullible to believe that this president and his doctors were unaware of such a cancer throughout his presidency and campaign. Its years-long development exposes a deliberate lie. Democrats were not open and honest, shattering public faith in their leadership. Third, the knowledge of this incapacity was undeniable. As we tirely warned at MAGA HQ, yet the Democrats continued to prop him up to cling to power. They dismissed his debate collapse, where he stumbled over words, lost focus, and spoke incoherently, as a mere bad day. But this excuse defies reason. No party would abandon a candidate mid-election over one misstep. They knew his mental and physical decline was chronic throughout the primary process. The Hurd Report's evidence lays bare Biden's failure to recall vice presidency details or even basic policy milestones. These stark lapses confirmed his unfitness. Democrats concealed this reality from the primaries onward. They prioritized their agenda over the nation's welfare, betraying every voter's trust in leadership capable of betraying every voter's trust in their leadership. Fourth, harm to the public arose from the Democrats' lies, exposed.
Iris, Pentuple, notoriously AI fiend. This is probably ChatGPT.
They forced her in during the general election to protect their White House administration. This theft of voters' rights to choose a candidate worsened by hiding Biden's mental and physical incapacity, shattered trust. It scarred our democratic ideals, and the betrayal undermines our governance, leaving a nation questioning its leadership legitimacy. This historic fraud demands accountability. Who ran our country when Biden was unfit, signing actions with an autopen? This crisis shakes our republic's foundation. Every element, intentional deception, material misrepresentation, knowledge of incapacity, harm to the republic, is proven. I ask you, chat, to return a guilty verdict for the Democrat Party for Cap in the first degree.
Very strong opener. We're going to see about them capping. Let's go to Katya.
Okay, so I'm going to agree with the previous speakers that there's not really a precedent for criminal charges here, nor do I.
All right, so I prepared very little for this, but at the very least, I tried to see, like, this was a debate indeed about whether or not there should be criminal charges. Now that she's spoken, not a single person on this panel thinks there should be, so I guess we're just having a completely different debate about whether or not this is as bad as it is, and now it's actually a debate that I can lose insofar as, well, this is worse, or this is not as bad, but whatever. We get to shit on Biden. Let's have some fun.
Those are the ones that I feel like have the most kind of like, mens rea situation. My cat is scratching the back of my neck. Okay. Like mens rea situation of actually being behind knowing what his condition is and, misrepresenting it to others. As for how like media apparatuses and how individuals like reacted in reaction to that and saying that he's okay, I am going to say that they were acting, for the most part, reasonably. Because the way I see it, if we were in a position where he's not okay, but he's refusing to drop out, refusing not to run again, and refusing to step down, the problem is, I feel like they were working under the assumption that if they were to blow the whistle about something that they were not 100% sure of, which is him not being okay. Obviously, it's, reasonable for them to be pretty sure, but 100% sure? For the most part, no, especially when narratives from those who he talks to were coming down saying he's all right. So if they were to publicize and say, hey, Biden's not okay, guys, Biden's not okay, and he refuses to drop out and takes that to the election, then I feel like they were concerned about sinking their own ship completely if he did not drop out of the election. So the way that I feel like is individuals weren't necessarily acting within like a malicious or conspiratorial thing, but just believing what was told to them because, or, what was said by those who he interacts with, because not believing it and coming out with a contrary narrative could have obviously caused a electoral terrible situation that ended up happening anyways, but for a different set of circumstances.
All right. Thank you so much. Sorry, Phil.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm going last because it seems like everyone's on the same side of the prompt, which I guess we'll be talking about something else then. I'm not going to defend his mental acuity. I think we all saw him slowing down in real time. And yeah, there's a lot of problems that they had for the Dems once they locked Biden in. But it's political suicide to say, yeah, this is our best option, and he's in severe mental decline because he's old, as Katya was kind of touching on. I will say, like Prime said, I think it is overblown insofar as, like, yeah, I'll joke about him having dementia, but if you listen to these her tapes, just because it doesn't fill you with confidence because he is a doddering old man, he does not have dementia, like, literally. I know people with dementia. I've seen Ronald Reagan in his, second term. Like, the dementia is a much different thing in real time. And some of his responses are still much more coherent than a rambling Trump statement, despite his mental acuity clearly being worse. But yeah, speaking of dementia, yeah, I don't think covering it up for Reagan or Woodrow Wilson or FDR's health is some unforgivable crime. And it's for the optics. And ultimately, like, I don't think this had a huge impact on the decisions being made in the White House. A president can do things unilaterally, but he's surrounded by aides, advisors. They help with every decision. And I have yet to see some evidence that Joe Biden was so mentally unfit that he did something completely and totally out of the norm. But maybe Pentuple has some evidence of that, so I'm willing to have my mind changed. But yeah, this is more of the fact of, like, this is just bad. It looks bad. If you're gonna never trust Jake Tapper or any of these media people ever again, like, yeah, don't. Like, these people are totally self-serving. They're narcissistic. They as soon as it now benefits them to come out and bash him, they're doing it. But they were willing to lie to you, and even though everyone could see with their eyes and ears, yeah, this man is a fucking bumbling fool, especially during debate. So yeah, as to the debate prompt, I don't think there's a strong case for giving people jail time. I don't know. It sounds like both lawyers also don't think so. So I feel a little more confident in that, especially considering they're not on my political side, but I don't blame the Democratic Party for not shooting themselves in the foot during a presidential campaign, and I guess we're going to have to talk about that and what should have been done in this case, because, yeah, in terms of the prompts, yeah, it doesn't sound like anyone really wants to press charges.
Well, some people do want to press charges, so we can talk about that. Don't worry, we're going to work through this a little bit. Yeah, first degree cap, but I just posted an article from, and Prime wants to press war crime charges, so I guess that's two different separate charge takes. But first I posted an article just now from 23 hours ago, and it was just reiterated on Fox about 23 minutes ago, but one's from Dr. Elaine Healy, and she talks about how Joe Biden is, the case of Joe Biden shows all the classic hallmarks of elder abuse as someone that works as a geriatric MD. I've heard several people. Trump has pushed this idea. This guy's pushing this idea, or this woman's pushing this idea. I don't. What are our thoughts there? Is elder abuse something like as a possible? It doesn't seem. I mean, y'all said y'all doubted it, but what are y'all's thoughts on this?
What's the abuse?
Yeah.
Well, they use them for their financial or societal power.
Even if you did,
That's
it wouldn't be
not
related to him being like, she wouldn't be under elder abuse because she like convinced him to run for president. It would be like because she is like abusive and
she's
any other
signing
way that anyone else could be charged.
Well, let's tie it to Prime's thing right here. So if she found out, and we found out that he didn't actually know what was going on in Israel, and she's signing off on all sorts of weapon sales to Israel or something, and he's like, he doesn't even know what's going on, and she's like, yeah, go ahead, Joe, sign it. Wouldn't that be abusive to just get the doddering old man that doesn't know what's going on signing things?
I just don't know if you can apply this. This is like a banking thing.
Yeah,
it would have to be against his interests, right? It's like Joe Biden's like, well, I really want to stop the Gaza thing, and then like everyone's like, yeah, Joe, we're doing that, and then signing something that's the complete opposite. But again, that's why I'm like, if you can show me evidence of like Joe Biden's either will being subverted or like that he's like, oh well, Joe Biden like was really tired this day, and he like got really close to nuking Iran, and they had to pull him away from the nuclear football. Like show me something that like where this had a material difference on the outcome. That's when I would say maybe criminal charges could be fired.
I wouldn't want them charged for that though. If they
hold on, I have an example.
Well, maybe
pull them away from the nuclear.
Sorry, yes, that I would not want the charge for. But obviously, the covering it up so much so that the president, who is supposed to be the unilateral decision maker for some of these things, like vetoing bills, for the nuclear football,
pardons.
It's like the pardons, exactly. Like maybe we should not allow people to cover that sort of thing up. Like that, I don't think that at the very least all these people should be fired if it was that bad. However, I have yet to see the case where his mental state was so poor that they were just literally puppeting him like a total buffoon. So
I have an example to give you for that.
although Obama, okay, wait,
So-
real quick, let me concede. I know Obama literally
one.
puppeted him off stage because he couldn't find his way. So
No,
to be
that's not
clear.
the one I got. This will be a good one.
an
So
elder abuse
June
would be a
7th,
thing.
and here, maybe you have an explanation for why this doesn't apply as evidence of this. But
Sure.
June 7th, at a rally in Wisconsin, Joe Biden declares in person, "I am staying in this race.
Mhm.
I am staying in this race." 2 days later, on Twitter, he drops out.
Okay.
This seems logically like he had his hand forced. Like he's
Maybe.
out here saying,
Oh, he was
to
definitely
public,
pressured.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
staying in the race.
minute.
And
Yeah,
then,
but that's-
like he's saying, without not,
Are we
I
saying
plan to
this?
stay in the race. I am staying in the race.
Example,
And
help
then
me
2 days
understand
later on
this.
Twitter, not even coming out on
Whoa.
himself, not even coming out on his own to
that-
do it.
That doesn't make any sense. Like, how does
You're
this
saying
make
that him
sense? Like,
staying in is elder abuse, but him being told to get out is also
I'm not talking about elder
abuse?
abuse.
I'm
I
confused.
think what he's saying is
What
somebody
are you
else
talking
hijacked the
No,
Twitter account.
he asked for an example of like Joe Biden's decision-making power being usurped from him. And I'm
I mean,
saying
I think
it
was
appears that his
It-
decision-making power
Hmm.
was usurped
Wait,
when
no, no,
he came out and said
We don't
clearly
know.
in public,
Come on.
I am staying in the race.
No,
And then 2
that's
days
not
later
true.
on
No, no.
Twitter,
That's
it comes
not-
out
hold
that
on,
he's
hold on,
dropping
hold on.
out.
You can put political pressure on any person to get them out of a race, right? Like, yes, the will of subverted because now all my friends have ganged up on me and told me you have to get the fuck out, right?
He's already the nominee.
Obama-
What-
his
what-
decision-making-
Wait, Prime. Can I
Power.
can I
Put on
can
the
I
nominee.
clarify?
So his-
I want to clarify
this
to
is
Pentuple
what
what my
I'm
question.
proving with
No,
the example.
Pentuple, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying like, okay, what did anyone defy Joe Biden? What I mean is, was his mental state so poor that at some point he had some duty as president that he said, "Hey, I want this done. You know, I want this bill vetoed. I want this signed. Like some auto pen," which he did not approve of. He did not actually like know about this, which is much different than, at a certain point, everyone realizes this is politically untenable. Sorry, Joe Biden, we're taking the keys away. You can't drive the car, Grandpa. Yes, obviously that was against his will, but that's not
Trump
really what
has
I was meaning.
Well, Trump has one soy pill.
Well, then
He's-
what
Oh,
evidence
hold
could
on.
possibly
We,
meet
got- we,
what you
we have one
requested?
from
Yeah,
we
no,
have
yeah,
one
like-
from Trump. We have
Oh.
one from Trump. I'll give it to you right here. Trump says hard on crime. Biden suddenly wants to have soft borders. Yeah, that's treasonous behavior. It wasn't Biden allowing these people in.
That makes
These
sense, yeah.
underlings were doing it, and you can't tell me hard on crime. Biden suddenly is just going to let all the illegals in. That's what Trump just put out in a tweet like 2 or 3 days ago.
I believe he said that. Yeah.
So you know,
Wait, this is the was this the open borders tweet you sent in the chat?
it might have been. I've said a couple things in there.
I'm again to Pentuple's point. Maybe I have to hear more about this, but my idea of what evidence could change my mind here, if Joe Biden had a very specific statement about a policy he wanted to say, or like a bill that he's like, I will veto this bill, and then it came out with his signature that the opposite happened, and he seems kind of confused about this, or like, well, I don't. No, to be fair, you could probably find him saying, "Oh, I don't remember signing that," because that's probably true, because he doesn't. But the idea of like his specific willpower as president being subverted, that's not the same as forcing him to drop out, which I think is. Yeah, you could have done that with anyone, like Kaya said. So
He looked confused a
haven't-
lot, though.
Yeah,
Well, he's
but-
always
Do you
confused.
think any
yeah.
presidential candidate could
We're
have been
pulling
forced
somebody
out?
aside.
Let's
Hold
go to Prime here. Go to Prime. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So one, I don't think, unless I'm missing something, and I would love to be corrected, because again, I hate Biden, and so I'm willing to believe lots of bad things about him. Right, I'm open to it, guys. Right, but as far as I know, I haven't heard any evidence that someone else like was signing bills for him. You know, like that the president was incapacitated.
Well,
and
you
someone
acknowledge
else
that he signed a lot of things with AutoPen.
that doesn't mean anything. But that
Him
doesn't
and
mean
everyone
does that
else.
mean
It opens the
someone
door to the
else did it?
question.
As
Because if
soon-
he
as
signs it
soon as-
himself, we don't have the question.
Well,
Well,
right,
no,
but
but
Pentuple, it's
AutoPen
like,
is fine.
but did it prove
AutoPen is
anything,
a-
right? Like,
AutoPen
could
is
I'm not
fine.
saying it does, but just to
Oh,
say,
let-
oh,
let-
it's
let
the same,
Prime-
and
let
there's
Prime-
nothing to
let
look
Prime
at
finish.
is obviously just not.
Hold. Let Prime finish. Go ahead, Prime. Go
As
ahead.
far as I understand, right, and I'm willing to be corrected. AutoPen is a legitimate way of signing bills, right? Like from a
Yes.
distance or whatever way they do that.
Correct.
So if we know, if anyone can show me that happened by someone else's hand, it wasn't authorized or however that works, right? Then yeah. Great.
That's what we'd be
but
looking
then
into.
on the other, but back to something was said before to our friend Katja. Hello, hi. Hope you're doing well, friend. You talked about like, well, during the election, the electoral disaster already happened, right? You know, like it happened near the end, and like by the summer, he was simply forced out, and we were in the situation that we were in. But the lie, right? The lie that got us there, it didn't happen in 2024. It wasn't like after the debate, everyone's like, oh, yes, he's in
Right.
mental decline, right? No, like this was
Well, that was the
known
first time
years
Democrats admitted it, for
beforehand.
sure.
They were denying it vehemently.
They were
before.
literally
Right,
denying
no,
it. They
hold on,
accused us
guys.
of
I
bullying
think
him
that
for his
Guys,
stutter, cheap fakes.
guys,
Look
hold
up
on,
the term cheap
hold on. Let
fake.
me finish. I'm already on your side there. Like, you're not fighting me on that. That's what I'm saying. Like the Democrat,
I love this is going to turn into a panel of who can bully Joe Biden more.
Peter was lying. I'm on your side here. But like this was known and this was denied. That's when the lie happened years ago, right? It happened honestly during the first run. The first run when he actually became president, right? That people were talking about his mental decline. So that's when the harm happened. And then to be honest, why it happened, why it continued is for the most mundane of reasons, because it was to the benefit of everyone around him, right? Like any star, like any celebrity, right? They have a crew around them. They have an infrastructure. They have people who make money off of.
Because Ghost Task, this is important for the future of the Democratic Party and how they pick their candidates. Unfortunately, we have to talk about it.
Those are the people who, they want him to run the first time, right?
God damn it, Bora.
Clear mental decline, because there might be a chance we get into the White House. Once they're in the White House, the only way to continue that gravy train to not get replaced by the next person's administration,
Or to let another Democrat in through the primary.
right? It's just
that doesn't keep
for
them
the
all in.
simplest reasons. For money, and they lied the entire goddamn time, right? So this wasn't something that just happened last year. No, this has been happening for a while.
Right, which is what I said. I just think it's in a different way when you're talking about after versus before. Because, okay, so if we're going to go chronologically, right? I feel like while he was running the first time, there were a lot of exaggerated claims about mental decline when he wasn't necessarily that mentally declined or in any sort of crazy state while he was running for president in like 2019, 2020. That was not the case. People will say it, but no, he was relatively fine at that point. To the same standard of who he was running against, like nothing was too crazy there. And then we go forward. We start to see things that are concerning about his behavior, about him forgetting things, about this, that, and the third. But we've seen all of these things in the past that seem to be like, exaggerated. And, he seems to be doing a good job. He's getting things passed that people are a fan.
Remember, hon, do you remember, right? Like how the first run happened. It happened from the basement. People were talking about it then, right? How they kept him away from the public. It was a basement run. He did so little press, right? And then finding out afterwards, right? Now that we're getting the leaks from the White House, or from the former White House, they're saying, yes, we did everything in our power to hide him away, right?
Right, but you're telling me something that's a different thing than what I'm saying, because I'm saying people's public perception from what they saw. No, it's not the same thing, because from their point of view, they did not necessarily see their reasoning behind the scenes.
Yeah. No, whose point of view? Sorry, whose point of view are you talking about?
I'm talking about individuals like voters, and then I'm talking about media people that aren't directly in the White House.
I'm talking. I'm talking about the people who are. I'm talking about the people who are directly in the White House. The people.
Okay, so that's different groups of people.
Yeah, sure. The people who had money to be made. These.
Well, and also me. I saw it.
I mean, yeah, we also. But to piggyback off
me and White House staff, we all know Democrat voters.
But you guys had a biased reason to continue with those news stories, especially considering that right-wing news outlets were the ones really carrying that one. And even before it was, it was pretty obvious, or even before there was any real reason to be saying that he had cognitive decline when you're speaking from the outside. I actually disagree with what Prime said as far as when he was saying that people convinced him to run because they had money to be made or whatever, for continuing to be in the White House.
I didn't say anyone convinced him. No, I said the opposite.
Okay, the opposite. Yes.
He's a narcissist. And I think he desperately wanted this for years, for decades. He'd been trying to be president, right? And once he had it, he wasn't going to let it go. So, like I said at the start, right? It was his will, his agency that caused him to run again, right? He was simply encouraged and empowered by people who knew better and who lied to the American public about it.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's
Gotcha.
talk about that a little bit. So, I feel like there's, I see some DOJ people talking about the elder abuse thing. At what point would, let's talk about fraud. At what point would this be like a fraudulent thing to be lying to the public, saying, hey, like maybe even like the media would be someone charged as opposed to like, I don't know,
They would-
the actual staff.
I have a
Like,
way to-
what would the burden be?
I have a
that-
question that might be
Not on the media.
Well,
I
on the
think that
same
they were
spirit.
lied
okay,
That's right.
to
Burden-
more than
burden's
they
gonna be
knew
extraordinarily
firsthand or
high.
Can I
anything.
try-
You think so? Because like it seems like you see people like Morning Joe go tippy top shape, then the next day going, oh, that was pretty bad. Like that seems like it's like a clear deception or deceivery. Like when
Guys,
George
I'm
Clooney
so
saying,
old.
hey,
What is aura
something's
farming?
wrong, and
Is
then
it
the
just
next day
posing?
Morning Joe's like, best shape he's ever been in. This guy is sharp. And then like how much is that really lying?
So there's like a
Versus fraud.
difference, I guess, between like fraud in the colloquial sense and then fraud in like the legal sense. Do I think it's a fraud upon the American people? For sure. There was like a lot of people lying and a lot of, I think, a lot really bad deception going on. Do I think it's fraud in a legal sense? I don't think so, right? Because you can always hide behind, well, I thought he was sharp. My definition of sharp is really, really low. You can be as long as you're above a potato, you're sharp to me.
Yeah, if you have
It's like,
Jill
I
Biden
guess,
standards are, you answered every question, Joe, and that was great.
Yeah,
So
That's it. That's
Biden's-
enough.
Biden's
Yeah.
decline can be
After
summarized in a
Answers
single
woman
word.
term, after Trump, after all these people, after like the situations we had with past presidents, the health problems that we've seen, in situations like, back in the 1940s, like with the situation where the president's health was
FDR.
kind of hidden from the public there with FDR. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm stuttering. Oh my God, I'm Joe Biden. But okay, legitimately, I do not have dementia. But actually, being real, like the standard for presidential behavior, I believe, has been set too low. And you know what? As somebody who's lived my entire life in one of the oldest on average counties in the state of Florida, I'm gonna say that I'm kind of black-pilled on the elderly. Okay, like we've seen this over and over again.
Well, to y'all's point though, y'all just made the case about the Jill Biden thing, and that was actually in that article that was one of the Dr. Healy's major things. Was this is exactly the kind of behavior that people that are committing elder abuse do, which is, oh, he's just so bright, you answered every question. That's the standard. When it's clear they're at like that's something they would usually use as a metric to like decide that if they're being abusive or not. Like how can it be both things here? How can it not be like, oh, if it's fraudulent, they actually thought this, and then at the same time be like, oh, this is a clear indicator of something else.
Well, Gibbs, the question is, once you've picked your primary candidate and you're about to go against someone and what you like mostly and constantly declare is the most important election and fascism will take over, at what point do you think it's politically viable to say, you know what, also, by the way, the guy we picked is fucking dying? Like, even if it's true, like, what point is that politically viable? I think the one argument for that is that when he did finally drop out, which was entirely too late, there was a swing in Democrats, enthusiasm of, oh, holy shit, maybe we're going to get a little authenticity, because they all knew, hey, this guy's a doddering old fool. This was for polling for months and months and months that, hey, his age is a problem. It wasn't some secret. And that's the thing is, like, you want to talk about like the media covering it up, but this is more like, your gay son or whatever keeps like having guys over and locking his door, and you're like, oh, he finally comes out to you 5 years later, like, Dad, I'm gay. You're like, yeah, I fucking know, dude. Like, we all fucking saw it. You've been having guys over locking the door and shit. Like, the problem is not nearly so much the cover up, but how politically viable it is to just lie to everyone, and just everyone views the Democratic Party, or at least these media pundits, as completely unreliable. And you want to talk about crime, probably not, but you want to talk about like, hey, should we ever listen to these people again? No. So yeah, I just don't see how this is relevant to talk about like, oh yeah, like it's elder abuse. It's more of just like, hey, we really let the people down with our candidate, and how can we avoid that in the future and regain their trust?
Right. Yeah, I think that's where you go from now. But when you're talking about like political viability, then you need to talk about the alternative as well, which is the point I made earlier when it comes to like, let's say they did the opposite and he didn't drop out. Like they had to either wait until it was completely undeniable to the fact where it was like, we're fucked if, we don't expose this right now, or until, there was a good reason to believe that he would drop out if he were pressured. If it seemed like he was going to stay in, like then I feel like we would be having a very different conversations, and Democrats would be having a very different conversation, alternate universe, where this shit was exposed, but he just put his foot down, dug his heels in the sand, like, and just said, nope, I'm running. But then before the actual election, we had months and months and months of he's not fit, he's fucked up, he's dying, he's like got dementia on both sides, and then he loses by 10%. Like then we'd be having a very different conversation right now. So I think the media and individuals who were not seeing Biden every day we're more inclined to believe the the official narrative and to cover some of that stuff up because they wanted to avoid that sort of scenario from happening, which is why I put most of the onus on Biden.
Let's go to ICAO here since you just got here. Let me get your thoughts. What are your thoughts on all this so far? Should there be charges pressed? Go ahead.
Yeah. So when I look at this topic, the question for me isn't which side do you believe on whether or not their person is sundowning. The question is what solution can we put together to make sure something like this can't happen. And because it seems to me that person, woman, man, camera, TV is not sufficient for either side, right? Like you could have gotten either side to say those 5 words in a row. So what do we need instead? Like, do we need a commission? Clearly, it can't be run by the executive branch, especially if the executive branch has unitary executive theory, which believes that the executive is whatever the president wants, because that's not going to work. Should it be run by by the legislative branch, by the judiciary? Should there be some like independent like arm from one of these that handles these things? And that being the case, since we don't have a time machine, we would have to implement it now, today, right? And I'm for that. I'm 100% for that. I was for that years ago as well. I was for that with this president, and I'm for that currently. So my question ultimately is, what's the solution?
25th Amendment.
Well, why wasn't the 25th,
25th
Amendment
was not
here?
sufficient,
That clearly wasn't good enough.
Good question for
25th
Kamala,
didn't
which
work
we could
with
ask
Biden,
her,
right?
right?
He's still there.
He might have won if she had done it earlier. Who knows how this would have
I-
evolved?
Well,
I
but that's
also-
not a policy.
Is
Like,
she the only one who could have raised any concern?
Yeah.
yes, having a better vice president is not a policy, right? The policy is
No,
what
the
can you
policy would
put
be
in
the
there.
What do you think the 25th Amendment is for? Why did we pass the 25th Amendment? What do you like? I don't understand. This is literally explicitly what the 25th Amendment.
No,
is
it wasn't. First of all, it wasn't. It was in case like there's a critical heart attack, you physically can't do the job anymore, right? And clearly,
that's not
we have
how it's
too many
written.
people who would have to agree that we're in that spot in order to pull the trigger. Nobody was able to do it under Biden. So clearly, the 25th Amendment isn't up to the task. It's not good enough. But there might have been an independent council that we can put in place, one that could require that the president get a checkup once a year, and that the results of that checkup be publicly made available, so that the American people can have ongoing consent when it comes to the what's going on with the president. 25th Amendment clearly proved that it was not enough to solve this problem.
That's a good point,
Let's-
actually.
let's-
Can I ask the
failed
panel?
the act.
One second.
Because the 25th Amendment wasn't available, and it is
let
clearly
me,
for this. And the way you're interpreting
hold on.
it is not correct. It's
Well,
funny
we'll
how
come back to
Democrats
that.
will
Hold
interpret
on,
the
we're
birthright
gonna come back
citizenship.
to that.
Oh, you should have written it
Hold
down.
on.
But then when
If
they want to
it's
interpret
dependent-
something, they just choose
If
their
it's dependent on
hold on.
people
Oh,
recognize
maybe
it when
Hold on, everybody. Hold on 1 second. All right, let's get Mr. McLaughlin in. Well, I'm sure I butchered your name again. One day we'll get it. But let's get what your thoughts are. Should there be charges pressed in the Biden cover-up case? And I guess the 25th Amendment is what we're on now currently. But go ahead and give us your thoughts on it. And
Yeah, man. Happy to
that,
join.
then we'll open it up.
Can you hear me? I'm on my backup mic. Want to make
You
sure
sound
can hear
you
me.
sound fat. Yeah, great.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. Well, it's been a rough week for me. I'm partying like 2021. I've got COVID, which is retro, but unlike the Biden administration, I'm admitting that I have it. So that is something, at least. I think that political prosecutions have proven to be terrible. They're terrible for the party that does them. They make the other side really popular, and they're really bad for the country. So no, there shouldn't be charges. Could there be charges? Yeah, probably. Unfortunately, we live in a country that has so much federal law on the books that a creative prosecutor can find a way to charge just about anything. So could they find a way to charge it? Yeah. Should they? No. And I'll tell you what I think. If I was Trump's legal advisor, what would I do? I'd have hearings. I'd have big hearings in Congress. I'd get all the information. I'd call witnesses. And then at the end of the day, I'd offer pardons. And it would be politically brutal, because then you're in the position of saying, yeah, I'm going to accept the pardon, which basically, in terms of politics, is just as much a win as a conviction. Or, I deny the pardon, and then if you prosecute, it's maybe a little bit less ridiculous. But
Well,
barring
wait,
some kind of tactical move like that, no, I don't. I think that if we can move past the age of political prosecutions, that would be great. And if
Ryan, can I
Trump was
poke a
the
hole
one
in your
wanting that
idea
negative
though,
stuff,
please?
that'd be even better.
I'd like to
Yeah, go
poke a
ahead.
hole in your idea, Ryan, because your idea is, hey, these political persecutions would be really, really bad. However, it would be great if Trump forced Joe Biden into either accepting a pardon that admits his guilt or gets persecuted. I think that's probably also bad, and you would think that's bad, right?
I think that's that this is why
facts are true.
Nixon was pardoned, right? Is that it is better to acknowledge that there was wrongdoing. There was something that was done that was not good for
Okay.
democracy.
Under the premise
And
of
then
everything this happened is like at least to some degree really, really bad, and they should. Okay, I understand a little bit more now. Thank
Yeah,
you
and
for
then
clearing that
once
up.
you've admitted that, the actual prosecutions, like actually putting political opponents in jail, kind of make us a banana republic. It's not a good look.
What if they
So if
committed
we can
crimes?
avoid that,
No,
but
that's
actually get some
nonsense.
admission
No,
that this
that's
was a
nonsense.
problem,
You
that would be
have to
great.
be able to
Ryan's spitting right
actually,
now.
no, we actually have to be able to put bad actors who happen to be politicians in jail, right? There is
Only
a
if they committed
sense
a crime.
if they commit a crime,
Well,
that's what I'm saying. But if there's no crime to commit, then there's no pardon to even be had here, right?
Yeah.
This assumes there's a crime, so that's what I'm going off of.
Yeah,
But
pardon
anyway,
would be
like,
doubly
if there
useful.
is an actual crime, right? Then for the sake of the public in our institutions, we need to be prosecuting bad actors, right? The actual original sin happened when we didn't prosecute Nixon. When presidents who've done bad, done awful things don't go to jail, it breeds a sense within the public that these people are untouchable, that voting is pointless, that our democracy is a figment, right? So for the democracy, we actually should be prosecuting. Absolutely.
Can I ask the panel, actually, this is what I wanted to ask before, Gibbs, and this idea of like, okay, like we're looking in the past of this is clearly a democratic fuck up, whether or not it's criminal. But I think to a similar degree, and again, I wouldn't even necessarily blame the party for this, but the amount of covering up or at least playing defense for Trump's very clear lack of coherence, or even like his health, when we look at like the health reports from these doctors that are very obviously not true. We're like probably lying about the height and weight, and like, yeah, he's perfect, he's the most healthy man I've ever seen, and actually coming out and admitting, yeah, he wrote this and I signed it, sort of thing, from his doctor. Would you say that like we should be applying the standards that, and maybe this commission you were talking about, or any of these other things, to the current administration now that this is kind of what's happening now?
I mean, I want to engage with that just a little bit, even on the mod here. I want to say though, that I've heard this argument a few times from people on the left, right? And what's interesting to me though is okay. Prime came in earlier and just said, when Biden ran the first time, what was the comment? The basement. That was the thing. We was running from the basement. Trump, like, what did Trump do yesterday? All right. Do you think that Trump? Whose idea do you think ambushing the South African prime ministers was? Do you think that was Elon's doing?
Almost definitely Trump.
Probably, right? But it was definitely how it was done. That was 100% Trump. Like, we're gonna have him here. He's gonna have his people. What we're gonna do is we're gonna dim the lights and we're gonna show him these things. We're gonna have him live react, and he's gonna look bad. Who do you think plotted that? That was absolutely Trump, right? So when I see him do something like that, and I see him like on TV all the time, and he's talking, and it's, y'all can say he's declined. I think it's more of a strategic choice. I don't think he's actually mentally declined, despite, I know y'all will disagree. Like, I don't know that even if we did do what you're asking, it would come out with the results that you're implying. Like, I think,
Okay.
He's
I'll agree
declined a
and say
bit.
We should definitely apply
Well,
the
the more
same
reason to do
scrutiny,
it
but
then.
I don't think the truth is the same on both sides.
Yeah,
And
but I don't
this
think
is
it's a one-to-one.
also
It's
going to
double, to
hold
be
back
clear.
Democrats, because they need to really. I think one of the biggest problems for the Democrat Party right now is that they're kind of just still not facing this mistake that they made. However you want to frame what happened with the Democrats over that last election cycle, until they actually acknowledge and address what happened. Like this is why, like, your leader is like a defaulted leader, because nobody's stepping up to actually champion the party. It's like, is it AOC? Like, who is it? Like, who's the face of the party? It's just whoever like ends up with it, because nobody wants to actually step up. And even once you guys get somebody to step up, by the way, still not a guarantee that they're going to be able to do the job. Your last person was Kamala Harris. Enough said.
Look, that's the thing.
agree.
When there's
I think
political
that-
malfeasance, there should be a political price to pay. And I'm sure they're going to have hearings, and I'm sure they're going to call witnesses, and I'm sure they're going to they're going to dive into this
Wait, who?
deeply, and it's going to be very embarrassing for the Democrats. I think there will be and has been a political price. I just think that's sufficient. Like I think that this sort of thing, like you want the remedy to be political, not to have it be criminal. And as a lawyer, and I see Lactoids nodding because he knows this too, because he's in the same business. The problem is that our prosecutors have so much discretion now. They have so much power to charge anything because there's so much federal criminal law that once you get into the business of prosecuting political opponents, it never stops, because all of you on this panel probably violated 3 federal laws today. I don't know what they are. You don't know what they are. Nobody knows what they are, because nobody in the world even knows how
nonsense.
many
This
federal
is
criminal
awful
laws
argument.
there are.
This is a
Nobody
awful
knows.
argument. No, hold on. No, we can yes. We have a huge federal code, right? We have a huge federal criminal code, but when we're talking about prosecution, we're talking about harm to the public, right? When there is a crime that has harm to the public, or like apparent harm to our institutions, when the public, right, can feel that it has been harmed and then nothing is done, yeah, that's an issue. Right. And again, there has to actually be a crime. So it may not apply to this particular situation, but in another situation, when a crime has happened and the powerful get away, just like it happened at the end of the 2008 financial crisis, right? Like no one went to jail. Like the powerful didn't go to
King Pies, it's starting to feel like we're just going to talk in circles, especially considering no one thinks there should be criminal charges. That's why I'm trying to drive it towards Trump. It's like, what do we do about the fact that we've got this fucking buffoon in president now? Like, are you going to hold him to the same standard, or do you think everything he does is just super awesome and great?
All that changes. So no, it absolutely should be instilling justice. That's what the justice system is for. How can it not apply to the most powerful people? That's crazy.
Well, the Supreme Court said it doesn't, actually, to be fair. So
I don't know if these would be official acts or not, but Prime, we're not going to be able to give you a satisfactory answer here. I'm not going to be able to give you an answer where, there's the line is completely delineated here. What I think what Ryan is saying, and what I'm saying too, is that there is a massive trade-off that happens when you say yes, justice, we're going to go after political people because, hey, they're just like us. Nobody's above the law. Because their concern there is the playbook might be followed that has been played out in every banana republic and every authoritarian country, which is we're going to hyperfixate on little crimes or arguable crimes or massive stretches like this thing here with Biden's dementia, all right, or mental decline, right? We're going to hyperfixate on something where somebody may have done something, but we're not actually concerned about justice here with why we're going after this. We're going after this because fuck Biden, right? That's ultimately the motivating factor.
Yeah,
it's the same reason why they went after Trump in New York.
Wait.
And that was a big criticism I made about
Trump. It doesn't matter.
No, but Prime.
None of that matters.
Wait, it does matter. Wait, can I need to add? Let me add something real quick. Prime, let me add something, and then you can fight, please.
Why you're doing something is everything in the law.
Let Prime respond, and we'll go to you.
Sure. Yeah. Of course, that doesn't matter, because you're saying that. Yes, some people could use the tools of our institutions improperly. Yeah, whatever.
They do.
Right?
That's why they have to take an oath to not violate
and that can happen without a valid prosecution. It can happen with a valid prosecution. When you do it with a valid prosecution, when that actually happens, then yes, the public can see that justice has actually been served.
Prime, have you ever been on a ride-along? Have you ever been on a ride-along with a cop?
No, Lactoid. I haven't been on a ride-along with a cop. Why would I be on a ride-along with a cop?
Then you lose.
So, a lot of people have this experience where a police officer will say, we'll follow this guy around and eventually we'll find something to pull him over. And they will. At some point, you will find a reason to pull somebody over.
No.
I'm sorry. Don't watch if you don't like this. I will be putting out more edited and concise videos, but that's not these.
Public has obviously been harmed. So that's, and I admitted to, was it Ryan's point that yes, the federal code is large and you can find something, just like you're just saying now, right? A cop can always find something.
But what kind of harm,
pretext, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Yeah, sure,
you can make the argument that any harm is all harm.
Sure, I can.
You could say, oh, the harm because this person made an improper left turn. There could have been a kid there.
Okay, great. Then I can do that for you, right? Then we can actually define it. We can actually pick out laws, right? We can say, hey, these are laws for politicians. If you break these laws, then you will be prosecuted. That's another thing we could do, right? There's all kinds of ways we can actually deliver justice, give the public a sense that everyone actually is accountable to the law in some way, right? Rather than just throwing up our hands and saying that, well, I guess if you do happen to make it into office, then it's weapons free. Do whatever you want because there will be no accountability.
Wait, Lacto, can I jump in? Can I jump in?
Nobody's saying that. Let me respond real quick.
Well, who's been prosecuted?
I said the line here, like it's not delineated very well. Like I agree, there are times like when a politician does something so egregious where you're like, sorry, dude, like we would prosecute anybody who did this. This is fucked up. But then there's the other side, which is we're going to reinterpret statutes to get this guy.
I agree.
We're gonna apply shit that we've never applied to anybody else to get this guy.
And it's going to happen any which way.
Well, no, you're saying it's going to happen every which way, but like we saw this shit with Trump in New York. We're seeing this shit, potentially seeing this shit now with Biden.
Yeah,
that's not good. That's not healthy.
You've used your argument to justify literally anything, any twisting and turning. And
they're doing it now.
Bye, A. Thanks for trying.
Hold on. All right. Let's get a
there are degrees.
We're going to soy bill, we're going to go Katya, then we're going to go Mr. All right.
So I do want to build a bridge here because, yes, I see Ryan and Lactoid's point to the idea of, like, yeah, I don't think that we should set the precedent of locking people up insofar as, yeah, like, if you really look at these, like, 34 felony counts, yes, did he break the law? Sure. However, is this something that anyone sincerely in the Democratic Party who, like, knew about and cared about before this? Probably not. None of these people were like, yes, the business fraud, that's what we're going to get them on. What they care about... Hold on, wait, let me finish. What we care about what is like the the institutional destruction, like the subversion of powers and checks and balances. And yeah, what to their point, you probably could, just like with Biden, get him on the documents thing. That was the whole her case, right? It's like, hey, like he messed up in this, and is this really something worth throwing Joe Biden in jail over? I would say probably not, and I would agree that would probably set a bad precedent. But I agree with you, Prime, and I like that you added this, that yeah, there are some things that we should just be like, ultimately, if you do these things as the executive, you should be prosecuted for this. For example, inciting a riot to overturn the election on January 6th, Admiral Gibbs.
He broke the rules.
He broke the rules.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean,
in contempt.
A lot of the discussion with this is a thing from way back, and I'm going to tie it into this. It seems like, as far as when we're talking about the Democratic Party, it seems like what they did here was they behaved in a way that I believe was reasonable for somebody acting in their own political interest. They did a gamble, they lost, and then the consequence, which people are saying, I don't remember exactly who said it, that they haven't faced any consequences or they haven't realized any consequences. There was a giant consequence called losing the election. That might not have happened if they forced him out way ahead of time, or replaced him with somebody else way ahead of time, or convinced him to drop out like way ahead of time. Like prior to the primary.
Gooboy, just for clarification, at the beginning of this, Admiral Gibbs said we cannot mention January 6th, despite it being vitally, vitally important to the fact that he should never be president again.
Hold on.
We can just pretend.
Hold on. Before I move it on, give it over to Mr. Ryan. I got.
Okay, either that or forfeit the election.
Let me ask you a question.
All the money I made was went to legal fees. Hold on.
Let me ask you a question, Katya. You just said they acted within a reasonable expectation for someone to stay in political. I mean, in that case, like I didn't want to bring this up, but I guess I said we weren't going to bring it up. But say, I could argue January 6th, if you'd sent the National Guard in and conquered the Capitol, that would be a reasonable expectation of someone wanting to stay in political power. I don't know that that's really a good argument there. Well, what do you, so like, where's your line there?
I'd say that there's a difference there because what I'm talking about is media choosing to believe an official narrative, even if it's contrary to what they're phically observing.
What about the cabinet? Wouldn't that be a coup all but name? Hold on. If the cabinet is ruling,
right, I'm saying that. Yeah, I've said that he's one of the ones who's.
Well,
right,
if the president's not actually in charge, that's the same as if, Trump took over the Congress, right? Well, what's the
again? I believe that he had agency. I don't believe that he was being puppeted by people, or he had zero mental acuity to do anything, and it was just that sort of Weekend at Bernie's situation. I do not believe that. I believe that he was stubborn and being narcissistic and believing him to be in a better state than he was. And by the way, when I was talking about people, or I was talking about the party, or I was talking about the media, I'm not talking about people who see him every day. I'm talking about people who believed what the narrative was from the people who were lying deliberately and ran with it, even if contrary to what they were seeing. I'm saying those people were just acting in a way that I believe was reasonable for somebody who was acting in political interest, as opposed to, going against the narrative that was the official narrative and tanking the fucking election for their own party. Like,
Yeah,
are they
George
high? Why the
Clooney.
fuck would they do that?
Let's go to Mr. Ryan. Go ahead.
So I totally agree that political problems need political solutions, and there was a very steep price tag on this. Like, I think for a lot of people, and I know, like, I don't know everyone's politics here. I'm somewhat politically homeless. Like, the fact that I didn't feel like I could trust Harris
That means he's right wing,
was
by
a
the way.
big factor, and part of the reason I couldn't trust her was because I felt like she covered this up. So I think there really was a steep price tag to pay. But just to like go back to the previous topic of should we prosecute this stuff, and should we hold people accountable under the law? I think if you game that out, you run into the situation Lactwood was describing, which is that every single administration comes into power and just targets the administration before it. And that actually does more damage to the rule of law than holding people accountable would be. And if you game it out even further, here's the real stupid end game. Every president on the last day in office pardons themselves and everyone in their administration for everything. And then you can't prosecute them.
Wait,
Or
Ryan, at the beginning of when you hopped in, were you not advocating for Trump to bring charges against Biden to force them into a situation? Like, is that
1 second?
okay?
No, he
One
said
second.
did not. He said he
He's
should
not advocating for that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought-
hearing.
And then
specifically
a
said they
pardon
should not
implying
do it.
that if he denies it, there should be charges, right? Like, weren't
no,
you
he-
advocating?
Well, he said if there are wrongdoings that can be legally identified, then you could still identify those without having to prosecute. You could still say, "Hey, public, here's what happened."
Let's let it finish.
acknowledge
Okay,
it.
I'm sorry.
I think I'm the only one who remembers
Hold
his
on, hold on,
statement.
hold on. Hey, let
That's
him
what I
finish.
did from him.
Let's let him finish it. Go ahead. Finish out.
Yeah, it's worse than that, because this is how cheap the rule of law would become in that scenario. Every single president on the last day of office would either pardon themselves or step down and have their VP pardon them if you don't think they can pardon themselves. And they would just say, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Oh, I did so many bad things. Oh, look how terrible it all is. I'm pardoned. It's all gone. And that would solve the political prosecution problem, but it would do it at the cost of the entire validity of the system. It's like an insane end game, and we cannot go that direction. It just doesn't work.
Well, Ryan, I'm a little confused by your reasoning, because you're saying if we have every VP or every president pardon themselves or self-pardon through the VP, that's going to destroy everything. And the alternative being, let them do whatever we want. Everyone knows that they're doing whatever they want and getting away with potentially crimes, but they're not pardoning themselves, so it's okay? Like, I'm not quite sure I understand.
Not getting away with it, paying severe political prices.
Well, they're not, though.
You're already a two-term president. What's the price to be paid?
Yeah, like what's the downstream effects of this?
Yeah, if you're
Biden
on your
was
second
not
term, what's
a
the price to be
two-term
paid?
president, and the price he paid
What do
was
you think Biden didn't pay a price because he
No.
wasn't on the ticket?
Trump is now
His
a
whole legacy's
two-term
fine.
president. At the end, what's the price to be paid politically?
Well, I certainly don't want
That's why
like
we have parties.
our Democrats to
Ryan,
take
hold on,
power,
that's
so we
you.
still have an
That's-
interest in
that's
him
you.
succeeding.
Hold on,
Hold on,
Ryan.
hold on. Let
So
Ryan.
Ryan, what is the price to be paid?
The price is paid by the party. You lose
The party. He doesn't care about the party. If you're a narcissist like Trump, who doesn't give a fuck about anyone else, what do you care about? The party pays the price. That's
Wait,
crazy.
You're
No,
saying
look,
Trump
hold on.
doesn't
We
care about
already
the
Good
party.
thing
He
for
built
us,
this
Trump has
party.
committed
This party
crimes.
doesn't
already
exist
lived,
without him.
already lived in the reality that you're talking about. Nixon wasn't charged, right? He got away with it. And then what happened later on? They charged Bill Clinton. They charged for sleeping with a woman, right? With like
For
fucking another
perjury, right?
woman. Like
Well,
you're talking about
Yeah,
witch
he
hunts.
shouldn't have lied about it. He should have owned that shit.
They
Which you-
started with like
logically
they
should prosecute.
started with a real estate deal. Like they thought it was a bad real estate deal the Clintons did, right? And then that led to murder. But none of that happened. They went on a field hunt, and then they eventually found the blue dress, right? And then now all of a sudden he's being impeached. So we already live in that future where like the powerful people aren't charged,
Whoa,
but the
whoa.
things are
Well,
actually
he
held
lied in
accountable.
front of Congress about it.
Yeah,
Time
because
out. Time out. Impeachment is a political cost. That's not a criminal cost.
Yeah, you don't
The
go to jail.
example that you just gave is proving my point, not yours.
I'm saying that like you're saying that
That's a political cost.
Well, yeah,
yeah,
but did
sure,
Bill
sure.
Clinton really have a bunch
But-
of downstream consequences from this? Like, I don't think it really changed much.
Well, he
And
did
Trump,
get-
Trump was impeached twice, and he's
They-
gotten elected
hard.
again.
They
Like, it's
looked-
not.
It made
It doesn't matter.
But they were, hold on.
I mean,
but my point is,
I can't
looking
control
for-
how the impeachment
they were
process turns
looking
out.
for
but that
criminal
runs like
charges.
his
Hold on.
example does nothing to
Right,
prove
Right,
the
no,
I'll
no,
give.
But wait, Prime, can I just say, because this goes back to the original question. No, it's not about the help. It's like,
I'm not. Hold on one second, Sway. I'm not
go,
talking.
go ahead.
My original point was that they started that prosecution looking for criminal, right? They said they thought that Bill Clinton killed him and Hillary killed a man. Iko knows what I'm talking about. I don't remember the guy's name, right? They thought they
Not one man, but yeah, Vince Foster.
and then Vince Foster. And once they couldn't find that, that's when they eventually found the blue dress. And what they settled for was an impeachment. But that wasn't the goal from the beginning, right? So we've already been in that point in time where we don't get valid prosecutions, we still get invalid prosecutions. That happens right now. So why don't we have valid prosecutions as well?
I see what you're
What's
saying.
the
Valid about
difference between
perjury?
a valid prosecution and an
Are we
invalid
saying we
prosecution?
can't have that?
Like, I don't even understand the categories you're drawing.
What Prime is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Prime, is like you're arguing against going after maybe a Joe Biden or a Donald Trump for any and all crimes that might be like egregious enough to literally like, hey, this isn't just like some sort of procedural thing. This is like really, really bad. And Prime saying, look, the precedent's already there. They did this with Bill Clinton, okay? Like they went after him some bullshit. Like the way that they found this perjury started off with something completely different. They sought out to get this crime. So the precedent's there. Why don't we actually prosecute the things that
Look,
are
to
worth
be clear, they weren't
prosecuting?
going after Vince Foster. They were going after Whitewater, which is a
Right. But the point is something completely different from
Really?
the inevitable impeachment. And also, again, just to supplement his point, the impeachments clearly do nothing. There's no consequences are faced by this. And yeah, you can say, yeah, I don't control that. But I personally, as a voter, would like to see presidents held accountable for things that I think are worth, throwing them in jail for, whether that is a Democrat or a Republican.
I don't think anybody's talking about
Do you
complete
think
like
the prosecutions of
complete
Trump
immunity
have
from any kind of
agreed?
criminal charge.
Well, I think
but
Ryan
I
is.
just don't think
People are
there should be
charging for it.
fishing expeditions.
Well,
So
hold on.
what I
okay.
said before, can I explain what I said when
Nobody's
what I
above-
meant when
Guys, I do care about chat, by the way. I do read that. So don't think I'm not reading it.
here is that like I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think everybody here does believe there are crimes sufficiently high that a former politician should be charged for them. What our concern is like there's no hard and fast rule here that we can like actually codify to say like, well, this is on one side, that's on the other.
Why not?
Why couldn't we do that?
They do it in Germany
Because-
pretty well. Why not?
Because it's impractical. No, it's impractical here. It's impractical
Why?
here because what we're
Then
seeing
how-
right now, is people going after people for things on the other side of the line. Right, we're already past that line now. And the concern is like there needs to be a shift. There needs to be a shift. I think what we're arguing for, maybe we should go back to like for however long
Thank you,
it
Caustic.
was.
Hi,
We should go
Devin.
back to this time that we only prosecuted politicians for when they did the actual shit that like they
Hold on,
should be
but-
prosecuted for.
It seems like you're
Decorum has
having it
been
both ways.
corrupt.
You're saying that we can't draw a hard line, right? But we should go back to the days when we only did it for bad things. We should be on the other side of this line that you said that we can't draw. Like, help me out here.
So the police example, right? When you're when you're following a guy with a cop car, if the cop pulls them over, it's probably true that the person did break a law, and you can point directly in the statute they made the wrong left turn. However, the idea that you have a cop car who's has a motivation now to tail somebody specifically looking for them to do something wrong, like without a basis, is like if that was like very common, which in some places it is. This is a concern, and I don't like that. I don't like that the actual motivation here appears to be something else other than like this
But
actual dedication.
Lactoid, that's Prime's point. That's already happening. That's already happening with these presidents.
Hold on. This actual like dedication to justice. What I think what we're saying is that right now where we're at is we are well beyond this actual motivation of some kind of dedication to justice. This is prosecutors running on prosecuting somebody politically. This is people saying, well, maybe we can find a crime here that like somebody related to Biden did regarding this, but like there's really no kind of like evidence or like sense of justice, but we can find something, right? It is like Katya said, it's a fishing expedition.
But
Hold on. I want to ask a question because that's something I want to ask. Then we're gonna go. Well, I'll let you answer this, like Toy, but and maybe Katya even. But I do want to go to iCounters. So the word fishing expedition, right? Well, what is a fishing expedition? Like, are we saying like, oh, well, I don't think that seems pretty like subjective. If I was like, oh, I think that we should investigate, these people for treason for signing things without Biden's consent. We need open
Homer,
investigation
obviously.
into this. Some might go, that's a fishing expedition. You're just looking for a crime, right? Versus others would be like, no, I think we really do need to investigate if people were doing this and Biden even knew what was going on, right? Like, so how do we, like, I guess kind of what Prime was even hitting at is like, where is this arbitrary line if it's already past it, like you're saying? I don't like,
Sure.
how do we decide
This
what
is the
fishing
real
expedition, what's
discretion
not?
we were
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about
No,
earlier.
well, hold on. This is the practice of law. This is the idea you gather up evidence for your argument. And then if you have a shit ton of evidence, you make the argument. This is why I think this is treason. We have really good basis here. This is why we should investigate. This is why it merits looking into this. Yeah, you hit a certain threshold and I could be convinced. And people's lines here are going to be different. I understand this. What I'm saying, you can't have like a objective, hard and fast line.
Well,
But-
wait, can I
In our
give an example, Lactoid? I want to know if you agree.
The New York thing was bullshit.
No,
I think
no.
The current Biden thing is bullshit.
But can I give an example real quick, Lactoid? So in Germany, the way this works, you might disagree with this, but I think this is pretty like principled in terms of how thick they draw this line, which is if any party is running on a platform that is tantamount to dismantling the democracy that would otherwise elect them, that party becomes illegal. So the Nazi party in Germany is illegal because the Nazi party runs on a platform of, as soon as we get elected, we're going to dismantle the parliament and completely restructure the entire government and take away all your rights, right? And so they say, look, you just can't do this, right? Like there's a hard fast line to like, you can secretly have that opinion, which is kind of what the AfD is doing, but they're kind of treading the line now. They've been, deemed right-wing extremists and they might also get banned. I'm curious, what do you think? Like, is this like an example of, hey, look, we have a very, very strong line of if we can show you, maybe it's treason in America, maybe it's not this right-wing thing, but it's, hey, if you did commit treason, like by the letter of the law, then no, you can never be president again, and we're going to prosecute you for it. Like, what would you say about that? I think that's a pretty easy, like,
I don't like it.
That's not too arbitrary.
No, it is. It fundamentally is arbitrary, right? You're going to have situations.
Sorry,
Hold on real quick.
Threat
Well,
in
hold
a
on.
democracy unless they're going to win under the
Let
terms.
me.
It's like,
Yeah. Let me respond to this real quick. So
we'll have this.
Yeah. So I don't like this because you're saying yes, it is this concept is being applied to AfD in Romania. It's also being applied in strange circumstances, and I guess I'm against it on two principles. For the first thing I'm against is like if you want to vote away certain democratic principles, I think that might be okay depending on what they are, right? Like, for example, we currently have an anti-democratic principle called the First Amendment, which is that you don't get to vote to illegalize burning flags.
What about,
This is anti-democracy.
But what about voting away of voting? Because that's kind of the point. Is
there are absolutely we vote away voting all the time. We have rules against felons voting. We have rules against children
I mean,
voting.
completely voting away democracy. Like it's like.
Wait, hold on.
Should we never be allowed to restrict it? It can only ever grow.
Well, exactly. Yeah, you can never completely vote away voting.
We raised
at some point.
What do you mean?
Only going to have one person voting. You're at some point.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know I had to clarify this. I mean that completely stripping every citizen away from being able to vote and just saying, "Here's the king. Here's the Führer. He gets to do what he wants."
Okay, well, sure. So Germany would be okay with like limiting voting to like 1% of the population. That wouldn't run afoul of the rule.
No, I think that would also run afoul of the rule.
Hold on.
Yeah. What about 5%? What about wait, hold on. You called it a hard and fast rule. What about 5%?
I think any and all things that is like restricting a huge chunk of the population, is probably going to be restricted.
What's a huge chunk?
Well, see, when you say something like there's a reasonable case for saying felons shouldn't vote, maybe they do that there. I don't think that's going to be children. Like you're dismantling. Yeah, we're children. That's not dismantling democracy. Versus, hey, this party is specifically running on the platform the same as the 40s to get rid of voting.
What I'm pointing out is your hard and fast definition is not all that hard and fast.
I don't know. Both of these exceptions seem pretty clearly not within the grounds of what they would do. I don't actually know the German law that well. Go ahead, Gibbs. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, okay, in that case, what about like 21-year-olds being able to vote but not 18-year-olds now? That's like, I mean, it wouldn't be a permanent one, but you just wiped out a massive amount of people. Like,
here's the thing: this is very clear, and I'm not a German scholar, but if you ask any of these like German legal experts about this isn't like we're fighting on the little edge cases here of like, well, what if we didn't let these people vote? Because they had in 2012 like this mandatory civil service, which you could say, oh, they're stripping people of their rights. They're forcing them to go work in these hospitals and this hospice care. They're forcing them to go in the military. This is very different from, hey, we have deemed that this party is completely intent on destroying our government as we see it now, like completely, like everything, every institution that we we have in terms of voting, first and then second, everything in terms of parliament, they're going to get rid of that completely and dismantle a government and install their own sort of like tyrannical dictatorship. It has to be pretty damn explicit. And you can look at the law on this. I don't have this in front of me. I wasn't expecting to talk about it today. The point is, they have a very strict rule about this very specific thing because of their history in the 40s. We don't have that specifically insofar as that I don't think you could draw like the exact line, exact same parallel. But I think if you showed like, hey, if you specifically tried to violate, the Electoral Count Act, maybe you should be prosecuted for that.
Okay, so we're going to go to ICAL, and then we're going to go to Mr. Ryan here. Go ahead, ICAL.
Yeah, so just to answer your question on the fishing expedition, I don't think that is just entirely a relative thing. It's pretty easy to identify what is a fishing expedition. If we're going to use Bill Clinton as an example, if you're going to be going after whitewater, and in the process of investigating whitewater, you don't find anything, but then you find the blue dress, you can say then that, okay, if you can use a but-for rule on this. You can say, but for the prior investigation, we would never have found out about the blue dress. Then it was a fishing expedition. So I don't think it's necessarily so relativistic that you can't make a determination as to whether or not something is.
Wait, hold on. I go.
We should expand the fruit of the poisonous
hold on.
tree.
I don't think that was a fish. What you described. I don't think that.
Stuff, yeah.
I don't think that was a fishing
Infinitely
expedition. Could you explain a little bit
Well,
more?
that's all.
Because hold on.
No more
because
plain view
I'm
exceptions.
not going in the direction that you think I'm going. Because what I'm saying is, I don't care if it was a fishing expedition, right? If they found that blue dress, because as a federal officer, you have an obligation. If you find out about another crime in the course of your investigation, you are obligated to then point out that crime.
But is that first investigation proper is the question, right?
Yeah. And I think it was proper. I think there was.
I think felons in jail should be allowed to vote. And that's my hot take. Otherwise, I don't like that as a punishment, not being allowed to participate. Unless we all voted for every felon to have a knife in jail. That would be a bad idea.
And found like a very convoluted way of charging them with something strange. That's bullshit. We can't have that.
Okay, let's go to Mr. Ryan. Go ahead, and then we're going to go to Prime.
Just a few notes just to try to tie up some loose ends. First, I know we talked about treason briefly. Treason is an incredibly high bar. Nothing we've talked about today is even remotely close to treason. It's not even in that ballpark. We can use the term like colloquially, but legally as a actual crime, you need to essentially have declared war on the United States. You need to actually have like had an invasion. It's a very, very high bar. We can get into it if it's interesting, but none of this is treason.
Second, what can I ask? Can I ask then on that? Because I'm not familiar with this, but because it's such a high bar, would that not be like an incredibly easy, like what Prime is talking about? Like, hey, that's the hard line. If we can show that you did this, you should absolutely go to jail for this.
It's a very hard line, and I've actually made the argument that you can't even even presidential immunity doesn't cover treason because treason is the only constitutional crime. Sure. It's in the Constitution as thou shalt not do this.
But is that not like a perfect example? Yeah.
It's an example, but it's because it's such a high bar, it's an example that doesn't really serve any purpose. Because because
it's so unlike any other crime.
It's also not treason.
Yeah.
None of it was treason. It's not even close. So
if we have a case for treason, they're getting charged with 50 other things.
What about what Reagan did with Iran-Contra?
Not even close.
I mean, it was literally high treason. I mean, like legally, right? Like, unless I studied this wrong in school.
Why would that be treason?
Subverting Congress to take money from the Contras to pay for the missiles was absolutely high treason. Look, did the American Dad song lie to me? I don't think it would, right?
Yeah. Go ahead. Finish up what you're saying, Mr. Ryan. Go ahead.
To the broader point about Germany, one of the great things about this country, unlike what we're seeing in Britain and Germany and in Canada, all these parliamentary democracies, is that we actually have a robust federal structure that protects people's rights objectively through the structure without the need to subjectively disenfranchise people. So, we don't need, for example, to say that you can't eliminate the vote, because the only way you could possibly do that would be to have a constitutional amendment to that effect, which you would never get passed. So,
Devin, thank you for the $20. I know you shouldn't be giving me $20, but thank you. I'm going to Venmo you $20.
Rather than a subjective determination that certain parties are no longer allowed to be political parties.
Let's go to Prime. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just quickly in terms of the German thing, I actually fall more in line with Lactoid and our new friend Ryan here on that one. That I don't think maybe I just don't know enough about that particular law you're discussing. Maybe, right? Like, I'm just learning about it now. But like, I don't like the idea of like invalidating parties for like the reasons of like undermining democracy. That seems very vague. It doesn't seem like a hard and fast line to me. But against Ryan, I think there are all kinds of ways you can eliminate the vote for people. I mean, we saw that in the South, the Jim Crow South. You can just do that, right? You know, when people have the vote, all of a sudden they can't use that vote, and then that can be that way for decades. So in any case, so I've gotten a lot of experience talking to lawyers with my friend Lactoid and previously my friend Pisco, right? And something I've noticed is that you guys have a hard time when we're having these discussions about thinking about what could be rather than what is, right? So you got to really focus on what the law as it is now. When I'm proposing to you, right, a presidential crime bill, right? Like we like list them out. Like you're saying that like we shouldn't charge presidents for all kinds of nonsense, right? And there is no hard and fast line, but we actually can do that. That's what I'm saying. Like we can write laws. We can do anything we want, right? Why not say like, whether it be embezzlement, it'd be like trying to dissolve Congress. It could be, or the Supreme Court, or like the whole list. You could just or nuking or slavery, right? Like I don't know, like trying to enslave a portion of the population, right? Would be you could just list these things out and say, like if you do these things, then you'll be prosecuted. Like we have special like crimes for people, like a federal officer. If the federal officer abuses their power or a cop abuses their powers, like crimes for that. We can have a presidential crimes. Why not do something like that?
Well, Prime, there's two problems. The first is, following the Trump immunity case, presidents themselves are essentially immune from almost everything.
He's saying for non-official acts, obviously.
For non-official acts, it's all right. You don't need it. You already have it.
No. I'm talking about official acts, or I'm talking about.
Then you get an amendment to the Constitution, then.
Yeah, it's because the Supreme Court has
why do I need an amendment to the Constitution?
Because the Constitution provides immunity, like to those official acts.
Supreme Court has ruled
The president has been granted power that is not overseen by anyone. It's
well, I think
what
Prime isn't saying how it currently stands. He's saying, ought we to do this? Like, can we change this?
You could, but you have to pass a constitutional amendment.
You would need a constitutional amendment.
Okay. And I might be missing something here. So there was an option to. So I guess. Oh yeah. So now I'm remembering this conversation on what counts as an official act or what doesn't. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Let me pull back. Okay. So maybe I'm using official acts in my head differently than what you guys are doing. So let's say non-official acts. Excuse me then. Right. Like would enslaving of the population, would that be an official act of the presidency?
Yes.
That would be an official act. Okay. So you're saying that
would that
be an official?
I don't know about that, Ryan.
An official act is, I mean, I was
you're an official slave.
But the line between official and non-official is not about how bad the conduct was. It's about the nature of the power exerted. So if the president is using the powers of his office, he's acting in his official capacity. If he's, for example, taking a bribe on a business deal, that has nothing to do with the presidency. So that's unofficial. Official versus unofficial is not about how bad the conduct is. It's about whether he's acting in his role.
But if he's personally owning a slave for his own material benefit, this would be unofficial.
Exactly. If he had a slave in his house that he was just secreting, that would be unofficial.
No. Why would it be unofficial?
I
don't even know an official act could be like overtly against the 13th Amendment.
I think there's a problem with that. Lactoid, part of the problem with that ruling from the Supreme Court is like what is an official act is so ambiguous. And I think to Prime's point here, Ryan. Let me finish, and then you could say to Prime's point here, you can kind of finagle any and all of these things into, well, I'm actually doing it because it helps me with this part of my role as the president.
And that's
right?
valid.
You can try.
That's not valid.
Well, I guess.
I think you should. Then in that case, okay. Well, then let me pull back. Then I still have some disagreements about it.
I think you guys misunderstand that the balance of powers isn't like rock, paper, scissors, where it's like judiciary over executive and then Congress over judiciary.
Two sentences.
Hold on. Well, you've been double after Prime. Go ahead. Yeah.
2 cents. So just that, like, one, I still have some disagreements here, and maybe just like as a retread of the discussions we had lactoid, months ago on this thing. But I don't want to.
Guys, this panel's unfortunately I don't think going anywhere really, and everyone already agreed coming on. I have this Progressive Victory Q&A, which I'm really excited for at 6. However, I'm curious if I have time between 5 and 6, if you'd be interested. Enemy Charlie might want to come talk about trans women in sports as per her panel yesterday. If you're interested in that, one's in the chat. Otherwise, here we go.
There was a list of crimes that presidents will be prosecuted. The president, and whoever is of the powerful, right, will be prosecuted and are prosecuted. Done.
That
I'm
would
not
expand
opposed-
the
I'm not-
legislature
I'm-
the power of the presidency. They could just decide, here's the law, now you have to do this, and even if it's an official act, like there's a very
well,
good
right,
reason
but
for
we could
this.
do that constitutionally, right? What's necessarily the problem with that is what Prime's asking. I don't see a necessary problem as long as I agree with the crimes that are being codified, right?
Right.
Like, for example,
Hell yeah, chat.
nuking
This
Chicago.
isn't like an amendment. This
Should
is a
that
total
be illegal?
restructuring of the
Should we-
executive branch.
Sure. Should we restructure the executive branch so they can no longer nuke Chicago?
That actually would be treason. That's the
Hell
rare
no.
actual treason example.
Well, what if it was an
Wait,
alien
why is that
invasion?
treason? Yeah.
Well, yeah, what if it's an alien invasion? Would you nuke
Because
Chicago?
Right. I don't think it's necessarily treason, Ryan.
Well, then
The
you're nuking the
hypothetical
aliens.
is-
they just happen to be in Chicago. If you're nuking
Happen to
Chicago
be.
because
There
it's
was a
Chicago,
member of
then you have
MS-13.
problems.
There was a member of MS-13 in Chicago, and the rest is collateral damage.
Yeah. I mean, because basically treason is, essentially like making war on the United States or its analog. So if like the president just like nuked Chicago or nuked New York, that would be the sort of thing. And this is the example I gave, by the way, of why I think treason is not immunized. Because like if the president nuked Chicago and then fled to Russia and said, ha ha, I did it for Putin, now I live here, right? And then like 10 years later, we caught him and we put him on trial and we said, hey, you nuked Chicago and then you said you did it for Putin. We're definitely putting you in jail now for treason. And he
can't
said,
believe
no,
I didn't
presidential
believe
immunity.
Well, Ryan,
I've been holding that whole
you're
time.
adding something there,
I
Ryan. You're
don't
adding
think
the
that whole
running
time.
away
Yeah,
and admitting wrongdoing. What if Trump actually justifies it and says this is part of my official act? He said, hey, as part of my campaign, I'm going to clean up New York. He gets elected and he fucking nukes New York and he's like, look, there's no more crime, there's no more homeless people. It's a wonderful town there. And then he just then now it's not treason, right?
The eminent domains
No,
all New
glass
York
is
and then
not
just
one
bombs
very
it.
good
good
glass.
paper.
We're gonna tear
I
up
mean-
all the glass.
Yeah, to that point, what about like a disease outbreak? Like something along those lines.
Yeah, like
Well,
some
100
sort of like
million chickens.
containment slaughter. Yeah, bird
Yeah,
flu.
zombie
Like you could
apocalypse.
argue what they did with bird flu was justified. Or what did they do in like England where they killed all the ferrets? What if you had to do that with people? There could be a drastic situation. You got like a 90% death rate
Unvaccinated.
virus with like 1 to 2 R thing where it's constantly spreading. It's like, look, if I do not shoot everyone in this city, it's going to spread. It's going to kill all of America.
See, Ryan?
This isn't
You get, like,
necessarily
one
No
treason.
hard
War.
lines, Ryan. No hard lines. See?
But this
This is why it's important to vote in a good president that's not demented.
That's very
I actually think that could be justified given a disease that bad. Now, obviously, COVID wasn't anywhere close, so I don't think we've ever been close. But there's a foreseeable future where I'm like, damn, that sucks, but I'm really glad that he shot everyone in New York because otherwise I'd get it in California.
Soy Pill's right, but we don't want to nuke zombies. Radioactive zombies bad. I'm just saying.
They're not
Like,
cockroaches, Gibbs. They die.
No, if
Let's
you
take
read,
a
I guess you
step
haven't read World War Z, the book, but
They're already dead.
A lot of bad shit happens after they nuke the zombies. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah,
going
right.
on.
That's a good one.
If we can take a step back, because I know these hypotheticals are fun and now they're kind of spiraling, but
Yeah.
it sounds like a lot of people on this panel are not fans of the immunity decision. The immunity decision, there's a direct line from the Trump prosecutions to the immunity decision. When you engage in political prosecutions, you ask questions you might not like the answers to. As a result of prosecuting Trump, we now have presidential immunity, and we are likely to find that special prosecutors are going to be illegal going forward. I don't think that's happened yet, but I think it's overwhelmingly likely to happen during the next couple of years. So, what ends up, and when I gave that, like the president pardons himself example, the reason I brought it up is because when you engage in political prosecutions, the system develops antibodies. It develops immunity. It develops a practice of self-pardon.
Criminals find their way to do more crimes. So why have laws, right? Because criminals are going to find their ways around them. Like, whatever.
No. What I'm saying is that we have erred. Like in a perfect world, you would do it perfectly. But if you have to make a choice and you have to make an error one way or the
You don't
other,
have to do it
having
perfectly.
less
True,
political
Devin, true.
prosecutions is a
Look what
better
you made
course of
me
action
do.
than having
We
more.
don't. We know.
That
I
is
think
my
that
argument.
the problem
we
is
don't have to do it
on that
perfectly,
front that Merrick Garland didn't move his ass and go after the actual situations that could be gone after against Trump, and instead there was a situation with New York that was, debatable whether or not it was a fishing expedition, as opposed to something that was more open and shut because he dragged his ass and didn't do anything. So that could have been the but for why we're where we're
No,
He
at.
ignored
we don't-
Congress.
Wait,
He ignored
Katya, what
Congress
open
and
and shut
refused to
thing?
hand over the Hur
Nonsense.
report.
It's always an awful argument when you have to argue for perfection to do anything within real life, right? Like we live in an imperfect world. We will have imperfect strives for justice, right? We have a justice system which a lot of people think like prosecutes like regular people unfairly. Right, but that doesn't mean we don't have a justice system. We're like, I guess we give up on this, right? Yeah, criminals will find a way to do more crime, and
Yeah,
then
but it also means we ask for less enforcement.
I don't understand.
It also means we ask for less enforcement when it doesn't make sense. Like I think what you're trying to push us into this black and white kind of like dichotomy where we're saying, well, you should never prosecute a politician. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is right now we prosecute. Okay. Well, just to be clear, our position. Right now we prosecute them too much for too many dumb things. We got to reverse course a little bit and not do that so much. And when it comes to Biden, like doing this would absolutely be a fishing expedition.
Sure,
and it was wrong when they did it to Trump, and it'd be wrong when they do it to Biden now.
But I don't know why you keep confusing my point. I'm saying, yeah, like I can agree with you that we do that, right? But if you can imagine a valid reason to prosecute a politician, right? Whatever it is, so I'll leave it up to your imagination, Lactoid. If it exists in there, then when that happens, we should actually do it. Right?
Sure, codify. Yeah, I agree with codifying it. That's what I said before. I would be okay. I would be fine.
I don't understand. We've
No.
seen it happen.
We don't have this process. Okay, I actually agree with Prime. I would like to see a constitutional amendment that does outline, as long as I agree with the crimes. Of course, I wouldn't want them criminalizing dumb shit. But if it's very specific crimes that I think make sense, yeah, I'd be fine with that. It makes sense.
Let's look at something else here that I want to talk
like
about.
Like nuking Chicago.
Nuking Chicago. No, in the last 3 minutes, I want to talk about something else that's interesting. So they've also pushed not for just for criminal charges, but they pushed for like invalidating executive orders. They're saying validate the pardons. Do you think there's any more legality like to this? Is there any more? I don't know. Weight to the
All right, guys. Charlie's in for 5. We're going to talk about something more fun with someone smarter.
Evidence comes out that some things were signed with this auto pen that Biden had just no awareness of, right? Which would make them invalid. Should there be prosecutions for the people who did that? Should we say, hey, you were the chief of staff using this auto pen question, and that you were not entitled to do that?
Let me ask a clarifying question.
I don't know how they would prove.
Did Biden just say, "Oh, sign all that," and actually give them the directive to, or did they just like hide it from Biden and sign it without?
I'm saying in the hypothetical where things were signed and Biden was either told afterwards, so maybe they have some meeting and they told him after it was signed, which would be invalid, or just in some way that we can determine and say, look, this wasn't signed with the consent of the president. The auto pen was used. This is clearly fraud. What do we do if that happened?
Yeah, go after the people who did it.
I know we can say, oh, it
100%.
didn't happen or like whatever, but let's just say that somebody used the auto pen without the president's consent.
Get the staffers, yeah.
Yeah, I might not even necessarily say that this would go to, I don't know if you're going to call me a hypocrite for this, but like in the same way that like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, I don't think anyone should be criminally charged for the dereliction of due process or whatever. I think this is hey, you should acknowledge you fucked up, which they did, but then correct this mistake and make sure it never happens again. In the same way, hey, you are subverting the idea of what the president's power is supposed to be by signing, vetoing this bill or signing this pardon, which he didn't do. Now, if he comes out and makes a big fucking stink about it and is like, hey, what the fuck? Like my staffers are literally going against my will. I think that might be a different thing. But when it's like, hey, like Biden was going to do this anyway, so we just fucking signed it and we're like, hey, we signed this for you. And he's like, where am I? Like, whatever. Like, I don't think that's that big a deal. I just think it shouldn't happen.
Well, that would make it
where am I? And it's all good.
That would make the signature literally forged. and that
No,
would
yeah,
be,
literally, yeah.
that would open the door to whether we invalidate these pardons or not. Like,
If
let's
he
just
would
say,
no,
we
this
obviously
is
don't
with
know. I'm not gonna say I
the
have
post
evidence. I'm
this
not
is
gonna
the
be
post
convinced that
like
we're
let
not
me
gonna be
clear up
convinced each other.
Puttle, I'm just saying like with the
Sure.
rationalization that afterwards he is saying, oh, okay, like that was what I was going to do. Now if he's so incoherent that it's like, Jimmy Carter voting in the 2024 where they wheel out the corpse and they like, press
so
his hand
sad.
against the fucking vote, and it's like, oh, you did it, Mr. Carter, and he's like just a vegetable. It's like, all right, like why do we
Yeah.
even have
The
The
this
reason I say he
president?
finds out after is because it doesn't matter if he consents after the signature is written. The signature cannot be used without his prior consent. It's not like you
Yeah.
can go tell
What
the
I'm saying,
president
there's
you
some
used
sort
the
of
signature
precedent,
and just
right?
hope he says it's okay.
It's
So
there's if there's a precedent of this consent of like, yeah, you guys, sometimes you're my board, I trust you, everything goes through me, but sometimes I let you sign things. That's very different from, hey, I'm just sitting here in the office like, staring at a wall and someone's wiping up drool, and then they bring me all the documents and press my hand against them. I think that's very
But a
different.
written EO is different, right?
Yeah,
I-
Pentaple.
yes.
What if it's different? What if it's like, hey, like we have an initiative, right, that we're working for, right? Like,
Right.
for Trump, it would be like strengthening immigration laws, right, to a fascist extent, of course. But like this is what we're working on, and this is my team that's working on it with me, right? Stephen Miller, you're my guy, right? If anything comes in, right, on this topic, go ahead, and do it. But
Sorry, the stream is boring, guys. I'm not as stimulated as I wish I was. It should get more interesting when Charlie joins at 5 p.m. PST and the Progressive Victory interview Q&A at 6 p.m. So if you really don't want to be here for the next 30 minutes, I don't blame you for getting out, come back in. But yeah, I'm not stimmied. I should get some what's it called? Subway Surfers.
You're asking.
Yeah.
But you're saying if, like, let's say he had a general idea, a generic idea, and they were like, here's the bill for what you asked, right? I would still argue that he needs to understand in the same way he would when he was actually signing it. And you know what? You probably could say, look, if the president signed it and he didn't really pay attention, that's still valid because he's there and in person and signing it. But I would argue that when you don't have that wet ink signature and it's auto-penned and he's maybe not there, the auto-pen signature is not indicative of that consent the same way that his wet ink signature would be. So it opens the door to like, how much did he know? Did he directly like prescribe this? Because I would just to respond to your question, if he gave a generic instruction and then they responded and used the auto pen on something specific, I think that's an issue. I think that the auto pen needs to reflect the same level of understanding and consent of the president as a wet ink signature would be. So when you run into issues where he doesn't have like a full clear understanding or it comes after the fact,
This is.
These
I'm
just
trying not to
like
whataboutism,
obvious
but like Pentuple, do you think like Trump could explain like every signed pardon for like the January 6th stuff? Like, I
No, but
probably
that-
not. Like, like it's one of those like,
The
yes,
point is-
he acknowledges the greater idea of it, but like if you asked him what crime specifically did you pardon for this guy, like he's not going to know. And I don't even think he specifically signed those. Those were an auto pen.
But he would
right?
have to understand what the scope of it was. He wouldn't be able to say, "Oh, I don't know what even the scope was. We just like, what did I sign? There were pardons or whatever." Like, there has to be like, I can agree with you. It's not like you have to have this whole bill memorized word to word. But the point is, you have to have the consent of the president to use the auto pen. It's
Right, and I think
supposed to
that
reflect
they
the same exact
did.
thing as a wet ink signature. But when you have the wet ink signature, that consent is inherent. Like, you don't need to question the wet ink signature because
Sure.
you know that he's consenting to it.
I've got
When
a
you
great
have the auto
allegory.
pen, you've
Let's
removed
hold on.
that.
Let's go to Mr.
You've
Ryan.
removed that
Yeah,
guarantee of consent.
Yeah.
Well,
We gotta-
treat it like a terms
Hold
of
on.
service, right? You
Hold
don't
on,
have to
hold
read the whole thing, but like if somebody else clicks on the box for you, you never agreed to it.
Oh, let's go to Mr. Ryan. Go ahead.
I don't want to be the splash of cold water because the hypos are fun, but this will never happen. And the reason it will never happen is the only way to prove that Biden didn't have awareness of what was signed would be to get information that is protected by executive privilege. And Trump, as president, will not want to weaken executive privilege because he's going to want to assert it later. So, the answer is you can do whatever you want. You can call on whoever you want. They're going to say executive privilege. And it's actually a very good case of executive privilege. Like, what did you say to the president when you were deciding whether or not to sign an executive order or a pardon?
Well, couldn't you just
That's
ask
a
whether
court
you were directed to use it? Can you say whether, like, if I ask, were you directed to use the auto pen for this order? Is that violating executive privilege? It might be.
Yes.
I'm not an expert on this, but like,
they would
is it
certainly
anything
assert
like
it.
the scope of executive privilege would cover just not even what the communications are, but just that you had a valid, like, this is a legal requirement to use the auto pen. So I would.
I mean,
It's not
if you get into
information,
yes or
is it?
no
But
questions, you can sometimes try to get around privilege questions. But I mean, I would expect that if they actually pursued this, there would be very broad assertions of executive privilege. And I suspect that when those happens, the Trump administration will not fight them because they will not want to weaken executive privilege because he's going to want to. It's just one of those things. Like no president's
Well,
going to. We should pierce executive privilege. It's kind of a
well, let me
self-defeating.
ask you this then. Let me just play, crazy guy here. Let's say
Yeah,
he knows.
as per a difference from the norm, Admiral.
Yeah, I know. Let me just play Alex Jones since I got my Alex Jones beard going here today for a second. What if, hypothetically, Mr. Ryan, he came and was like, well, I want to strengthen executive privilege. So by doing so, we're going to go after some bullshit with Biden, knowing that this is going to come up. And that way I can use this later. Do you think that's a viable tactic they could use?
I mean, I think that they actually might do that. Like the way that would play out is that you have not like a court proceeding. You have a hearing at the House or at the Senate, like they're going to do.
Yes,
like
Fred
calling
Skull.
up people
We're very
to
deep.
testify about Biden's health, and you start asking them, like, well, did you know that the president had mental capacity issues? When did you know? Did you sign this document for him? Was that after you knew? And at some point, they're going to say executive privilege. And then Gibbs, to your point, if what Trump wants to do strategically is broaden executive privilege, they could then say, "Oh yeah, okay, executive privilege. I guess we can't ask any more questions," and like set a precedent.
Red Comet, nothing has made me lose more respect than I already little had for lawyers than being in these debate spaces and meeting some of them.
That doesn't sound like something Trump would do at all, does it? I don't know. Interesting. I think it sounds like something he might try to do. iCal, let's go. You had something you were wanting to bring up a little bit ago.
Yeah, well, I was going to say something else, but as long as we're on this subject, yeah, actually, this is the reason
You can
why
do
I'm for the same reason, but just kind of using it in a different way, I guess. I'm for all of these things, right? Because I want all of these things to be president. And I don't give a shit about Biden. So if he has to be held responsible for decisions that were made under his presidency, and that allows us to hold presidents in general accountable for these things, I count that as a win.
You mean Trump?
So I say yeah. Well, no. I'm saying because we're holding Biden accountable, then we can use this for everyone. And I think that's a good thing. But I did want to say that just back to the topic about presidents who are like in that particular age group. I just looked at all of the oldest presidents we've ever had. The oldest is Trump, at least in terms of like he came in as the oldest president to ever like have an inauguration day, right? Then Biden, then Trump again, then Reagan, who had his own dementia issues, and then Eisenhower, who was 70, who himself had a stroke that there was a big cover-up scandal of. Every president who's been in his 70s has had issues like this. And so I don't think it's just a question about let's do this with Biden and not consider it to be a precedent for any other president, like they did with Bush v. Gore, where they said, oh, this is not a precedent. Turned out not to be true. It was treated as a precedent almost immediately afterwards. Same thing here. Let's do it. Let's have not just prosecute for all of the things that Gibbs is suggesting that we would prosecute over, but also mandatory evaluations by somebody who reports to the American people, not to the executive branch, and specific stair-step consequences as to if this happens, then this is the response. And if we were to do all of those things, I'm more than willing to apply that to Biden in cases like this as well. Yeah, sure.
Make him
Well,
draw the elephant.
This is the other reason
set the
why I'm not
precedent.
even. This is actually something that's earlier. I wanted to address it. The other concern I have is I'm sorry, but if the people want to elect a dummy, I mean there's something fundamentally democratic about that, right? So let's say you do have somebody who's doesn't know where they are and they're shuffling all over the place, and the American people look at that, they look at that person, they say, yes, we want that, we want whatever that is, and no coherent sentence, no nothing. We love it, right? Who are you to say, no, you got to pick this younger guy?
I mean,
No,
what if they wanted to
it-
elect a child? I mean,
I
Well, you have to be 35.
I'm somewhat okay with removing that requirement, but that's at least hard coded. If we're talking about something like in the law, but if we're talking about something like mental acuity, I guess you could hard code that.
We're talking about putting it in
measure.
It is
Yeah, but I don't even
Like
like the age
Democrats were
requirement.
like, please make
I
a
don't-
rule so we don't do this to ourselves again, please.
I don't even like the age requirement. I'd be okay
It
with
doesn't
people
have to
electing
be
like
an age
25
Don't
requirement.
let me
It
do
is
this.
true
You need
that
to make a rule
Catholics
so
have
I
an age
won't do this
requirement,
to
right? If you're
myself
75
on
and you're a bishop,
purpose.
you have to step down.
Well, y'all are doing it
But
to
it doesn't
yourself.
have
anyways,
to be
so
an
I don't
age
know.
requirement. It just
Dude,
has
the
to be
Trump
you take
hero
a
is
test.
goofy.
There's
Then
nothing.
you take
There's
a test no matter
there's
what age
nothing.
you are.
There's nothing in the Constitution that says a dog can't be president.
True.
Yeah, well,
So,
let
I
me
mean,
boil
one-
down into
um,
one single
Well,
word.
be a citizen.
I was in the
That's what
foothills of the Himalayas.
Yeah, but that's yeah. I mean,
I mean,
look,
what about
That was a good one, Bluesby.
political
Thank you for
problems
that.
need political solutions. Like in terms of like the age of our, our ruling class. I mean, the Democrats just lost on Trump's bill in large part because 3 of their members.
Three members,
just
yeah.
died. So, like at a certain point, hopefully the voters wake up and say, we need to elect younger people. Like, it's not good to have Mitch McConnell glitching on the floor of Congress. It's not good that when Dianne Feinstein died, the first thing that came out of my mouth was, do you think this is going to affect her reelection chances? Because it's
Yeah.
like, it's fucking crazy. Like, we know that these people are not compos mentis. Like, it's, anyone who has an older family member has seen this, what it is, but people are still voting for them. But it turns out there's a price to pay for that. And hopefully the solution is that people wake the fuck up and start voting for better candidates. Like,
Yeah.
this
Yeah, I
is
agree.
Ryan, isn't it sad that-
What if I want the worst candidate?
But
Like-
I was just gonna say, isn't it sad that
should advocate for
former and alive Senator Barbara Boxer is like a rare statement,
Yeah, I mean, but back to it. I think the ultimate check has to be the people, and like, look, if the people want to burn down the country, well, then fine, right? Like, if the people want to incinerate it, then I guess it's up to their choice.
Yeah, nuke
But
Chicago.
that should be the ultimate choice, and
With
I
some
think
limits,
that
right?
like it's basically the whole point of democracy, at least
My capital.
part of the point of democracy, is to be able to like crowdsource wisdom, right? Which it gets varying results with that, but you can crowdsource wisdom.
I have some concerns, yeah.
Yeah, same here. But yeah, so like in that case, right? Like what will in that situation will most likely be the case is that this.
No, Nonfon, thank you for joining. Everyone go subscribe to Nonfon. What's actually happened in this debate is everyone agrees that we probably shouldn't criminally prosecute. So it's been a little meandering and a little boring. But thank goodness I have some other things on this stream docket to keep you guys entertained that are not, hey, should we all talk about this old man more?
Right? And I think we're seeing this on both sides. Like,
I have a
people who
solution.
agree with me. They're going,
Well, I can vote
I-
for someone.
wait,
who
wait,
I
wait,
think
wait,
is retarded, right?
The-
I'm allowed to
you
do
can.
that.
You're allowed to
Yeah.
do that, but here's a
You
solution.
know that very well.
Instead of restricting who can run, you restrict who can vote, and
No.
so only smart people vote, and then they
No.
will only vote for good candidates.
Well,
Right?
yeah,
Bottom up.
oh,
And then we elect
What's wrong
Skynet.
with that?
Sure, the
What's
real
wrong?
problem's the
Then we elect-
voters.
Wait a
then we
minute,
elect-
wait a
The
minute.
real problem is the
Only
voters
college
who
degrees
elected
are
the guy. That's the
Exactly.
real problem.
Then we're just gonna elect Skynet. That's what's gonna happen.
College-educated
That's
people
what it is.
disproportionately voted for Joe Biden, actually. So I don't
That's
know.
what we base it. That's why we base it off IQ and not college degrees.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree to college
I
education.
have some bad news
Problem.
about IQ stats between the parties.
I got a couple
Yeah.
studies too.
Ooh.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
I
the
IQ
thing-
fight.
The thing about like any of these like barriers where you say like, well, you can't run unless you do X, you can't, all these different things. You can come up with a system that sounds as objective as you want, but you inevitably run into like an analog to the free speech problem, which is it's not about what the standard is; it's about who decides whether the standard has
Ryan,
been
what
met.
about an age cap? Like, why don't
An
we?
age-
Like,
like,
the premise
that's like
that you
that-
have to vote for your party. Just don't vote for your party if their
Look,
candidate
I
they
think
gave
that
you was a
you
demented
have to give
retard. You
examples.
didn't have to do this to yourself.
That's a good point.
You don't need to make a rule so you stop shooting yourself in the
Okay,
foot.
but
Wait,
in a
wait.
two-party system, we kind of do. Right?
And also,
Yeah,
Pentuple, to be
things
fair,
are-
We really don't.
He
I
did
really
drop
don't
out.
think that we need rules to change. We literally just
That's right,
need you
Biden did get
to
voted
stop
for. He
voting
dropped
people
out.
because your party told
Yeah.
you to. Like at
I
least
mean,
I get to vote for the
they
candidate I
cheated.
want to vote for. At least I get that. You guys don't. You guys are just like, we hate Trump so much. Tell me who you gave us. It's like no shit. You guys aren't going to win an election. What the fuck did you
Well,
expect?
I mean,
Like, we
Yeah,
got our
they-
candidate
they
and you got
voted for
handed one.
Biden
You're like,
and
"Oh, I
he
won, I
dropped
lost."
out. What are you supposed
You help
to do
us.
then?
Give us rules so that the party can't hand
Well,
us
no,
back.
here's the
out.
thing. Stop.
If we made
Here's
a
one
rule,
thing that
the
I'll say
party
about
wouldn't
these
be
rules.
even able to force that candidate
Oh,
on
lordy
us.
loo.
Just
Here's the
don't
thing.
vote
Okay.
for a candidate that's a retard. You guys
Yeah,
literally
well-
did
You
that
did.
on purpose because you
That's
hate
fair.
Trump.
Republicans
This
did
is
too.
your fault.
Well,
Okay, get out of
maybe
Like, you
this
guys could just
support,
not
maybe
do
other
it.
picks are more important. Maybe having an executive branch where cabinet members and other advisors and other individuals agree with me.
You're
is more
honest
important
about his
than the
condition.
president,
Kamala should have
but
25th them for sure.
They should have. Here's my thing about the rules and stuff. It's not so people don't do this to themselves. It's another thing because I'm realizing, or I'm thinking about how, especially with local or even like national elections, like in the House, for example, a lot of these old people do get the force of the party behind them because they're a safer bet and they don't want to gamble with money on younger individuals. So the only reason
Who's voting?
that they would take the risky choice and
they win on
put their money
fundraising or
behind
votes?
somebody. Excuse me.
The
what?
premise is that you have to vote for the candidate your party gives you. That's your
No.
that's what I'm calling out here.
No,
That
no,
premise is like
but-
this
but-
is your fault.
Right, but I'm
You
talking
guys could
about
just
why.
not vote for the candidate that you don't
That's
like.
great. That's great. I'm
That's
talking
not
about
how
something different
voting
now.
works, though. But that's not how like the system.
I do
actually
see the
works.
Matt
No, that
Gaetz
is how it
Uzi.
works. That's not how
No, no.
you guys work. That's not how
No,
you guys
Pen-
work.
Pen-
Wait, you would vote
First
for
of
a
all-
Democrat
first
if
of
the
all,
Republicans sucked? Really?
Like we like
If
Pentuple, you can
I would
Yeah.
vote for
Pentuple,
Democrat
stop
every
throwing
time.
that at us.
I vote for
Stop-
candidates I
stop-
like.
This
You
is
guys
my first
actually
Trump
vote
vote.
for candidates
Pentuple,
you don't
stop
like.
throwing that. Stop throwing that at us because we will just say that Trump is retarded, right? We can just say the same thing.
No,
back
but
to
I
you. Then you're gonna-
wanted that
and then you're
candidate
gonna
my way. It's
disagree.
not about whether
And
he's
then
Yeah, you
retarded.
wanted
I got
to
to
be
vote
hard
for the
to
guy
say.
I
One second.
chose.
One
You
second,
guys
hold on, I'm gonna
are
hard disagree. Let me
operating
just
under
say
this
one thing.
premise
Let me just
that you need to
let me
hold
just
our
say one
party
thing.
Hold on,
to stop
hold on,
them from
hold on,
giving
hold
you
on,
candidates.
hold on, hold on,
Again,
hold on,
calm down.
hold on.
No,
Hold on.
candidates.
There's
Oh, all right, yeah. So
you guys,
I'm
your
gonna,
party is not going to recover from
hold
this
on,
until you
hold
guys
on,
actually
hold on,
address
stop.
what you guys
Hold on,
did
stop,
without
stop,
calm
guts.
down.
I couldn't
Without
say what I
guts
was
on
gonna
the
say. Can I
side.
finish?
You're-
I'm gonna wait till I see mouths stop moving, cause I'm so dumb. Pentuple's like, oh, 10 minutes left. All right. Let's see. Pentuple's still talking. Pentuple's still talking. Pentuple's still talking. Gibbs is holding his hand. Pentuple's still talking. I do kind of see the Matt Gaetz. He doesn't look as creepy as Matt Gaetz, and he hasn't had plastic surgery. Okay, we can unmute.
then we get over. Go ahead.
Okay, so
will have Kamala,
what I
you
was
like it.
saying is, candidates having the funding to run for election, if they aren't independently wealthy, they're getting the money from the party, and the party
So
is
don't
in
vote
certain
for
ways
them when
choosing.
they
Hold
do
on,
this
hold
to
on,
you.
hold on. Let her finish.
You're literally proving my fucking point.
That's
You're
what
like,
a political
the
party
party
is.
handed us
No,
the candidate.
You're
What am I
literally
supposed to do?
arguing against
What am I-
concepts.
Well, that lasted all of 30 seconds. All right, let's see. Can Pentuple stop talking and grandstanding and saying, God, I love Trump. Trump's so cool. I love voting for Trump. It was so cool. All right, here we go. We're back.
Because, like, or what do you think there should be a
Party suck, for sure.
There should be a pre-primary before the primary to decide who the
No,
party
you should
is
actually
going
let
to
your
go
party should have
forward
let
with.
you have a primary. That is the problem here.
I
You guys
got-
got stuck with Joe
even-
Biden because they didn't
All
let
right,
you have a
all right,
primary,
all
and you
right.
still chose to
Hold on,
vote
hold
for
on,
your
hold on, hold on,
There was a
hold on,
primary.
hold on, hold on,
Oligopoly
right
Golden
now.
Age
Hold on.
This is the whole
All right.
scandal. They skipped
Hold on,
the
stop.
primary to keep
Okay.
Joe around, had him drop
So
out
I
at the
was-
perfect
Hold
time.
on,
But the same
hold on.
administration
Like-
just
like
let
Trump
all
defeated the old guard.
say, oh,
Everybody
oops.
stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. All right.
Didn't
All right,
we
one
have a
second.
primary, Gibbs?
Well, hold on. Yeah, hold on. One second. Well, there was a primary, but
Not
you know,
really.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I know
But-
because he was the incumbent.
I'm
But there was a
talking about why
guy.
we should
Hold on,
just
hold on,
separate
hold on,
from
hold on, hold on.
Hillary.
Hold on. There is something to be said for what Pentuple say though. At least like at a local level, right? Like y'all. Someone said incredulously. I don't know who it was because there was a lot of yelling there. But I heard one of the people on the left say, "Oh, you would vote for a Democrat over a Republican," and I have voted for many Democrats in my life. Wow, surprise! Over many Republicans at a local level because I'm like, fuck that guy. I don't like his family. They're some douchebags. Or fuck these people. I don't like what they said. Or fuck George P. Bush. This motherfucker wants to move the Alamo. I'll vote for fucking Satan over whoever wants to move for the Alamo. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, we're not going to vote for that guy, right? There's plenty of examples. So, like, yeah, you could definitely get rid of people, like, like in your party if you vote against them, like just by like, or even in the primary, like you don't have to go with the establishment candidate. Or like a lot of times, how the
That's how Trump won.
A little
He
bit
When I
defeated the
said that,
establishment.
when I said that incredulously, I meant it for presidential elections specifically.
Trump beat the establishment.
Yeah, Trump did beat the establishment because I mean that's exactly
Well,
the point. Like the establishment
against
would have
what
been
I
Jeb
said.
Bush, Rick Perry, so one of these guys, like you know, like
but then
Marco
he
Rubio.
installed all
I
the
was
Goldman
talking about
Sachs people
We're
into
gonna
his
go to-
cabinet,
we're
and
gonna
it
go
totally did the
local
establishment
Let's go to
stuff.
Prime.
So.
Let's go to Prime here. He was trying to get in. Go ahead.
Not this time around.
Okay.
Sure.
There's a lot here.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to try to go through this quickly. I think Kacho was making a reasonable point, which was saying that like the party leaders are going to throw their support behind a person that they think is a better bet, right? They'll put weight and they put funding behind them. I think that's all her point, right? And then that person will have an advantage within a primary system. Now, to Pentuple's
skinny though, Fred.
I have to vote for them, and I agree because I didn't vote for him. So I didn't vote for Kamala, right? And I wouldn't have voted for Joe Biden because they didn't earn my vote, right? And I've made this point again and again. Fuck them, aren't my vote. Yeah, so like I hear you there,
hey,
right?
What state do you live in, Prime?
Within the party, which is why I'm trying to get involved with the Florida Democratic Party because
Please be
I think they're
Pennsylvania.
fucking up so
Swing
badly.
Yeah, wait, Prime. What state are you in?
I'm sorry, I don't talk about my location.
Don't
Oh,
worry.
I gotta know. After you told me you didn't vote for him.
Michigan.
I
He
will
was in Michigan.
absolutely-
Swear to God, if you live in
absolutely
It was
Pennsylvania,
Prime's direct fault the election with Trump.
you did this.
He lives in all 7 swing states.
Anyway, keep going.
All 76 states, yes.
Yeah, let's play it. You go ahead.
I'm going to use that in the future, actually. But yeah. So we should. Fuck. Sorry. Trying to.
No, I should say sorry. I totally derailed you.
No worries, man. No worries, man. So yeah, I didn't vote for Kamala because they have to earn my vote, right? And I think that should be the standard. To Pentuple's point, they should actually earn your vote, but that doesn't mean in practical standards they won't.
Harm reduction means nothing to this man, by the way. I'm angry now. Just slightly, not very angry, but damn.
Right? Especially most non-political people who just end up voting any which way. They're going to vote for the person who had the most funding, who has the most name recognition, who gets pushed by the party, right? And that's just an unfortunate reality of the process of
Oh, it's
voting.
not true in my party.
But no, hold on. Okay, now I want to address that. Okay, that last thing you guys talked about. You talked about how Trump skipped the line, right? He did do that, but the situation is different in the Republican Party, and I mean that structurally. So what happened, right? A big difference between the DNC and the RNC is that the super delegates. Yes, there's that. But I was going to talk about that. But that's another good example. But beyond the super delegates, right? It's funding. So outside of the RNC, a parallel funding structure was created, right? The Koch brothers, from my understanding, they were the ones who started this, but it's not just limited to the Koch brothers. They started a network, an independent funding network, and they started funding candidates to run against the RNC. Like you were a Republican candidate, but you were a Koch brother candidate, right? You were putting out their ideals. They created an independent way for candidates to jump in, to find more funding without having to bend to the party's establishment. There is no parallel to that on the Democratic side. There is none, right? And because they don't have that, it's so much harder to do. Bernie tried it, right? Bernie tried it, and he couldn't. He didn't beat the party machine because the only independent money he could get is from the voters, right? But along with that funding that you have in the RNC, you have access to institutional help, right? Because that's what they build. They build institutional structures, not just with the money. So that is different. It is structurally different on both sides. The DNC, maybe to your point, should replicate that, right? Or the Democratic Party or the left should replicate that independent structure, but we do not have.
Wait, we should have shadow billionaires funding elections. We should do it.
No, we should. So go on. Let me.
I don't think the Koch brothers.
We should have it. I'm saying we should have an independent structure, so we're not tied to the party or having a third party, whatever it happens to be.
Well, this also affects
Okay.
the like.
I
bidding
I like a
Congress
third party.
people.
I like a third party.
To your
It's a good
point,
idea.
Prime, there was that video of AOC and that conversation with Pelosi about some bill, and like, I don't remember what year it was, but she was like clearly upset because she didn't want to vote a certain way on the bill, but they were clearly like, if you don't vote for this bill, we're not going to fund you in your next like House race or whatever.
Like this is not just about getting into Congress, but this is like how they keep them in line in Congress. So that also probably needs to.
Joey, do you also agree with the
seniority.
third party idea? Do you like the third party idea?
The concept of a third party, like to distinguish ourselves from Dems,
No.
only insofar as if you could somehow get enough, weight behind it to be even remotely close to subverting Democratic politicians. But I don't think it's anywhere close to that. So no.
What about you, Mr. Bryan?
Well, the party has to die, and then you
think
guys will be
If
reborn.
you look back,
This is
at,
what will
like,
happen to you. I have
If
visions
you look back
given
at
to
the
me in
Federalist
dreams.
Papers or like different
Blue
founding
MAGA
documents,
when?
one of
Hold
the
on,
things that our founders talked about endlessly was the risk of faction capture. The idea that if you have political parties, that they're just going to start being this self-serving beast that just builds and builds and consolidates power until it no longer represents the people. And that is exactly what happened to the Democratic Party. And when people didn't want to vote for Harris, a lot of them, they saw it as like, well, you had Biden, who clearly was a president by committee, and now they're going to anoint Harris without a primary, and they're nakedly running as the party of faction capture. And this is the problem with it. It consolidates power in a way that really does jeopardize the integrity of the system. And I totally agree with you, Prime. Like, I think that the Democratic Party needs a reckoning because, for whatever the basis was, and I think you gave a good accounting of it, Trump was able to break through the logjam on the
Random, I don't agree. I think there is definitely some money in politics that is good. Money in politics is a boogeyman. I just don't think that the way that certain lobbying exists to, we decide how we're regulated, like that's probably not good. But there are cases where it is good, right? So money in politics isn't inherently bad. I think Bernie needs to have a little more nuance of a position on that. Actually, no, he doesn't, because if he does, then he'll lose steam. We need more dumb messaging.
Even though I completely disagree with him on like his most biggest issue, but David Hogg being the vice chair, them trying to force him out because he was like, hey, we need to get the old folks home out of here. They're like, okay, then you gotta go, bro. I was like, are you fucking kidding? Even though I really super disagree with him as a big Second Amendment person, I'm like, okay, but you can't just like say somebody wants to change it, so they gotta get out the door.
I thought
Like,
it's because
that's
he was
the
a white
problem.
guy.
That was the
Right?
justification, because there wasn't
That
like,
was
you
the
can't just say
justification,
we
that was-
disagree with you, but they're like, technically by electing you, we have violated our gender enforcement rules, and you're not a woman, so get out of here. Which is
I
why
just wanna
why
point out-
David Hogg,
Expedition.
if you're listening, transition
They know
today
that
and
he was a
stay
white
in the
guy when
race.
he turned against the
I just want to point out the fact that like, oh shit, we got to find some reason to get rid of him, and the reason they were able to find is he's a man is crazy.
Yeah.
That's a crazy
Right.
rule.
That's bad. It's real bad.
Because
Yeah,
normally that's the reason that you hide, right? Normally it's like we can find some other reason, right? Like and the actual reason is because he's a man. But no, the fact that he was a man was the overt reason, covering for something else.
Hey,
That's
is
crazy.
that even proven?
That's kind of
That
funny.
I think they've come out and said as much. Like there's some back post hoc rationalization of there is a hiring process by which we go through that we did not follow, and because we did not follow this, now we can eject this guy, even though the real reason is we don't agree with the way that he's trying to push out these candidates. So
So he literally has to transition. He'd be fine.
yes.
Based.
Yes.
Based. Anyways, but like,
Let's
I would love to
Yeah.
see the DNC try to grapple with that. Good luck.
let's
it's
let's-
really
Party right now.
discouraging,
This is
and
the funniest
I
shit I've ever
really think that it's something that has to be changed by like more younger people than just David Hogg and like some other people getting involved. But the problem is like the way that they're behaving has caused a lot of people to embrace anti-electoralism, which only kind of adds to the issue. Because again, like, if the old folks are the only ones who are voting, then they're going to vote for, those who are in their interest, those who are the establishment people, those who they're like, oh, I remember when that guy was elected 500,000 years ago. And it's unfortunate because I'm like, damn, you know what? It sucks. If I ever wanted to get involved in politics, I have two routes. Number one, wait 70 years. Or number two, I guess, like turn MAGA and like get caught on camera doing sexual acts at a public theater. Like those are my two options.
Wait, you
Well,
think that they're because like you don't
She was
think
already
that has to
elected
do
when
with-
that happened.
Wait, you think presidents are
True,
old
you're right.
because they happen to be old? It doesn't have to do with the fact that you have to actually like build up a legacy to get to that point where you can run for president. You just think it's because he's 70.
Also, they waited.
We
Why
had-
shouldn't you?
Younger
It's like
people.
boiling everything down to like the surface level. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would you do
We had
that?
younger
Well-
presidents in the past, though.
Right.
Well,
You
let's-
can't deny that, like, these aren't literally.
Yeah, thank you, regular, because that is a much more interesting question than what's happening right now. So lobbying in which I would not like it is, let's say DuPont Chemical gives a bunch of money to some politician and says, hey, here's all this money for your campaign, and by the way, it'd be really cool if you didn't regulate where we dump all our mercury, right? That's fucked. However, if you look at the company I used to work with, which is a electric jet company, and they're like, look, we need help to work with the government to write the regulations for this new technology that we understand better than you because we are making it in real time. There's maybe some exchange of money, that maybe some regulatory capture with people that used to work at that company now go into the government, help write the regulations. This happens all the time. That's good because otherwise we don't know what the fuck the regulations are supposed to be, and it's not necessarily, influencing them in a way. I'm sure some influence happens, but there's not necessarily malicious intent there, and it needs to happen because some people just don't, politicians don't understand that technology. So
Who else wants to say something? Anybody? All right, thank you. All right, let me just mute everybody. Calm down. We're gonna go to closings here. We're gonna people outros. We're gonna go and do things. I do want to say one thing. I pity the rest of the panel here and worrying about y'all's third parties because third parties are bad. Because guess what? In Texas, the only third party I would have considered was maybe a Texas nationalist landed one. But in Texas, the official stance of the Texas Republican Party is that we should be our own nation again. So, I don't have to vote third party. It's fantastic. Let's move on over to the closings here. Tell everybody what you do, where you're at, and what your final thoughts are. We'll start with Mr. Ryan here. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Gibbs. Yeah, I'm Ryan. I talk about politics, law, philosophy on X. Ryan C. Mullally. My last name's unspellable, so it's a brand risk. So good luck with that. Admiral Gibbs, in his infinite wisdom, we talked about all these problems today. He actually found the solution, and it's the one that I talk about a lot, which is the root cause of our problems is that the federal government is too big and too important. If you make the federal government smaller, then these powers that are no longer with the federal government get pushed down to the states and the cities.
I forgot.
And the good thing about that
this
is
guy's
that
a
you
libertarian,
know
I
who
think.
these people are. They are closer to you. They have skin in the game. They're from your community. And as a result, you are more likely to, as Gibbs did, vote against party lines to find the person that works. When you nationalize every single little fucking thing, you end up having to make a binary left-right choice about a whole slate of every issue in the universe because everything's a federal issue, and there's no way that's a good choice. We have given the federal government too much power, and until we fix that problem, we are going to keep having these conversations about band-aid solutions, but nothing will work. The only way to solve this is to go back to our federal principles and have a limited federal government and robust plenary state governments. And that is the only solution.
All right. Thank you so much. Cal.
So there's a game we play in class called Syllogize That Enthymeme. And what that means is if you would take an argument that it would normally be a syllogism, but you take one of the premises away, such that you're only saying one premise and then you say the conclusion without saying what the other premise is, it creates problems because nobody knows fully what the argument that you're making. And what that forces you to do is generalize your principles. So you can frame something with regards to, okay, as it applies to this one president, we should do X. Or you can frame it, every time this issue comes up, regardless of the context, we should do Y. And those in that instance, the very idea of precedent is what makes this such an important issue, which is why, regardless of whether you think Biden or members of the Biden administration would end up in jail over something like this, one way to find out is to take it to court. Just take it to court and see what happens. And then whatever happens, you have a precedent that's then applicable to other administrations too. So I say, go ahead and test this stuff up. See what happens in courts if we give it a shot. So yeah, I think we should, going back to answering what the panel is supposed to answer, I would say, yeah, let's do it. Let's bring them up on charges, on whatever charges they reasonably think they can win. Prosecutors tend not to charge on things they can't win because they don't like to lose. But if they do think they can win, I think they should do it.
All right. Thank you so much, Pentuple.
I'll do a short one just because my opening was really long and annoying, so I'll do a short one. But I think the cover-up of Biden's physical and mental health is one of the biggest scandals of the decade. And it still hasn't reached its apex. I think Democrats won't recover until they can acknowledge and address what they did without mentioning Trump.
All right. Prime.
Excuse me, sorry. First of all, thank you for having me. Shout out to my friend Gibbs for bringing me along, and shout out to everyone here. Right, Ryan, I believe this is the first time meeting you. I'm not so sure anymore. But if it is, then nice
You remember me,
meeting
right,
you.
Prime?
I do. I do. It was so special.
We've been on
Under the
Oasis together,
moonlight.
brother. Don't forget about me.
We met under the moonlight, right? And we had that moment, and I've never forgotten it. But Soy Phil, thank you for it was nice meeting you again. But I think I actually wish that my friend Pentuple was right with his last quote. All right, the last thing he said, being that the Democrats won't recover unless they address this. I think the sad fact is that they will. I think political parties have that institutional power, that traction within our society, that institutional inertia, that they can actually keep going without addressing these structural issues. And they just kind of just trudge along, right? And they can find success even without addressing core rotten problems. I think that's how we got here in the first place. I think we don't get to a Biden without a whole bunch of other problems that have never been addressed. But still, here we are, right? So I think that we should address the situation, right? I want people to be named and shamed. I want Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, the entire leadership, all the his administration who knew, his cabinet members who fucking knew, right? I want all of them to be dragged in front of the public, if not prosecuted, at least shamed for what they did to us. But I think that's not going to happen, unfortunately. And I think that we'll get to the next election. It'll be 4 years later. Memories will fade. And we'll just do another election, right? And we'll just muddle along until our democracy kind of fucking implodes. So that, yeah, sorry, it's awful.
All right, imploding democracy. Lactoid, follow that.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I agree with a lot of what's been said thus far. I agree with everything Ryan said. Most of what you said, Aiko. The one disagreement that I do have is I think courts really should be this sort of second to last resort that we use. I think American society is too litigious as it is right now. I think lawyers, by and large, make the world a worse place, and we're just awful people. So there should be fewer of us doing the shit that we do, and I think that'd lead to a better world. Now, specifically with Biden's health stuff, some of you may not know this, but I did, back when her report dropped, I did do a debate with a bunch of people, big Dem streamers. Hutch was one of them, and some other people.
That was with Tyler, right? Because on your team,
Tyler as well.
Yeah.
Yep, Tyler as well. Now I'm going to take credit for this. I'm the only one who actually read her report going into that debate, and but what I noticed is that despite the only person having read that report, admittedly, like they admitted they didn't read it, they were very vehemently fighting me on every single statement that was contained within her report. They said it was being exaggerated. I asked how. They had no answer. I was saying, what about this specific statement? Do you have any response? They had no response. But there was always a response. There was always, look at Trump. Look at Trump. He can't talk. He can't do this. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. This is the game plan. And this will always be the game plan in partisan politics, unfortunately. When the reality is, her report was, I think, the real notice to the Democrats that this was the time that they needed to get their act together and actually have a primary. This was it. When you have Robert Hur saying this, when you have to hide the audio recording from Congress because it's so bad that when it does get leaked, you realize, holy shit, how little did he have it together? But they heard this at the time. They heard this at the time, and it was out, and they still pushed him through. They still backed him. They still denied the party the opportunity to perhaps get somebody else. I think this, like when you look at it that way, you realize how fundamentally rotten and dishonest the core of this party is. It is, they will lie to you to get whatever they want, if it involves their own power, and it's fucked.
All right. Okay, good. All right, let's go to Katya.
I've said, like, in general that, like, I've said this for a while, that the Democratic Party has, like, a huge obsession with keeping things the same, which is kind of ironic considering, like, conservatives are usually the ones who are trying to, conserve the status quo. And especially, now with conservatives relying more and more on alternative media and, picking outside the norm candidates, the fact that they basically like completely changed the party in general to go towards populism. And of course, in the past, we had stuff like the Tea Party on the right, but closest we got to that on the left has been Bernie Sanders, and well, we all know how that ended up turning out. I think that, yeah, that's a big thing that I feel like people have to kind of reckon with, and I do like hope that the Democratic Party can stop shooting themselves in the foot. I mean, like, I think it's a legitimate problem, and I will be the first to say that, and I will be the first to say that, like, for example, Biden and those who were, directly around him did not want to, give up power or to not go ahead and, cease running. And that led to a bunch of other issues. So I just think that, that super delegates, I'm not a fan of either as far as those situations with primaries. It's just like a big thing that I agree needs change. I mean, I don't appreciate the, haha, you guys are cooked, haha, well, yeah, I guess you can all go home or vote Republican. It's like, I think that's pretty bad faith. But, other than that, I think that there is improvement to make.
All right, last but not least, Soy Pill.
Yeah, I just like Prime, I'm very disappointed in Joe Biden as a candidate. I don't like that we had to reelect him. I wish the primary process was a little more stringent, but he was the incumbent. And even I think, I don't know how public these statements was saying at the beginning of this, before when people were like, oh, he should drop out. I was like, I don't know if that's like politically worth it. We'd lose so much momentum. I understand the Democrats were in a very, very difficult position. I think the cover up was bad, but hey, come on, like we all saw what was happening. It wasn't as much of a cover up as it was, hey, we don't want to politically shoot ourselves in the foot. And I agree that with most, if not, I guess everyone here, there's really nothing criminal to pursue. Now, to Prime's point about, this monster of a party that will not, consolidate and will not change because they don't have to, I do agree, although I'm kind of okay with that because that seems to be what's happening on the right. And I just want to counter that. So however we do that, if we got to push Joe Biden 2028, all right, the prostate cancer, he's going to overcome it, and I'm there for it. I'm voting for him. I'm riding with Biden for a third, maybe even a fourth term if we get rid of the 22nd. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for inviting me, Gibbs. Thanks for re-meeting you, Prime. And Lactoid, specifically to you, I want to say I didn't smell a sniff of bad faith in this whole debate. And as someone who thinks you are in a lot of debates, I really do actually sincerely appreciate that. I think you're fun to talk to when you're not defending the Russian stealing of children in Ukraine. So thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Gibbs adjacent.
I'd rather
streamer.
that than the
Gibbs
Ukraine
adjacent
stuff, honestly.
Well, on that note,
Can I shout myself out
Yes,
quickly
go ahead,
because I didn't do it before?
Yeah, go
Find me
ahead.
on the Prime Kai channel, PRIMECAYES. We had debates like this all the time. You'll see a lot of the same cast here, right? Lactoid being bad faith as always. That's where he does it most of the time. No, he's fantastic. But yeah, come check me out on Twitch and YouTube. Sorry.
Yeah, we're there Mondays. It's good times. He's got a lot of good shows. Yeah. So, and speaking of good shows, we're gonna have another panel in 30 minutes talking about, or about 15 minutes now, talking about leftist violence. And guess what? We're banning whataboutism about January 6th. I want to have the combo today and not just hear about how bad January 6th was for the 375th panel. Like, that's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about things. So that's what's going to happen here in about 15 minutes. I'm
So you mean
excited.
it's a BLM debate? So is that what
Yeah.
you're saying? Okay.
Well, we can be about all sorts of stuff. BLM can come up. We can talk about other things too. No, I don't want it to be just BLM either. But we'll talk about some stuff. It's going to be exciting. Good times. That's about 15 minutes. Till then, everybody, goodbye. We're going to do something right now. So we'll see y'all soon. Some of these people will be back. Some of these won't. But follow everybody.
All right, guys, here's what's going to happen. I'm hopping into my little call here. Charlie's going to join at some point. Maybe she'll join, and then I'll tell her to keep you guys company while I go and get a drink of water and use the restroom. Let me switch this, because we're talking about the transes. Here's this. Where is this? Oh, I got to pop it out. Give me a second here. Chatting. Pop out. God, OBS needs to have a way to save like the specific discords that pop up on your screen. I swear. Does it just not show up? Can I? Oh, do I have to add a new one now? God dang it. Sorry guys, give me a second here. I promise my beautiful face will be back in a second here. Window capture. Add source, add a new source, add a source. Bam, bam, bam. Is this it? There we go. There we go. All right. Turn on my video. Ding, 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 ding. All right. Hop in, Charlie. Where is she? Do I go to a waiting room before? What did you guys think about that, though? I know it was as not stimulating as it could be, but I mean, I think it was an interesting conversation insofar as like I liked the back and forth at certain points, but not the most topical thing happening right now. Definitely not. So it is what it is. Hello, are you here? Can you guys hear her?
Hello, 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 hello.
Okay, can you ASMR entertain my chat for 3 minutes while I go to the bathroom and get a drink of water?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
ASMR. Okay. Hi, everyone. Today we are going to be discussing whether or not it's fair to have transgender women participate in women's sports. I'm going to be arguing that it is fair after transgender women undergo hormone replacement therapy. I think that in the majority of sports, it equalizes things fairly well. I think the soy pill will be disagreeing with me. Pumpkin spice latte. The glass twanging things? Okay, hold on, let me, fuck. I could tap on something. I don't know if that's ASMR, sorry. Get my camera. I didn't know I was going to be on camera today. Not yet, at least. It's camera time tomorrow. Today, fuck, at 6 p.m. Yes, I'm Lord of the Rings scholar from the Warrior debate. That is me. Tolkien scholar, sure. Yes, that's more accurate. Though to be fair, my technical title is, I have a Master of Letters in Fantasy Literature. My research focus was Tolkien and ludology, which is the study of video games, not the study of naughty things. Though to be fair, I do write a lot about gay sex, so, I mean, I guess it is kind of, I suppose. Tolkien, like 3 houses down from me. That rocks. We should go look. You should break into his house,
Alright, I'm back. How many people left because of this?
So the ASMR?
Oh,
Everyone.
no.
Wait, hated it.
Oh, yes, Connor, this is the Lord of the Rings lady. Are you okay with being called that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That works.
So.
Okay, I have like half my makeup on, and we're doing like a
fun.
fairy
Do like a
themed
Two-Face thing.
No, it's not. No. It's I haven't done like. Actually, I don't know if I look crazy. Let me check.
I have none of my makeup on, so.
Oh yeah, but you don't need it.
Aw.
You don't need it.
Aw, thank you. All right, so.
Just so naturally beautiful. You go, girl.
Which half do you have
Okay.
on?
It's I don't have my mascara on, so I kind of look, potentially a little. No, I look fine. Whatever.
Yeah. All right, guys. Can you guys in chat? Let's get rid of Charlie's deep-seated insecurities. All right. So for context, Charlie, you had a debate yesterday about whether women should have rights, which I think we should chastise Wick for even entertaining that debate, even though it was fun.
I mean, it was hilarious. I loved it. I was so ready. I was so fucking ready for the. I wanted it.
Yeah, you wanted the anger.
It was just a shame. I did. It was a shame though that he got like. I feel like. Let me phrase this carefully. I feel like. White red pill and black red pill are very different things, And
Yeah.
I don't think that those conversations were ever going to work or kind of be the same because it's like a different context for each group. Like the gendered social dynamics is going to be very different. Like there was a lot of like emphasis on like women baby trap you and force you to pay child support. The women do this
Yeah.
all the time. This is an epidemic. And I was like, well,
You could sniff out the like this man is on like rage bait TikTok, like, oh, look at this woman who baby trapped, and like that's their whole worldview is just like they're all out to get me, and like I need to do something about it, but not like actually go out and protest or lobby for anything. I need to go complain about it.
no, just complain. Just complain online and then like get other men really upset about it. And it was just like it was not.
It was wild. They were like, women shouldn't have power because men have power. But also, why are women not fighting for our rights? Like, that was very strange.
They were saying, like, women have all the power, but they don't have the power. But they do have, but they don't, but they do, but they also don't, but they do. You know, it was just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous, and I wish that he had gotten some stronger soldiers, perhaps.
Yes, indeed.
Some more thoughtful soldiers.
Well, apparently they were recommended by the Tomatoes chat, or so I I don't know if you know Raging Tomato or her audience, but my chat's now very familiar with the kind of people she has on, and it's not our best and brightest folks, I'll say that. But I had two criticisms. They're very minor because I think you did well for overall. The first was, and I think they actually did a good job of catching out on this. You said that the people who should vote are the people that contribute on a net positive to society, or that like.
Okay, so hold on. I didn't say that. I said that I think that, you know, so a lot of the time dudes like that will start being like, oh, men built all the buildings and they built society, et cetera, et cetera. And they were like, they were arguing about like women contribute through childbirth, and if what do I contribute if I don't give birth to children? And I wanted to be like, well, I'm a tax-paying citizen, so obviously I'm doing something.
Right. But
that's not my actual point. Okay, so you're right. They did catch me out on that. I don't think that only tax-paying citizens should vote. I think that if you live in the U.S., you should have a right to vote. If you live here, if the laws, like Wick said, if the laws affect you, you should be able to vote.
Yes. Okay, cool. Awesome. I'm just glad we clarified, because that is the based and correct opinion. And I don't know if this is a good way to phrase it, if you ever want to use this in the future. I heard this from Sam Cedar, I think, where he's like, if you at any point are restricting like some demographics' right to vote, you are like dismantling the confidence in democracy, and like by removing their like feeling of participation, you're going to create an underclass, you're going to create disrest. Like everyone needs to be able to participate, or else it's just never going to work as a model. And that's how you get stuff like, 19th Amendment and civil rights. Like it just never sticks. Yeah. Okay, cool. So you don't think poor people shouldn't vote? I appreciate that.
No, I don't think that at all, not even a little bit. I just wanted to argue that, like, because I thought that they were going to go the route of like, well, you don't have a baby, so what are you doing, bitch? And I want to be like, well, I'm a tax-paying citizen. So, fuck you.
Okay.
I do things.
Yeah, I'm a wait, was it who came on and was like, well, we're all streamers, so you're all non-contributing like pieces of shit who just sit around in front of a computer all day.
That's Rudy, and they are not a streamer. They are actually a professor.
Yeah, I liked him though. He's funny.
Yeah,
he was great. Oh, and I did clear up. I know I didn't stream this, so no one watched it. But if you go watch the Wick debate, I go on the after panel, and Mooncake it was trolling. Mooncake was not suggesting we lock men in kennels as a legitimate thing. It was because she was talking to the dumbest men alive. So I understand it. And now we're friends, okay? So everything's fine. The second thing,
I didn't think that she was serious, but I thought it was really funny.
I didn't. And then I asked, and then she was like, no, I'm serious. I'm like, wait, are you trolling me too? I'm one of the good ones. You can't do this to me. So
You were being trolled. You were being had.
I'm a not all man. So
I
should be an exception there, but I guess not. Do I get a girlfriend out of being kennelled? If that's the criteria, you really gotta change your priorities, random. So the second thing I want to talk about, and is now in the middle title of my stream, was like trans people in sports, because I think I don't remember your exact take on it, but I guess if you could just give me your spiel. I kind of disagreed a little bit, and this is probably my least woke take, so maybe we'll have a little bit of back and forth.
So I did in like 2022, 2023, I did like go through a bunch of the studies on this. To be fair, while I think I am good at understanding research, I did also study literature. So scientific research, especially biology, not my forte. But what it did seem like is that there was like a not it seemed like there were some studies that were like, no, even with estrogen, like an estrogen regimen, trans women still are stronger than cisgender women. But the majority of the studies seem to suggest that with, a prolonged exposure to estrogen and progesterone and a much, lower dose of testosterone than before, that transgender women do end up, kind of being in the same ballpark as cisgender women.
Yeah, like in the spectrum of competitive, like it's not like every single one of these is like an outlier. I think I've read that as well, yeah.
Yes, and so I would also say that most cisgender women that are exceptional athletes, many of them are not biologically similar to the average cisgender woman. Intersex conditions are extremely prevalent in sports because, again, to be exceptional, you have to be exceptional. So I don't really think that makes much of a difference. Also, I do concede that I think it does depend on the sport. So kind of my point would be like, I think a case-by-case basis to make sure that like it is actually fair, and it's not just like I don't know.
Like
Those are my thoughts on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks because that's exactly my position, I think. So I guess we're not gonna have any back and forth.
Yeah.
Well, here, let me elaborate. Maybe you'll find
happens.
something to pick out. Maybe my chat will get mad at me because we have lots of beautiful trans people in chat. So my issue is like optically, first of all, I think if you talk to anyone who is not politically online, so even my parents who are lib TDS, Donald syndrome, constantly complaining about Trump, excuse me, they look at this and they're like, well, biology, right? Like very surface level, men are stronger than women, which is true on an average. You have to show like some pretty heavy science for that. Like the ones you were saying where, okay, if they're on it for 3 or 4 years, now their muscle mass and like X amount of advantage is on parity with like the rest of the cis women in this category. But I think if you could show that, then it's fine. Like the problem though is, let's say that was true. Let's assume like it is fair, like 100%. The industries or whatever sports organization says, yep, this is absolutely fair at this point with this level of estrogen. What if they win? And now you've got like a whole fucking outrage machine about that. And that's not fair to these people who are competing fairly as per the sports organization. But unfortunately, optically, that just looks awful. And I don't know how you get around that because I don't want to exclude those people, especially if they're not doing anything even remotely outside the rules. But you've tanked now actual like much more important trans rights than the sports, because that's important, but not nearly as much as like being able to transition, bathroom stuff, like all the shit that's like day-to-day life, which is wild to me because like this is the boogeyman, and I think it's the easier boogeyman for the right. So it makes me want to say, well, I don't think we should have like trans only leagues because then you get in this whole like separate but equal thing. But I don't know how you solve that in a way that other than just like flat out accepting everything and then fighting back on everything. And no matter how optically bad it is, just say fuck Republicans, because even then you're going to lose some people in the middle. What do you think about that?
God, I don't know. It's a very stressful scenario because again, there are people in your chat pointing out now that there are so few transgender athletes in the US. There are so fucking few.
Yeah.
And transgender women athletes do not consistently win competitions. Again, because like I don't know, it's not going to happen every time. And each sport emphasizes different strengths.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be like a 1-for-1 sort of thing.
Although most sports, like you said in the debate, are man-coded, right? It's like, we're not doing like speed crocheting, right? We're doing fucking like who can punch the bag harder.
Well, anyone could speed crochet. There are a few sports where
and
I
men
think
would be better at it, to be fair.
Well, I don't know about that. But like shooting, that's extremely
shooting.
even.
Target shooting, yeah, you mentioned that, and I think it's like because women have like better heart rate or something, like a slight, something like that.
Yep, and then long distance swimming, women
and running,
long distance running consistently, like very even. And there's also sports that I think prioritize women's bodies, which is I think like gymnast stuff. I do think a lot of it is like female gymnasts can consistently do crazier things than male gymnasts.
Flexible. Sometimes they're shorter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, so fencing. Connor Mason says fencing as well. That would make sense to me.
Oh, fencing is essentially co-ed. I mean, it would make sense because that's just like who can poke each other
Yeah.
the most. Not even the hardest, just the most. So yeah, I guess I feel like the way to solve that would have to be like literally. I hate this because I think that it would be humiliating for people to have like the sports league that they're competing in be like, listen, here are the test results. Are the test results. You would have to test every single athlete participating and be like, look, their estrogen levels are the same, their testosterone levels are the same, their muscle mass is essentially the same. Like, and that would be embarrassing and awful for everyone involved. But this is kind of unfortunately because like the right has just made everyone hysterical about trans stuff. This is essentially what we'd have to do.
Yeah, because I think obviously that won't make them happy. They're gonna fight back. They think the whole thing is like, oh, you're indoctrinating our kids, blah blah blah. But what I'm talking about is those medium voters, like my parents, who will be like, oh, well, that seems fair. Like once you explain that to them, I think that's probably a good idea. But on the same side, that is kind of like the genital inspector at the bathroom, right? Where it's like, penis inspection, like you can't go in here, like as if that's gonna somehow solve the trans bathroom issue. Although I guess it's a little less data driven. It's just a guy looking at your.
The guy, yeah. Which I think most of the people who have gotten beaten up in bathrooms thus far have been cisgender butch lesbians.
That's the problem.
That's fucking insane. But the right doesn't care about that.
They don't.
They don't care. In fact, those are the people that they also want to get hit because they want to punish any sort of gender deviance. You know, you gotta look like a woman or you're not.
Yeah, I think I agree. If there's a right top-down policy, all women should look feminine and beautiful, and all the other ones we just get rid of them all. Yeah.
If you're busted, you get punched.
Yeah. Yep. Put them in the cage. No fat chicks. Shirts for every man.
Jesus Christ.
Like, yeah, that's our top-down policy. Yeah. No, it's ridiculous. I think the bathroom is much more straight too, because you can't be like, oh yeah, like look at this epidemic of like trans women just assaulting people, and then that means they have to default to, well, a man shouldn't be in the women's bathroom. And I don't know what your experience in a women's locker room is, but I'm only ever looking at droopy nutsacks because they're everywhere and not because I want to be. It's not like a conscious choice that I'm looking at everyone's genitals when I'm in those places. So
right. To be fair, I don't enter locker rooms because I don't do sports and I don't like to go to the gym. If I work out, it is not in front of anyone, because if I do the machines wrong and someone tells me, I'll cry in public right then and there. But I mean, from my memories of high school, yeah, I wasn't like looking at anyone ever. Like, yeah. And I like
I'm
women.
not outing you now. Yeah, you're queer, right? So like even as a queer woman, you weren't like, yes, my perfect time.
Because I don't really care, and also I think like the average person is like not good looking enough for me to be like, whoa, you know, which that sounds really mean and crazy, but
No, it's true. Most people aren't attractive. It's unfortunate.
I grew up in rural America, so you know, like I'm used
but guys,
to, like,
now she's so privileged. She lives in LA. Everyone's hot. She's like, she stumbles over like 3 10 out of 10s on accident on her way to go get groceries. So like,
no, it is kind of ridiculous, but now they're boring. Like, I don't care about the 10 out of 10s because I'm like,
you could say, yeah, but that's also privilege. Like, been there, done that, literally. Now I can care about someone's personality, right? This is the age-old...
I've always been a personality... I showed you my exes. I've always been a personality dater.
Ooh, you just said that lie. Oh, no. No one clip that and send it and find your exes. I'm a personality dater.
The two of them. I am a personality dater. Like, I'm just like a,
Most people should be. That's my philosophy. I can't imagine like there is a legitimacy to the hot crazy scale where it's like I completely understand putting up with more bullshit if someone is hotter. But yeah, if you're not happy, if you're not getting along, like, yeah, okay, if you're going to hook up with this person, you're like, oh, okay, I hooked up with this hot person, like, cool, great. But like, if you're gonna date someone and they're just hot, like, guess what's gonna happen in 20 years? You're gonna fucking not be happy. Like, date someone for their personality.
Yeah, exactly. And because, well, people's appearances change, and also it gets boring. Like, you have to, I don't know. And I also just have I'm attracted, I guess, typically to people that maybe aren't super conventionally attractive. Like, I like faces that look unique. I love a unique face. If someone has a face that I've never seen before, I'm pointing at I'm pointing at.
Yeah, actually, she's saying to everyone in chat, you're all weird looking. You're all fucking freaks.
You guys are all so weird looking. Oh my god. never seen anyone that looks like you fucking freak.
Fucking freaks.
No, that is not. It's not what
Someone told me,
what
"Hear
I'm
me
saying.
out, Steve Buscemi." What do you think about that? That's in my chat, and I heard someone say it in real life like a week ago.
Steve Buscemi. No, he is.
You have to Google to make
I don't-
sure.
I did like. Let me just look at him. No, because I already have big eyes. If we both have big eyes and we're just looking at each other with our big eyes, I wouldn't like it.
Okay, fair. That's not the reason I
You know what
wouldn't
I
fuck
mean?
Steve Buscemi, but that's a good reason.
What's your reason? You have a better reason?
Because he looks like a big prune, like a testicle. Like his face looks like a big wrinkly. Yeah.
Well, look at him when he's younger.
He's younger. He just still looks like it. He looks like a character from Big Mouth, like turned into real life.
He does, kind of. He does. Yeah. I prefer a bigger nose. So the fact that he has like a little like Whoville nose, it's like, I don't know, man.
That's why she moved to LA,
I don't wanna
guys,
make-
for all the Jews. All right.
Does LA have an unusually large Jewish population?
Who do you think runs Hollywood?
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Sorry that you're not part of the. Wait, you actually are part of the movie industry, but not as big as all the Jews.
Yeah.
are.
Yeah, my bad. My bad.
Real quick, someone sent me. Oh yeah, this is Lady Gaga. One of my dedicated chatters said, "Hot take: do what Stonewall leagues do, which is make a dedicated women, trans, and intersex league. Isn't that what a women's league already is? They allow all three of those things, right?
Yeah.
Am I missing something?
I would say yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's like
I think that's literally already what they do, because like the majority of fucking, again, cis female athletes are intersex.
Yeah.
They are. And most athletes are biologically on some level kind of weird. That's
Yeah,
what makes
like-
them exceptional.
Well, the problem with this is I don't like this argument. I think this is fallacious. They bring up Michael Phelps and they're like, look, this guy's got this huge wingspan and this is how he got all these like gold medals is because he's just this freak. A freak with this huge lats. And it's like, okay, but this doesn't mean that the difference between Michael Phelps and the next fastest Olympic swimmer is the same as the difference between the category of men and the category of women. Because like they were trying to point out in the debate, it's like, look, the reason we segregated these is because we wanted to give women a chance. Because if it was co-ed, like they're like the top at every level are not going to be women. It could
because
be
it is.
because
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say like this is luckily this is only for like the top level of the top sports. So like yeah, if we're talking NBA, yeah, but if we're talking like high school like tennis, it's not. I don't think it's that big of a disparity unless they're really fucking good. So who gives a shit? And that's what the majority is. Like most trans women are not Olympic athletes. Most trans women are not fucking like NBA players. They're kids in school. They're people wanted to play like at the intramural social soccer team or whatever. Like. That's what's so stupid about it is like, yeah, why make a federal top-down policy about that?
Like that's ridiculous. I've met very few trans women that want to do sports. Like that's why I'm like,
yeah, and trans women are pillow princess divas. True, they're all lazy.
that is not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. I have met one trans girl that was interested in sports. And she currently just started estrogen, and she says that it's like decaying her muscles like crazy, and it's like she's like semi-happy about it, but she's also like, my gains. I worked so hard for these, and they're all disappearing. Fuck.
That sounds like such a self-inflicted problem. Like, oh, I worked out, and now I'm taking the anti-muscle drug. Oh no,
now I'm
all my
taking
muscle.
the drug that kills muscles. It's crazy though what hormones, dude. When I was on T,
do you have any left over you can share?
I had 3 bottles. It would just give you titties, though. I don't think you understand that it would just give you like booby breastises because it would just convert to estrogen.
Wait, what? It converts to estrogen?
If you take too much testosterone and you're like a cis man, it'll just go like full circle convert to estrogen. Like you shouldn't take it.
Is that why people? Oh, is that what gyno is? Like when these bodybuilders have these like kind of like big floppy nipples?
Yeah, like the steroids, it's because they take too many and then it converts to estrogen. So it's not going to be like a,
But you're saying is if I do it correctly, I'll get big and awesome.
I mean, you'd have to get your T levels tested. And if you have a normal level of testosterone, you should not do it.
I did do that. And it turns out I do have very normal levels of T. If not actually too high, they were like, you need to do this test again. We think we did it wrong. And I'm like, I'm not that testosterone-y. It's not like leaking out of my ears or anything, but I don't know. Apparently, that's what the blood test said. So you have to take
Well,
an
how's your
estrogen blocker
hairline?
as well. Perfect. I mean, I haven't had receding. Well, it looks receding now that I have these bangs, but it's never
Yeah.
receded in my whole life. And my dad still has all his hair, so I'm hoping I didn't get the Latino genes. We'll see. Otherwise, I'm gonna go bald and deported at 65. So
That's what. See, that's why I stopped. Part of why. Well, because I stopped being able to feel love, which is uncommon, but can happen. And I was
then
like,
you
oh my
were
god,
so close
I
to
can't
being
love.
a man. You were so close to being a man.
I was like, oh, if this is what manhood is for me, I don't want it. I don't like feel love for my friends or family anymore. I'm just kind of like, If
Whatever,
you died, I'd
bro.
be like, whatever
I just
about
wanna
it.
play
Like,
video games and fart.
yeah, no, that's all I wanted, dude. It was weird. But then like my brother, his hairline is so bad, and my hair started to like felt it thinning,
Wait.
and I was like, I'm not gonna be bald. I can't be bald.
Are we saying
I can't be fucking
you
bald.
got reverse gender dysphoria from another person, your own sibling?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
This is why I'm an e-girl today. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nicholas. Sorry about your hairline, dude, but goddamn.
Yeah. Damn. Well, everyone is
Yeah.
telling me it is inherited from the mom, and I think my mom has a good hairline too. My mom's very beautiful. And
What about her brother? Does she have a brother?
Unfortunately, we're not friends.
Is he
so,
bald?
He's overweight and an asshole, but I don't know if he's bald. So, yeah, he's part of a Buddhist cult. I don't know if I should be saying this live. Whatever. Anyway,
Well, you
yeah.
told me about this.
Yeah,
but he's
but
not bald.
I didn't tell
so
my
you're
chat
safe
about
then.
this. Yeah, I'm safe.
Oh.
Ryan Getty says you have to take an estrogen blocker with your TRT. I don't know if did you try that because that would have gotten rid of the titties.
For me?
Well, no, just like have you heard? I guess yeah, you wouldn't have had to try it. You were trying to. Well, no, yeah.
Well,
How do
the
you know
boobs
you're
would have disappeared. They did start because the fat in your body starts going to your stomach rather than like for if you have an estrogen heavy, hormone whatever balance. Your fat goes to your thighs, your butt, and your boobies, and a little bit to your stomach. And if you're testosterone heavy, it goes to your abdomen. So what happens is that all the fat starts leaving your ass and your titties and goes to your stomach. Deeply unflattering. So if I were to go back to trying to be a dude again, I would have to get so jacked it would be insane because I'm not gonna be like a little.
Well, do I have a
chunky
video coming
5'6"
up for you
bald
if
dude.
you trans again?
Oh no!
All right? I'll get you
no!
jacked. Charlie's gonna be shredded.
I got really buff. I didn't. I
Because
barely
you were
worked out.
cheating. All right.
I
You were
was
taking steroids.
cheating. I was cheating. And I got a little bit.
I'll wait till I'm
rocks.
40 and then I'll do the Joe Rogan. I'll get the HGH belly. I'll become more aggressive and right wing and I'll make monkey noises all the time. But I can.
Is that what he does?
Yeah, he's always making monkey noises. He's got he's got his big inflated HGH stomach, right? He's like what's his name? RFK Jr.
Let me Google Joe Rogan shirtless.
Oh no, you shouldn't do that. Buff maxing stream one. I'm not gonna stream it, Peter, but I'm making a workout video either in June or it depends on when my Curtis Yarvin video comes out. But I gotta looks max for VidCon, guys. I gotta make sure everyone knows how awesome I am. So
that's what people do. That's what people do before the cons. They
starve
TwitchCon,
themselves.
everyone works out really, really fucking hard. And yeah, starves themselves. I like to do the opposite. I try to look as bad as possible.
Whoa. Why?
As a threat. You know what I mean?
Why?
I don't actually. I'm kidding. I try to.
That's the second lie on stream, Charlie.
I was trying to be. I
One
know.
more and we're not
Okay,
friends
what was the
anymore.
first lie? What was the first lie?
Okay, that was my first lie. So that you already had lied. So now we're even.
Oh, hey. Now we're
Um,
even. Okay, so trans women in sports.
Yeah, we both agree it's an
Case by
unfortunate
case
situation. It should be
situation.
case by case. I trust the institutions to make it. I don't want a federal top-down policy. And I think that's what Ro Khanna said in that clip we watched, where he was like, do you want the federal government making a sweeping law based on this to just control every single one of these people? And he made such a good point that Dave Rubin was like, oh, you're right. I guess I don't like that. I do like states' rights. And, this is Dave Rubin, who's like a total fucking grifter who accepts Russian money. So if you can get him to say that's a good point, I think, guys, if you're ever arguing with your anti-trans people, just say, look, I just don't think it should be federal policy and that the people who understand the sport should define what's fair. I think that's such a winning argument, but we'll see. we'll see if the trans people can get what they deserve, which is happiness and longevity and inclusive society, which is not common nowadays, unfortunately.
No, it's not. But also, do you care about sports? Are you a sports person?
I saw Halo, I think, said this. He's like, I'm trans, but I don't care, or she, whoever. And I'm like, yeah, base. That's like, who gives a fuck about sports? Sports are dumb. All right, like.
I feel like our society overvalues sports, and I can't really figure out why. Like, what about it? It's something that so escapes my understanding that I can't really wrap my head around it. Why?
Have you ever been to like a sports game with live, like, invigorated audiences?
Yes, I've actually been to a lot of them because my dad loves sports, and so I've been to multiple Raiders games. Horrible. I've been to multiple Red Sox games. I've been to multiple Celtics games. I've been to multiple Bruins games. My dad's from Boston, and then randomly got into the Raiders. I don't know why.
Okay,
hated
hold on.
it.
I have a better energy analogy. When you LARP, because you're a LARPer, right? Have you ever done like drinking songs in the bar?
Yes.
Okay, like that, or like sea shanties, and this like collective energy. And when you're in sports arenas in Europe, it's like that. Where like I don't give a shit about who wins, and some people do, but I don't. But even then, I'm just so like, wow, love this energy. Like we want to sing the songs and beat the drum. Like there is, I think, a social interaction there that I could say that's cool. But caring about who wins, having a favorite team, especially when it's like, well, my city bought them, so they're my favorite team now. That is, I think, very cringe. I think
it's also weird that a city can buy them.
Yeah, or the city could lose them. Like, so Oakland has lost all of their teams for being so
lost
poor.
the Oakland Raiders. Yeah. That's just hilarious. But also, like, why? I hate that, like, cities will. I know it's because it brings in money.
Yeah.
Because people pay to go see it. But I hate when they allocate resources to sports. I'm like, this is so unnecessary.
Well,
what about the arts?
It should be both, but the thing is, it's because if it didn't bring in money, I would agree. And sometimes they do like sink money into it and it doesn't bring it back. But if you look at like the schools who are like, hey, here's this $2 million stadium, and meanwhile I've got this like math textbook that's falling apart at the seams. I get it because it's like, well, now we're making the money back, and then we can not
spend it on like important things, but they don't.
The dean's salary in a parking garage. Yeah, that's fair. But that's not the sport's fault, and the sports does bring in money.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah, but I really don't like sports. I hate when people yell about them. I hate how invested they get. I can't even like watch other people play video games unless they're entertaining me. Like the way someone plays a game is never going to be like, oh, that's so cool, unless it's a speed run. So I think speed runs are kind of cool. So if there was like a sports player who was like 100,000 times better than every other sport player, I'd watch that, because like that's what they should do. They should have one normal guy or 100 normal guys versus like one professional. I'd watch that,
so that we see how crazy the because when it's a bunch of like really good guys, then it's like, well, I don't care. You know what sport I got excited over? Only because it was the guy for Olympics gymnast stuff, men's gymnast stuff. His name was Steven, and the only thing he does is like the pommel horse, and he's like stupid good at it. And so everyone was just like screaming, and he looks like a total dork. Like the dude is just like this like jacked guy, but he looks like a dweeb. He looks like Superman kind of. And he just got on there and then like won like the gold for the US just from his stupid little pommel horse. Like ridiculous. And everyone was freaking the fuck out. And I was like, wait, this rocks.
It is kind of funny to watch, yeah. Have you seen Jim Cotta, I think it's called? Or it's the movie where someone tries to weaponize the pommel horse, and it's a guy. Let me see if it's called Jim Cotta. But yeah, no, this movie's hilarious. Like Jim, oh my god. Pentuple is using AI to clip our last debate. I think chat was right. I think that ChatGPT wrote his intro and outro, or at least edited it. It's so frustrating, like the way he sounds. But no, Jim Cotta is a gymnast who like fights ninjas with a pommel horse.
With a what the fuck?
Yeah, I would highly recommend that movie. How do you use it?
Sounds fun. How
you
do
just put in your outline and you're like, write me an intro that like
no. How do you do a ChatGPT to clip? I don't use AI ever.
Oh, I'm sure he's got like an automatic AI reviews his thing and then says, picks out the thingy thing of what's the most important thing.
I would use AI for that, frankly. I would use AI for that, but I don't use AI at all at the moment.
The problem is he uses it and like it's automated, so like you'll just get these random non like relevant or interesting clips, and it's like the caption is like Pentuple destroys this person's point about this, and it's just this like very mundane, inane clip about nothing. And then there's like 16 of them, and like yeah, it's slop. But the new Google model is out. I think the VO3 or whatever. That one's
Did you see those videos and hear them? I didn't. They still sounded weird.
It's off, but
dude, I'm
we're
fucking
close.
scared.
Yeah, it's like we're about a year away from like my grandpa being like, "Did you see Joe Biden shot Donald Trump?" And I'll be like, "Grandpa, Joe Biden's been dead for 8 months." And he's like, "No, I just saw it on Facebook." And yeah, it's
Are we
not
gonna
be
lose
good.
our jobs?
No, because we're creative and funny.
No, I know, but like, what about someone who's creative and funny, but they look weird in a way that people don't find interesting? And so then they use AI to create. Because also, I think your voice matters when you're a content creator. Like the sound of your voice and the way that you look. You don't have to be hot, and you don't have to sound good. You just have to sound in a way that makes people's brains go, "I'm gonna listen." Like what? I don't know, dude. I'm freaked out by it. I feel like. We're close.
Well, isn't it great that we're like, oh, cool, the thing that's supposed to replace all the mundane, terrible jobs, let's use it to replace art first. Like, that's the first thing everyone's
art
going
first,
for.
That's the most important thing, is to make,
Thank you, King
art
Pies.
by robots so that we can do the important tasks like work at McDonald's.
Yeah. Well,
and
to
the
be fair, they
dishes
are
and
replacing
laundry.
those people already. The
Oh,
McDonald's
they
people.
are, yeah, with robots.
But I'm fine with
Okay,
that.
so-
You know, I want us to live in a world where we've replaced all the hard jobs with robots, and then everyone gets universal basic income, and it's like, go fucking find purpose in life. You know, go make art, go stream.
Go do something cool.
Yeah.
We're never gonna get that.
No, we're not. Well, okay. Have you heard of the way it works in France, where they just have like stipends for artists?
No, but that sounds so nice.
Yeah, like it's like essentially like welfare for like people that they're like, yeah, you're not going to contribute economically. However, we recognize the importance of your contribution culturally. So here's some money. Here's your, you don't live like this luxurious life, but like you're able to be, a musician, an artist, like I don't know, a painter or something. Like this is really cool. I think we should have that. It's very French, like pay you to be lazy.
That is so French. God, I need to get to France.
Yeah.
Some fucking way, somehow.
Well, I mean, you're surviving.
I'm not
going
to get to France.
Yeah.
Surviving, yeah, but like, could be doing better. Nah, probably LA is probably the best place for me, I think, at the moment.
Yeah. I think you've capitalized on your profession really well. Guys, where should I move? I can move anywhere now. Should I move to Vancouver? Should I be in JJ's YouTuber posse? Should that be a thing? Should I let him indoctrinate me into his YouTuber house? What are your thoughts?
I think Canada would probably be, frankly, the best choice. Because you have essentially 3 choices right now. You could do Canada YouTube. You could go to Los Angeles, or you could go to Austin.
Why are those?
Those are your choices.
Isn't Miami a hotspot right now?
But it's in fucking Florida.
So, got to make it blue again.
Yeah, but like it's gonna be underwater soon, so I don't know, man.
Well, I'm not gonna buy a house there. I'm gonna stream there and then move when I have to.
Yeah, but you could be under the water.
I could swim. Totally, all right.
Okay. All right.
Ryan Getty. Ryan Getty. So he's another creator who I'll be meeting at VidCon. Actually, yeah, if you come to our Airbnb, you'll meet him. But he said he wants to move to JJ's compound too. So I agree. Yeah, Ryan, we have to form our little JJ posse because JJ is jealous of the JREG posse, and they live in Ontario. And it's like we gotta make it even. All right, we gotta even out. America has to come in and save the Canadians once again from the postmodern Zoomers. Which JJ? Not the black one from the panel yesterday. JJ, the Canadian one from Canada. All the Canadians I know hate JJ. What?
Why?
I love JJ. You hate JJ Cadnaz? No. Guys,
I don't even know anything about this man, but he seems nice.
He's so nice. Yeah, he makes culture videos. He's very informative. He was the guy, guys. He's the guy who helped me get my Matt Walsh video demonetized. All right, he's a sweetheart. He's helped me out so much. I even got a gift for him for VidCon. I've got this little wrapped present. All right, don't tell him that I have this for him, but he's gonna get this. We love JJ here, so. I'm sure it's because he's like a conservative in Canada, so it's like, oh, he's slightly right, which is like still not Republican, not even close, but I think that's why people don't like him. And I think some of the lefty Canadian streamers aren't a big fan, like the Surfs or thought slime. I want to
So
say?
he would be a leftist in America, essentially. Is that
No, he
how
would be a neolib in America. He would be like a
neolib?
like if you watch any podcast he's been on, I think the one where he like absolutely had the most
Mhm.
agreement with was with Destiny, where like they just neolibbed out about like the status quo for like not about sex pest stuff. You don't have to make that face.
Oh, I know. I was just like, oh, Destiny. Oh, that's I can tolerate a neolib. That's fine.
Yeah. Well,
You
just for
know-
the record, guys, Charlie's a Marxist, a dirty commie, so you know.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. And
And
what of it? And what of it?
And
I'm very tolerant. I'm not like pissy about other people's views. I'll hang out. No, I'm not a fucking tanky. Holy
yeah, did
shit,
the
I'm not a
Holodomor happen?
tanky.
Yes or no?
The what?
Yeah, that's what I thought. She's denying it.
The Holodomor?
Is that from Lord of the Rings?
What is that? That's all I know. All I know is Lord of the Rings.
It's like our Holodomor, Holodomor, and it is like essentially the some say the
One of the
plan.
pilgrims?
I don't know if I'd use that word, but it's like the plan to like starvation, or at least the like mismanagement. In the same way, like actually, I don't want to know if I'm gonna sound really out of touch here. I know like Mao ended up killing so many of his citizens, and people say that it's like because of mismanagement, not like, oh yes, I intentionally killed millions of people. It seemed to be like one of those where it was this like either intentional or non-intentional starvation. I'd have to look it up. I don't want to deny or
okay.
promote a genocide on stream right now. I really don't remember. But I all I know is Tankies like vehemently deny that it was like an on purpose killing. But maybe
No, I think that, Stalin and Mao absolutely did starve and
stuff?
kill lots of people. I'm not no. I mean, not that kind of orc. I've told you I think I've told you my thoughts on
Well, defend yourself in chat. You've got 2 minutes to tell them why you're not a crazy tanky, and then I have to hop into the Progressive Victory Discord.
Oh, I have to go dress up like a horror fairy.
Yeah, maybe. Do you need more than 5 minutes
for my
that?
job?
Yeah, should I
No.
leave you? You don't?
No, I got this.
That's true. It's easier to become a whore than to become modest. It's faster.
It is actually. You just
take off
your
clothes.
off.
Yeah.
So I think that human beings do best in smaller societies. I think the larger societies, we tend to do harm to each other because we are able to dehumanize each other, because we aren't able to interact and see each other and really have like a sense of community. So I think that communism works really, really well in small communities, and I think that human beings should live in small communities rather than big, gigantic states that allow us to hurt each other. So that's kind of my thoughts. That's how it is. No, I'm not anti-state. I'm not anti. Just like let's do like small ones.
So you're saying cities shouldn't exist?
No, we can have a city, but like you know, like just go to anarcho-socialist. You're not a Marxist-Lenin. I didn't say I was a Marxist-Leninist. I just said Marxist. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I just agree with Marx's analysis of the.
I trust Ryan's history. He says you're ancient Greek Polis pilled, so I'm gonna start calling you that instead of Marxist.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Listen. I read the Communist Manifesto. I read big chunks of fucking Das Kapital, and I said, yeah, man. Yeah, this is good. I agree. Which Marx doesn't really provide much of like infrastructure, I guess, or like a plan going forward for what we can do. He just says these things are wrong.
Yeah, a typical Marxist, knows how to critique, doesn't know how to build. Here we go.
Precisely. So that's where I'm at. I don't know how to fucking build.
And that's why
I don't
you're
know
taking
how
your clothes
we fix
off
things.
instead of putting them on. So have fun, guys. If you don't want to watch my Progressive Victory Q&A, go to twitch.com/enemycharlie and watch her be a horny pixie or whatever the fuck you guys are doing.
Horror fairy. It might not be
fairy.
on mine, but we'll see.
Okay.
Anyway,
Thank you very much for coming. Talk
Goodbye,
to you later.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, time to switch the Discord yet again to main stage. Let's see. Can I just hop in here? I think I am in it. I don't know how to... Let's see. Are they pulling me around? I'm in the audience. I don't know how they're going to pull me in. So hopefully I'll just pop this out and I can stream it. I'm not going on Twitch. Fair enough. Sor, when are we getting more dating streams? Hopefully never. It's hard enough for me to date, period, let alone date through streaming service. Like, not really gonna get to know someone over the internet, unfortunately. So Ryan Getty's in the audience. I see you, buddy. Soy, we need you on the button. What does that mean? Dating stream, it's just the two of us on call. What if we don't get along? Let's see. Add a source, add a window capture. So I missed the debate. Quick recap. Nothing particularly interesting was said. Everyone agreed that Biden should not be criminally charged. That was kind of the whole thing. Nothing else
Hello,
happened.
welcome.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me all right?
We have some content creator goodness.
Oh, okay. Never mind. He can't hear me.
It's coming soon. How is my audio? Oh wow, that's not capturing my audio. I should fix that. That's not good. Ah, here we go.
We can hear you though, Benjamin.
Oh, perfect. Hold on. Let me invite them up. Hey, I've invited you.
Let's see.
I see someone is called the soy pill, and it's definitely not me. That's interesting. I hope they recognize that I'm the official one.
Let's see.
If you click on your own name in Discord, it should be the top option.
Oh, do I have an invite
Check
somewhere?
their stream.
Oh, I just got it. Thank you so much. I did not see that. Hello.
Perfect. Okay. Hi. How you doing?
Good. Thank you so much for having me. Let me turn on my camera here. Just to make sure, I am allowed to be streaming this to a live audience, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. I was gonna have to ask forgiveness, unfortunately, because we are already live. So.
Okay. Yeah, I actually saw that. Let me know if you want me to turn off my camera, by the way.
Yeah, get your. This is my feature. No, go ahead. You're fine.
Okay. All right. So thank you so much for being here. I've been really excited. I wasn't familiar with you, so I've been watching your content all day, and you're actually like really sick.
Oh,
so,
thanks.
For the people who haven't, yeah, absolutely. For the people who haven't, can you please give a brief like intro for who you are and how you got into doing this?
Yeah, I'm the soy pill. I make video essays. I stream sometimes, and a lot of people seem to hate that because they're like, "Where are your good video essay videos in my feed? Get these streams out of here." I started back in 2020 during COVID. I'd been watching a lot of political YouTube, and I thought, I can do this. I have opinions. Why don't I share them? So for 4 years, I was making videos, got little traction, not much. And then I got algorithmed by George Soros in November of last year. And now my channel's blowing up. And now Progressive Victory reached out to me and lots of fun things are happening. So essentially my shtick is trying to explain things to Republicans, but I also like dunking on them. So it's a little bit of column A, column B. And I'm just hoping that working with PV, I can make some actual real change too, other than just internet points.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think you find the most interesting potentially about being able to work with an org like PV?
I think the thing that really reached out to me was I would watch, this space back in 2019, 2020, and I saw that you would work with like a Vosh or a Destiny community, and it wasn't like, hey, here's a fundraiser, which is good, or like, hey, talk about organizing. It was, hey, we are flying these people out and knocking doors and changing votes in Georgia. And I thought, wow, in the same way when I first heard Bernie Sanders, he was like the first person to say the things that I'd been thinking my whole life, and was like, why has no one said this? And then someone was finally saying it. It's like, hey, why is there not an organization that's like utilizing these like million-person communities? And then turns out you guys were. So I'm probably most excited to at some point actually go out and make like material effective voting change for Senate races, for presidential races. I think that's super, super cool.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, that's always been something that's attracted me to the idea of just bringing like terminally online people like me and being able to just like give us a community and also train us up to do some like real organizing.
Yeah, you guys should call it the Touch Grass Initiative. I think it would go really well.
I think we actually have.
Nice.
All right, so let's open this up to the audience. It usually takes about a couple minutes for it to go completely, for people to just start filtering in.
Sure.
But for anybody who's here, do you guys have any questions? just politics in general, or just about like the content creating space, or if you're a fan of the soy pill, or that, or if you just want to ask. Actually, that's a good question. While we give them a chance to ask her, why the soy pill?
So I don't know. It's just like a joke. This was like kind of big during like 2016 to 2020 era. The whole like, oh, the left wing is soy. They're all cucks. You know, the kind of co-opting that language and saying like, hey, you know, the red pill, the black pill, that's all bullshit. The soy pill is the way to go. I want people to be blue and left. And yeah, Neo should have stayed in the Matrix. I agree with Cypher. The steak is superior to the disgusting slop. So. Yeah, that's kind of where it came from. Oh, by the way, chat, yeah, you guys can join the Progressive Victory Discord and ask in-person questions as you so. Right, we're having voice chat here with the audience, or is it just text?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up people to ask.
Yeah,
their
so if you
questions
guys want to talk to me, go ahead and join the Progressive Victory Discord and stick around and help organize afterwards. Don't leave. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's progress.win/join, or they can just Google Progressive Victory. That works too.
Oh, it looks like do you need a phone number to join? I've got some European people here saying they don't have a US phone number. Is that the case?
You don't need a US phone number. You just need to put a phone number because there's like a security verification when you join. Because we have to keep out trolls. But
yeah,
if you just check I'm not from the US, it should work.
Okay. Yeah. Try again, Cadnaz. Find a number somewhere. Text your American friend and say, hey, help me out, buddy.
I cannot endorse this, but I can acknowledge it. Jenny Wolfenson, I believe you have a question, so I'm going to pull them up for a second. I guess they did not have a question.
I see their hand is still raised.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
The button was on I popped out my screen so I could like see it in its full detail, and it straight up was on the wrong screen.
Yep.
So I was like, why?
It was that for me too.
Question. Yeah. Question for Soy Pill.
Yeah.
Why is your hat, and where can I find one?
I did a cosplay with my ex or my girlfriend at the time, where I was dumb, goofy boy with spinny hat and a lollipop and the overalls. I think if you look at my community post, it's like down in like January, and she was like goth clown, like Art the Clown from Terrifier, and it was just a little funny little contrast. But then I started wearing it during streams, and I just like it acts as like a deterrent, like a magnet for insults from really stupid people who are like, you look like an idiot, you don't look like a man, and I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm wearing this to look cool. So it's just kind of stuck, and now it's kind of part of the brand. And where can you get one? I guess Amazon for like $5, but I should really make my own for the merch.
That would be pretty powerful, I think. And then you could have like little like patches on it and stuff that are unique to the brand.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the plan. But unfortunately, a lot of these drop shipping, Teespring people don't have spinny hats. It's not in high demand, so I have to find like a really exclusive warehouse somewhere, or just start making them myself from Etsy materials.
That would be kind of insane, but good luck to you in that endeavor.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Jenny.
I run away.
Oh. All right. Well, that was a bit fast on my part, but okay. Next question is from JWA's Debate, so I'm gonna pull them up if they would like.
This sounds like it's going to be contentious.
Yeah, that's true. All right, I've invited them.
Alrighty.
Oh shoot, I was not expecting to be let up here. I'm currently on the way to Florida right now, but first of all, jokingly, I assume you stole that quote from Gandhi, of course, in your bio. Right, and not always be like it is, but it do.
Yeah. No.
Secondly, what's your position on gender abolitionism or queer theories take on gender?
I don't know if would go so far as to abolish it completely. I have had a few debates where I think that gender roles in their capacity today are mostly harmful in that every good thing that you can take from a gender role, like, hey, men, be virtuous, hey, women, like, protect people and take care of the family. I think these things should be agendered. I think we should promote these behaviors in everyone. The only thing where I'm like not so far as to be a gender abolitionist is that I do think there is a little bit of like biological essentialism insofar as like people are maybe born with like a certain chemical balances, maybe certain hormones that might push them into certain behaviors. It's very ambiguous, but I just don't think you could totally get rid of it completely. Even today, it's like so ingrained in our society. But insofar as, hey, should we stop telling men they have to do this or they're not real men, and the same for women, 100%. I think all of the good things can be gender neutrally applied. So I would say I'm a diet gender abolitionist.
All right, yeah, no need to split hairs on that. I completely would consider that valid. Have a wonderful day, man.
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Kind of just following up on that a little bit. One of the things that I've sort of been that like I had a sort of an arc on going just sort of from just like the standard like lib position almost more towards like trans medicalism, more now towards gender abolitionism. Like one of the things that I've always wondered has always been around the idea of just like what is it actually that's happening for people at like a site and like a like in the brain chemistry that like pushes that like makes people feel like they're one gender or another gender. And I was curious, like with that more like sociological model of gender abolition, like how does it go? How do you like
yeah, like if
does
you
it
had someone like in a
rebuild in a
lab
sense?
that never saw another human being, like would they feel like a woman or a man in the same way that you or I would, who are participating in society? We have all these expectations, right? Like what is actually like are you saying like what's the chemical biological component that actually like determines that, or is there even one? Is that kind of what you're getting at? Yeah, I have no
that's
idea.
kind of what I was getting at.
I have no idea, but I think I live in San Francisco area, and I've met like every possible spectrum of trans person here, and like I have met people that are like, I transitioned because I look at the societally imposed aspect of what a woman is, like dresses and long hair and all this stuff that is not biological and essentialist, and that appealed to me. That is like why I wanted to become that. And I've met people that are like, no, like my body felt wrong. Like there was absolutely like something that did not match with my brain. And it wasn't necessarily, as far as they described it to me, this like societal thing. It was like, no, like I knew this from like the moment I could understand like what my body is. I think there's just so many ways that this can be encompassed. And I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter. Like if someone was just like, fuck it, I want to dress like a girl today, like whatever, like we're in the Bay Area. It's like, yeah, like you're not hurting anyone. You're having a good time. Everyone's getting along. Like, especially when the opposing side is like, hey, I want to eradicate these people as per their words. It really doesn't matter to me. Ultimately, I'm just like, let's just make sure these people are safe.
Yeah, for sure. Moving on to the next question. Thank you for answering mine.
Oh yeah, of course.
Ryan G.
Ooh, I know this guy.
Them.
Get Ryan in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker. No, he's not. He's a real nice guy.
Ooh, okay.
I fully endorse his channel.
Hello.
Hi. Oh, we haven't spoken in real life, have we? Yeah.
I know we've never actually talked before.
That's so strange.
But this is kind of funny. But I was curious, since your channel has obviously been really blowing up over the past several months. I was curious if you had a video that you made back before your channel started really blowing up that you wish that you could release now to a larger audience.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for the alley-oop question of, hey, why are you so good and can you be better? But second, I think I made a video on The Incredibles 2, and it's kind of a wider meta essay about video essays in general. No spoilers, but I've been wanting to make that like since I started watching YouTube. And it might not be as salient or hard hitting or as like aggressive as some of my other stuff, but it really was like one of my like, wow, I really cared about this, and it speaks more to the YouTube meta. And yeah, it's probably one of my worst performing ones. It's not political, but I really like it. But yeah, thanks for that question. You should ask a better question. You don't have to be so nice to me,
I was
Ryan.
curious.
I thought
I
you were
was
going to
curious.
ask, what's that one video where you promoted my channel, and where can everyone find it? Because
Oh yeah,
I
no,
did
everyone
indeed do
should
that.
definitely go watch that one. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely.
Unironically, though, everyone should go subscribe to Ryan Getty. Smart guy. We like him. We love Ryan, don't we, folks? And I'm going to see you in VidCon in 3 weeks, right?
That's right. Yeah,
I'm
we're gonna hang out
excited.
in person.
Yeah.
We're gonna slam back some brewskis at the VidCon party.
Me and JJ are staying sober the whole time. I promised him.
Oh really?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Well,
not drinkers. We're not smokers. We're boring. We're just going to talk. So sorry,
Okay.
you're going to have to get drunk.
Yep.
Without us.
I guess so. Okay.
All right. See you soon, man. Good to hear from you.
Thank you for coming on. Moving on to the next question, a little bit of a lighter one. What's your favorite episode of SpongeBob?
Favorite? Ooh. I think the one probably where Squidward goes to the future and everything's chrome and he like has a meltdown. That's probably my favorite one. But like seasons 1 and 2, everything up to the first SpongeBob movie are just like everything's classic. I quote it all the time. I was actually like having like a SpongeBob quote off this morning. So like yeah, it's all great, and the movie is fantastic. I used to watch that movie like back to back. Hilarious. So, but yeah, if I had to pick one, that's the one that's stuck in my brain, the Chrome episode.
All right. Moving on to the next question, we have the Hoozards.
Oh, this is someone in my
inviting them up
chat.
to
I
speak.
know them.
Oh, nice.
This is
Welcome.
cool. We love this. Is there a link I can give people that I can post in the description?
Yes, let me grab for you.
Yeah, I don't know if you can
Oh,
DM that
that's
to me.
why.
Hello.
Roman, I am at work.
Are you in a clean room right now? You are in a clean room right now.
Hold on.
Oh, look at that face. A shame to cover it up in a bunny
right.
suit.
Well, I have to bring it out to talk. Anyway, I will shut off the camera, but I got 2 mini questions for you. One's a joke question, one's serious.
Okay.
Joke question. Do you think The Incredibles 2, Rise of the Underminer would have made a better movie than the
That's
true
not a joke
Incredibles
question.
2?
Not a joke question. This is a very good question. And yes, that story is amazing. That was one of my favorite games as a kid. And it's co-op, which is like, why don't we have more co-op games? No, that would have been a far superior Incredibles 2 film. Absolutely. Without a doubt.
Perfect. And then I got my second serious question. For God's sake, why am I blanking on it? The true question is, when it comes to video streaming, like, how did you get into it? Well, I know with the equipment, was it like a whether you like laid off? Was it after NDA things that you?
Yeah. No, I got you.
Let's just say, was this before or after your NDA?
Nothing to do with the NDA with SpaceX, if that's what you're talking about. I worked for SpaceX back in 2016. But when my channel started blowing up, and I realized there was like at least a dedicated like a few dozen, if not more, people that like look at a post that I post, I was like, oh, like I've always wanted to try live streaming. I like these debate stages. It's not like my preferred medium, but I like communicating. I guess I'm an extrovert. So I was like, why not set up a stream? So I set up that first stream in December, and this is when I still had another job. So it's just because I have a camera, a fiber optic internet connection that is able to handle streaming, and then just the program OBS and a mic. It's like, damn, you got those 4 things. Now people will listen to you. And you don't even need all those 4 things. I've seen people with much shittier setups that still do amazing jobs of talking to people. But yeah, I was just like, damn, I want to set this up and see if I like it. I did I think a 9-hour stream on Christmas Eve, and I was like, that was awesome. Now I have to go hang out with people in real life. I want to stay here. So yeah, I've always wanted to be paid and have fun engaging with the audience. This is part of my, like, I'm so happy now I get to talk to you or anyone else that used to just be a text on a screen, right? Like it's kind of weird when I see these famous people's chats and it's like 20,000 messages a second. I'm like, it's lost. There's a little distance, a little cold. And I just want to be able to engage with the people who are allowed me to eventually quit my job and do this full time. Like I owe everything to you guys. And then if I can't interact back, it seems kind of, I don't know, not just parasocial, but almost like parasitic. Like I'm like, thanks for the Patreon money and I'll get out of here, you dirty chatter. Like, no, like I want to be able to interact. So that's why I try to do streams. Because by the way, guys, streams other than super chats, which I do appreciate, they don't really make me a lot of money. I do it because I like interacting. So.
Thank you. And I got a final thing for Benjamin, my good friend. Good news is that in Pennsylvania, my home state, with Philly specifically, we just successfully elected or continue to elect our progressive DA, Krasner. So we just had our primary and local elections, and also we elected some, I'll say progressive-leaning Democrats. Not perfect, but they're better than nothing.
Based, yeah. Any improvement is awesome.
Anyway, I will be on my way out because I have to get back to work.
Have fun. Don't spill chemicals.
I won't.
Great, thank you.
Did you send me the link? Okay, yeah, okay. I'm gonna share this in the chat.
I did DM it to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's actually funny you mentioned that because I started out as a chat shit poster for Vosh. So I have almost like the inverse story, where I was just shit posted my way into infamy, and then now it's sort of like here, and I also get to enjoy it because there's a lot of people who come in who know me, and they come in just to hang out with me sometimes.
That's awesome.
And it's always been really interesting to see how that relationship started developing, and also entering into a situation where you kind of, as like an terminally online person, you get to start to socialize in a really different kind of way for maybe the first time. So
I've been
very
told,
interesting mirrored dynamic.
I've been told this is a broken link. This like /volunteer. Is there maybe a better one?
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Or maybe these people all have terrible browsers or ad block and it's messing it up, but hello.
That's odd, but yes, I can get you a different one. Yes, Antifa had the next question. I'll figure that out.
Antifa, that's a name. We love it.
Thank you. Thank you. Part of the brand. Quick question for you. It seems like you're a very genuine person, and I would like to know, like, what social issue are you most passionate about right now? I know there's so many things going on in the world to be worried about, but what's like one thing in the back of your mind that just kind of sticks with you, like, this really could be done better. Like maybe there's a way I could phrase this to get people to kind of come around to this idea.
Yeah. Man, I don't know if I could pick just one. I mean, my single issue voting thing, which I'm like, I always say this, I'm like, if a Republican decided to be like radical climate change, I would vote for a Republican because I think that's like the thing of our time. But like that would be to ignore all of the like anti-immigrant stuff, all the anti-trans stuff. Like, so it's hard to pick that as like my only passionate one. But I will say this, the reason I quit my job in February, I was a software engineer making much more money than I made now. And I was working on a computer and I was just like, I can't stop thinking about people are being lied to, and my friends and family in the government are being fired for no fucking reason. My friends who have illegal family, their family might get deported for completely unjust reasons, and my trans people in my life are unable to get passports and unable to travel. And I'm just thinking about like how we are like in some sort of Weimar moment right now. So really, my most passionate thing is, I guess, if you wanted to umbrella all three of those things or all of these things, is I want to get people out of their information bubble on the right, because I just think it's objectively incorrect. I can like, there's some things where it's like, okay, like maybe you have a different opinion on abortion and when a human life begins. I can't argue you out of that. But if you're saying me, like, oh, every illegal immigrant is this crime-ridden crazy person, like if I can just show you that that's not true, then you'll come over to my side. Like that's my most important issue, is how do we make these people have a little more information? And I don't know how you do it, but I'm trying. So yeah, stopping the Trump admin, I guess. But if that's a lazy answer, I'm sorry.
No, not at all. I mean, it's really hard to separate it one from the other when they're all tied into the goal of wanting to maximize human well-being overall. So I completely understand that kind of being a blurry line, and I try to make it black and white when it's really not.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your answer. I
Yeah,
really
that's a really
appreciate
great
your
question. Thank
insight.
you.
And you got a new follower, so appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Antifa. Moving
that,
on to the next question.
they're part of the community. I see. Yeah, like they were already in there.
They're
Like
yeah, Antifa's actually one of the directors for PV. They're the community relations director.
That's what I figured. Awesome. That's so cool.
Yeah. Moving on to the next question. What's your favorite Sonic game?
Oh, Adventure 2 Battle, obviously. Or if it's Adventure Battle 2. I don't know what the actual title is, but that's the one I grew up with on GameCube. That's got Live and Learn in it. It's got, Escape the City, all the best music, all the janky Sonic things that come with Sonic. Now, my hot take is that there's not a good Sonic game. They're all bad, but I enjoy that one the most, and it's good for me. But I don't think there's a single polished, functioning Sonic game in existence. Maybe Generations. But I love Adventure 2 Battle. I love the Chow Garden. That's the coolest thing in the world.
Awesome. Next question is from Gunga. So let's pull her up.
Gunga or Gunga? Is this a Naboo reference? Star Wars 1 reference?
That would be funnier, but it is Gunga.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm already set up for disappointment.
True. I think they had to head out, so I will just answer their question. They asked about the SpongeBob thing, so they want to know, why isn't your favorite episode the one where SpongeBob is locked inside and gets ripped open by a photorealistic guy in a gorilla costume? And when
that is a very good episode. That's okay, so what happened? Yeah, SpongeBob got locked inside, and they're like, "Oh, it's not dangerous out there, SpongeBob." And at the very end, a guy in a real life gorilla costume, beats him up or whatever. And it's like, oh, actually, outside was dangerous. It's a very funny episode. I do like that one a lot. I like the indoors song, but it's just not my favorite episode. It's not, it's good. Good choice.
Solid answer. Matt from North Carolina has the next question, so I'm going to pull them up next.
Did you? We're still having some linky. Oh, okay. I got your second link. I'll try this one. Guys, I'm spamming the second link in chat.
Okay. I know we've been updating the website, so if that doesn't work, I'm just going to roll back the entire website to a week ago.
Progressive Victory is a total mess. They don't know what they're doing. They're never going to win. Yeah, hopefully that one works. Spam that one, guys.
All right, inviting up Matt.
So did you say his name was Up Matt? Or you're inviting Matt up?
I'm inviting Matt up.
Okay, I was going to say that's a funny one. What's up, Matt? Not much. How about you? Hello?
Matt, you there?
I can kind of hear you. Nope.
Okay, well, that was Matt from North Carolina. Good thing they put their question in chat. What's the workout routine to get soy yoked?
So I don't want to spoil it because I am making a one and only ever workout video in the next 4 to 6 to 8 weeks. But the basic premise is I just do 2 exercises, push day, pull day, and every other day. So it's just like Monday push, Wednesday pull, Friday push, Sunday pull, and I just do that forever until I die. That's the basic thing, and I'll show all the details in the video, and hopefully you'll all get deliciously yoked. Except it's very male focused. So if women are looking for a non-male focused routine, I'm sorry, I won't be putting one out. I don't know how to look good as a woman yet. Maybe I'll figure it out.
All right. Next question is from Kiana. I'm going to read this one. What's your hottest derogatory take? De-influence yourself.
Hottest derogatory take.
That's a question.
That's not something I'd be scared to answer. I'm just not sure. Here's my I'm gonna ramble about something that may or may not get me canceled, or just say oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. On the topic of abortion, I don't think that any fetus before consciousness is really the same as a baby. Obviously, I always use the example look, you run into a room, it's burning, and there's a 1-year-old human child and 10 IFV infused things in petri dishes. Obviously, like utilitarian wise, this is 10 versus 1, but the baby is a baby, it's alive. However, I do think, like, to a degree, there are a lot of abortions that are had that are murder. I would consider them murder. I just don't care. I think it's fine. I would prefer that the woman have a bodily autonomy. The unfortunate extension of that logic is I bet you could probably talk me into justifying, like, killing a 1-year-old, which I probably don't want to live in a society where that happens. So I'd have to really lock that one down. But all it matters is my abortion stance is a bit silly. And that's something I should probably think out more. That's my more cancelable take.
Wow, thank you for the risk.
Hey, they asked. All right, I'm an open book.
Take. Yeah, no. Sometimes logical consistency isn't as important as the impact at the end of the day. So
yeah,
I'm throwing in my own question here. What's something you want to cover but haven't gotten the chance, or feel like it's too much for you to cover right now?
Nothing is too much for me. I can handle anything. However, what have I not covered? Pretty much everything, like, I'm trying to work on now. I don't know how I would say I'm a reactionary, but if something makes me angry, that makes the script the easiest to write. So Tim Pool goes up and calls something the Fine People hoax. That is the impetus for my current video I'm working on. I think that's, like, he's being an idiot. Progressive Victory, you guys have reached out to me with an idea about some tech oligarch guy. And I, like, that's awesome. Like, I really want to talk about that one. So, like, I'm literally using how much I want to talk about that one to motivate me to get through this current one, which is already something that pisses me off and makes me want to, put a video out. But there's nothing that, like, I want to cover but don't, or feel like I can't. If I want to cover it, I will immediately drop everything and just start talking about that. Although, I guess, to your question, I would say I wish I had more, like, of a media take space. Like, maybe I could make, like, a channel just based on that, but I don't want to have to manage that way. People can just get my media takes through chat in my normal streams. But I love movies, and I love talking about movies, so somehow I need to work that in.
Yeah, that's interesting. Speaking of media takes, we actually have a question on one from Brew.
Okay.
I'm inviting up now.
Let's do it.
1 second. Hold on.
Oh.
Damn it.
OBSing?
I'm OBSing it. Yes.
We see you.
Hello.
Hello.
Which question am I asking? Oh, yes. Star Trek or Star Wars?
Star Trek, easy. Star Trek has far superior quality content as a whole. Star Wars, I like Star Wars. Star Wars has 2.5 good movies and an Andor, and then everything else is dog water. And I enjoy the prequels, but those movies suck, guys. Sorry. So
Thank you.
Star Trek has
Thank
Next
you.
Generation, the original series, a good chunk of Voyager, Deep Space Nine, a couple of the
Hell
movies.
yes.
Star Trek
Do
4,
it.
Star Trek 2. Look, I grew up loving Star Wars. Star Trek is the superior show. Or the superior franchise insofar as it's got more good content. And also, Star Trek ships would kick Star Wars ships' asses if they had to go 1-on-1, like, obviously.
The Sovereign class is my favorite.
See, I'm not a big enough Star Trek nerd to know what that is. And maybe I do know, but Star Wars is, as Red Letter Media puts it, creatively bankrupt. There's, like, one family and everyone's related, and they always try to connect everything. And then just recently they had this crazy idea to get a writer for their show, and they made this show called Andor, and it's fucking fantastic. And it made me think, whoa, what if they did this for all of the shows? They won't, but what if they did? So everyone should go watch Andor, and then Then you got the best parts of Star Wars, a show that came out 40 to 50 years after the original film. But yeah, thank you for letting me rant about Star Wars and Star Trek.
Yeah, thanks, Brew. Me holding back the instinct to be completely triggered by that take, but all right. Next question is from Matt from New Jersey. Different Matt. Let's see where. There we go.
Yes.
Hello.
Wait, let me get my question back up. Here we go. Are you plugged into the New Jersey gubernatorial race? And if so, what's your favorite candidate?
I almost feel bad because I'm not, so I can't even answer the second part. But if you have another question, I could answer. I have no idea what's going on in the
Yeah.
New Jersey gubernatorial race.
Okay. Well, next question. Why is New Jersey the best state?
It's not. It's the armpit of America. There's actually like a line between New York and New Jersey where as soon as you cross it, you're like, oh God, where am I? And it's in New Jersey. And it's everyone is in like a wife beater and there's a big grease stain on the front of their shirt. And they're like, yeah, I'm freaking building a building over here. And then you go to New York and it's better. So yeah, New Jersey is not my favorite. I'm sorry you live
You
there.
lost a follower. I can't believe it. I can't believe this.
Hey, you can make it better, all right? I believe in you. Vote for the right governor and make your city. You know, actually, here's my actual unironic why I don't like New Jersey take. Why the hell do you have strip malls that you right turn out of onto a highway with no on-ramp? That is the most dangerous, insane thing in the world, and I hate that.
I don't go outside enough to know about that.
That's probably why you think New Jersey's good, because you've never been there.
Okay. Well,
Thank you for
Phoebe
letting me
has
hate
the
on your
most
state. I appreciate the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
It's funny. Matt has been talking about the New Jersey race for weeks. He bullied us into endorsing a candidate today. So
That's awesome. I love when people use their political bullying for online activism. That's good. That's great.
yeah, it's actually really cool. Next question is a follow-up from Jenny about your Sonic takes.
Okay. Hello again.
Gonna be honest, I fully did not expect you to like just invite me to the stage, but I'll take it. You mentioned earlier that like there are no good Sonic games. I think I want to like double check. When you say like no good Sonic games, are you including like your Sonic Manias type of game?
I think some of the newer ones, they've kind of fixed a lot of the problems, but I think the fundamental problem with Sonic in general is that you got to go fast, and yet you always don't go fast. You are like, oh, here's the fast fun section that you love, and now here's the part where you slowly kind of jump and meander through the bouncy part, or you go through the water. And I think it's just a self-defeating premise, whereas Mario is all about stomping on turtles and Goombas, and it's just a far superior franchise. So I do enjoy Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, especially the fun parts of it, like running away from the big truck, but it's cut in between all of these, I think, far inferior sections, and that's why Sonic is not a good franchise in general, plus all of the broken games. So even the ones that are fixed, it's just a broken concept in general. And this is as someone who grew up and loves the Sonic games. It's and the same with the prequels, where I'm like, these are dog shit movies. I can still enjoy them. I don't think you're a bad person for liking them. I just don't think there's a good Sonic, unfortunately.
Yeah, I haven't played a ton of Sonic myself. I have played like Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Mania because I was like, Sonic Adventure 2 was awful. Why do people like this game? And then I played Sonic Mania and was like, this is fun. Like, this isn't like outstanding, but I'm having a great time. I'm bipping and bopping to the music. It's good.
Yeah, music's amazing.
Yeah, honestly, that's like half of the reason why I think Sonic stuck around is because of fucking some of those tunes, man. They're pretty great.
Yeah, someone in my chat said this, and this is true. You like Sonic 2 because you played it when you were 8. That's very true. That's why. But there's some of this charm about the like bad voice acting that I still really love, like the Knuckles, like you hit him and he's like, oh no, or like the Eggman.
No,
what does he say? He's like when you hit him and he's like, oh no, I can't believe this. Like I fucking love that. It's so dumb, and he says it every time. Yeah, Yosh when he jumps. Like I don't know. There's a charm to them, and I really like it.
Yeah. Just because something is like I don't know the right word for this, but just because something is like a bad piece of media doesn't mean that it's like actually a bad piece of media.
Yeah.
Like people can enjoy things even if they're bad.
Exactly.
And that's pretty great. And Sonic is like the most of that. Sonic is like the most thing that is.
Yes, I agree. It's like it's not like quite The Room where it's so bad that you like enjoy it because it's bad. It's more of this is an incredibly flawed piece of media and I love it. You know, it's like your partner, right? You know, oh, I love my partner. You know, they've got their flaws, they're imperfect, but I don't need a perfect partner. It's about what they do that I love, and what I love is racing chows and evolving them in a weird genetic experiment.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for bringing me up to the stage again, so I
Yeah.
can say bullshit. Also, the gubernatorial thing for New Jersey is because that's the most recent PV initiative that you should help out with if you want.
Thank you very much for your question and for telling me
Yeah.
to do activism in New Jersey. Whatever says get rid of
Yeah.
the crappy
As scary as that
on-ramps,
is.
I will vote for that candidate.
All right. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Maybe I'll be back again. Who knows?
Yeah, depends on how many takes you have.
All right, next question. From Aussie. How do you feel knowing that the brown shirts are going to be coming for content creators first? And also, how poorly do you think they'll be dressed this time?
If this is a serious question, I think it's a little scary that they're going after like pundits and I mean the fact that Trump is calling out like musicians for talking against him is pretty wild. How do I feel about it though? Look, all I'm saying is I'm ready. All right, they can come, but they won't get very far. I'll say that. And it is funny, and if at least a silver lining that the people who are taking away my rights right now are incredibly cringe and soy. That's the silver lining. They dress like shit and they look stupid and they are terribly unfunny. But I think that unironically is how you win, is you humiliate these people who embody masculine, fascist, patriarchal figures. They kind of lose their vibe and they aren't quite so charismatic when you're making fun of them. So absolutely bully these people for all the cringe crap that they do.
Based. Fully believe in the just bully them strategy.
Mm-hmm.
The next question is from Antifa again. Let's pull them back up.
Hey, hey. All right.
Hello.
Oh yes, I remember now. What do you like to do for self-care?
It's funny, for years and years and years, I never did anything. And as of recently, other than working out, which makes me feel great, lotion before bed on the face. I don't know, like I've been feeling much more refreshed. Maybe like some eye mask, face masks I've done every once in a while. But unironically, I'm just trying to find a girlfriend with like a killer skincare routine that I can steal and start using all her products so that I don't have to think about it. But I do think that this is like a real concern of mine, that so many men are just told like, hey, if you put in any effort, you're gay. And that sucks because one, being gay is fine. But two, like, why should we cede all the good looks to gay men? All right, we should do it too. Straight men should look good. Damn it. So I really wish, there were more like self-care spa days for us straight men. And all the gay men in the Bay Area, please introduce me to your hairstylist, your spa treatment, your mani-pedi person, and your eyebrow guy.
Thank you so much. Today I found out that it is gay to take care of your skin.
Super gay.
Wow. That's pretty solid. Thank you. I
Thank you for the
appreciate it.
question. And hit me up with the skincare, assuming you look good, so.
I got you. I got you. Let's see.
I'm still getting some link concerns. Can I link directly to this stage? Is that a thing?
No, we don't have it. I have been actually redeploying the website, so.
Redeploying the website. Ooh, I'm getting the
Yep.
Friday night redeployment vibes from software engineering again. Push it to production on Friday.
Yeah. Yep, the engineering team is molding right now.
Okay. Bye, Peter. Thanks for sticking around.
Question from somebody. So people are joining, so that's the fun part.
Someone's coming.
Question from from a new person who just joined. Can beat up your dad.
Is that a question? Can
So, let's
may I beat up your dad? Oh no, that's their name.
That's their name, yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know this question. Great profile pic. The NFT monkey kissing like a lion.
Honestly, I wish it was an OC. The guy who made it kind of inspired me.
That's great.
But yeah, my question was, you said you liked media in general, right?
Yeah,
my question
I watch a lot of
was-
stuff.
Yeah. My question was, since it literally just came up because that activated me. I was questioning whether you liked media for the stories they tell, the messages, or just like characters in general, or a combination thereof.
Oh man, yeah, like definitely combination of all. I mean, I've watched a lot of things with really poor characters, but like the story is so intriguing that like I don't care. Like oh man, I want to say this is a Lars von Trier film. I forgot if it's called Deer Hunter. It's a very absurd, like no one in it acts like a human being, and it's a very strange film, but it's just so absurdly entertaining that, you know, just the story alone could propel that. Versus, you know, you get like a character movie like Marriage Story, where there's like, you know, there's a story, but there's not a lot of progression in the plot. It's just people yelling at each other, talking in rooms. Yeah, I don't tend to single anything out. Obviously, if you want to get very generic, anything that gives me an endorphin hit, I'm gonna watch. So if that's Transformers One, which is, you know, it's a stupid fucking movie, I love that movie. Okay, like I don't care what anyone says. Or if it's something really well written like Andor, both of those things have a place in my heart. So it depends on how quality I'm feeling that day, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Sorry, one more time.
But so no, I cut out. No, I was gonna say because I've been looking at writing stuff. I've taken a class recently, college, of just writing in general and how it's expressive stuff. And I also see a lot of the time these power scaling communities just absolutely disregard any author intent. And so that's kind of just what I've been thinking about lately. So thanks for that.
Yeah, and yeah, just so you know, no matter how good or bad your writing is, I will watch it. It sounds like, if that's the takeaway. So, but yes, it sounds like you have at least some intention with putting authorial intent into something, and so many people lack that now. So I'm hopeful for your media content. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Guys, I spammed yet another link from Antifa. I hope it works.
We'll have to get that looked at if it doesn't. Follow up on the New Jersey question. If New Jersey is the armpit, what is the head?
California, because we have all the brains.
Ooh, that's smooth.
That's why we're the 4th largest GDP in the world.
All right. Shots fired.
Yeah.
Next question from Tin.
Oh, is this Tinfoil? Tinfoil Freak?
Yes, it is. Hello.
Hey, thank you so much. I see all your support that you give me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. So my question is, how would you recommend progressives in red states to take and either support Democratic candidates or run for office themselves? Like,
See, that's a good question for not me, as someone who's not done either of those things. Obviously, like I try to spread messages and talk to the people around me, but it seems like more like a PV question where these are the people that are doing the grassroots organizing, and they're like, hey, how can we make a material change? Like, which of these districts are like at risk or like, you know, flippable? How can we you know, put people in this area, spend money on an ad, whatever that is. I have no idea how that's done insofar as like I've never done it, but it sounds like at the very least I can redirect people to people like PV or I don't remember the name of this place, but PV. You guys help organize this. Who was the I want to say the ginger woman on one of the last panels who was doing, it's called like Next Gen or something, and she was talking about like, hey, how to get involved, how to run for office, like we will train you to do this. She like was like very inspiring to me. So if you guys, I don't know, want to link that to me, maybe I can throw it in my chat. I think it seems like there's lots of resources out there. Unfortunately, I'm just not the expert on it.
Gotcha. Also, have you played Fallout New Vegas?
I have. I used to not like it as much as Fallout 3, but having replayed it as an adult, I think I like it a lot more now. And yeah, the DLCs are a shitload of fun, and I don't know. I had a really good time with it. I can see why it's so prevalent in the trans community. They have good taste in games.
It's like one of the longest lasting Fallout games, and I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Best game ever, in my opinion. Anyway, that's all for me. You have a great day now.
Yeah, thanks so much for your support again. I really appreciate it.
Right. Thanks. Next question, they didn't want to come up. What is your take, if you have one, on urbanism in North America?
Someone's gonna have to elaborate on what urbanism is, because I probably have heard of the ideology, but not under that name. But I do want to answer the question. The way of life character.
I think in general what they mean by what they mean is just like the way that the United States constructs its more new cities in the more suburb, urban sprawl, highway focused sort of style. car-centric design?
Oh, I hate it. It's awful. My favorite cities in the world are like Amsterdam or like anywhere in Europe where I can walk everywhere and has an amazing public transportation system. I resent how much we rely on cars. I resent how far away everything is and spread out everything is. I wish I could live in a place where I don't need to own a car. I don't like driving. It's dangerous. It kills 30 to 40,000 people a year. And yeah, one of my favorite cities in the world has 0 cars. So I think we should do everything that we can to shrink everything and make sure that people don't need to drive places and that everything is close and walkable. Whatever the crazy conspiracy theory about 15-minute cities, that sounds great to me. I want to eat the bugs. I want to live in the 15-minute city. I want to walk to the store and get ice cream and walk back to my apartment. It's great.
Yeah, 15-minute cities is one of those like right-wing buzzwords now where it's like it just sounds so scary and it's just so cool.
Yeah, it sounds awesome to me.
Yeah. Jawaz has another question. Let's bring them back up.
Hello.
Hi, welcome back, I guess. Sorry. I am, it's short for James with a Z, by the way, for the record. I just want to ask, who would win a fist fight between Bernie Sanders and Noam Chomsky?
Bernie Sanders is old and decrepit, but Noam Chomsky looks like if I touched him, he would crumble like a old book. So I would go with Bernie Sanders there, just based on just physical dexterity. Yeah, but I could beat them both up.
Fair enough. Take it easy, my man.
Good question. Thank you.
How do I...
Yeah, Noam Chomsky is based, but he does look like if you like flicked him, he would just wither into dust like papyrus that's been out for 1,000 years.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Like the scroll that they pick up out of the tomb and it just dissolves instantly.
Yeah. Next question is Iowa is the best. Why is Iowa the best state?
Because my presidential campaign has told me that I must say that in order to win Iowa. Otherwise, I don't know if Iowa's the best state. It's the only reason I've ever heard anyone praise Iowa, unfortunately.
True. That's actually really sad. I've made the argument that if Democrats didn't just leave for 4 years in between every presidential election, they'd probably have an actual really strong chance in Iowa.
You'd think. You'd think they'd figure that out, but...
Yeah. Next question is from Tomato Top.
That's a good name.
Hi, so my question is, if you could change any one thing in your state politics, what would it be?
Ooh, that's a good question. For every state, for specifically my state of California?
Your state, just your state.
I mean, this is probably like the boring, like everyone's been saying this answer, but I think if we got rid of all the crazy over... what's the Ezra Klein book that came out? Abundance. I think he does actually make a very good point about all of the zoning laws. I have seen the lack of housing being built over the past 20 years. It sucks. I want to be able to live here. Everyone lives in their nice little $1 trillion suburb mansion, and I wish there was just more places to live around here. I think the kind of weird conflicting regulations here do make it incredibly hard to build, and I would prefer that some of those were at least walked a little bit back, so that, I want skyscrapers. There's so much space in the Z direction that we just do not utilize, and I want to live in Mega City 1. I don't care what anyone says.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for your question. Oh, but just a bonus for you. I would also walk back all the dumb gun laws, like background checks or ammo. That's silly. I think we can not do that.
Yeah, that one's weird. Yeah, the ammo laws are weird. Like the mini capacity mag, like that's not like an expanded capacity mag. That's just a mag.
Yeah, it's a little silly. It sucks. I wish there were more gun reasonable Democrats, and by more I mean like more than 0, because I don't think any of them know like anything about guns, and it just takes one guy to go up there and be like, "Look, I understand why you want guns. I understand the problems with guns. Here's some legislation that won't make gun owners unhappy." And like you're just gonna win so many people that are single issue voters, I would think, but it never happens.
Yeah, I think Bill Burr actually had the perfect take on this. We're just gonna like, it's just gonna be a pilot's license. You can have machine guns, you can have an RPG, but it's just gonna be different layers of leveling. And to get the really spicy shit, you're just gonna need to have put like 40,000 hours into being the most responsible gun owner.
I'm totally for that, more licensing and training. And I think if you look at and this is part of like a selection bias because who actually gets a concealed carry license, but like those people are like the least likely to commit crime because one, they have to put in a ton of time to get one, but two, the training is very like explicit of, hey, you're only allowed to take this out in like the most vital situation. You can't just be waving this thing around or throwing it like up at Starbucks and make my coffee faster or whatever. You know, it's like very, very specific. And yeah, I wish like that was the stringent law to get kind of any firearm, but that's me.
Yeah. I wish that was more normal take. It would be nice. On to the next question. We have Sun.
Hey,
Hello.
thanks for having me up. I just wanted to ask, from the perspective of being a media personality, what your guiding philosophy for maintaining authenticity as a political commentator is in today's media landscape, which is driven by algorithms and spectacle.
Yeah. So I think there is a authenticity problem on the Democratic side, especially with like how self-censoring they are. I almost resent that you called me a media personality. No offense to you, just because like I never thought of myself as one. I guess I am now. It's weird, but like I guess all I did was just not change who I was before. And that's not to say to never change, but like I've always been like a very blunt person. I don't shy away from like edgy jokes if that's who I am. And, it doesn't mean you have to be edgy to be authentic, but I think it does resonate with a lot of people. And it's like, hey, like I'm not afraid to just say what I think. And if you guys want to fight me back on that, like fight back on me. But I'm not gonna like change what I say to appease someone or like. Though I think the most algorithmic thing I'll ever do is like my editor. My friend who edits my stuff, she'll be like, hey, maybe you should call it this in the YouTube title instead of this. People might click on it more. And I'm like, yeah, okay. But like, I'm not going to change like my opinion because it's not popular. And I think that really speaks to the authenticity. It's like one, like being wrong and being upfront about being wrong and just like being yourself, like joking around, like having a good time. Like if you can't do that, like you're going to lose a lot of people. And you watch these Democrats go on shows and like, they are clearly acting very differently than they otherwise would in like the 3-hour interviews, or they're like afraid to say something when they're backed in a corner. I think that really just hurts the authenticity thing. And I try to avoid that. I'm sure eventually, clip this next to when I eventually say something that like, I'm like, oh, I don't know what I'm supposed to say. But yeah, if you just be yourself, which a lot of people are just scared to do, I think it really speaks to a more appealing personality, I guess, but that's just me tooting my own horn. Who knows? Maybe other people are doing better. I'm not Mr. Beast, okay?
Right.
Well, yeah, thank you for the question. That's a good
Thank
one.
you. Yep, thank you for having me up. I'll be sure to ask more if I have any.
Yeah, of course.
All right, our next question. Actually, I have one. Who do you think the least authentic media personality on the left and right is, and who is the most authentic on the left and right?
Least and most on left and right. Okay, least on the left. Oh man. I gotta think of someone who's just like so obviously like not doing it. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a left-wing grifter. Are there any? I'm sure they are, but I can't. None come to mind. On the right wing, like I would think like a Benny Johnson, where it's like I truly don't believe you're saying or believe any of these things, or even if you do, that like you are so willing to like blatantly lie and contradict the thing you said yesterday just for the narrative. That seems pretty open and shut. Like you're the least authentic. Most authentic on the right. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a very authentic right-wing person who I'm like, I truly believe you believe what you're saying.
Yeah, it's
maybe
tough.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, unironically, like I think she truly is that insane. Like, I don't think she's like, yeah,
That
she'll
could
play
be.
up and she'll be, she'll propagandize for sure. She'll probably maybe even will lie or almost definitely lies. But I do think like she did believe in the Jewish space laser. She was a QAnoner, and like when she sees this stuff, I think she genuinely thinks it's happening. And right wing or sorry, left wing most genuine. Like AOC or Bernie, like, sometimes they'll play politics. I think, ironically, they were two of the people who were like, oh, Joe Biden stay in the race because they were, trying to capitulate and get some wins. But I do think they're really authentic, and they at least very much spoke to me. So despite any shortcomings that people might have with them, I think they're two of the more authentic people. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Next question is from another new join. Skirhia Cruden. I butchered that. I apologize.
It almost looks
What
like
are you up?
sriracha, but that might be my dyslexia. Oh yeah, it is Skirhia Cruden, I think it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Given that you're running for president, given Iowa, what's your platform?
My platform is a soylent in every hand and abortions for all mandatory.
Okay, really though, like which
Oh, you're saying
platform,
if I ran for president?
Yeah, like a little bit serious. Like, which positions do you think you would like target above others?
I mean, I'm probably very, very aligned with a lot of what Bernie does. He's actually to the left of me on healthcare. I don't think we should abolish private healthcare. I just think there should be a public option because I lived in Germany. It seemed to work out pretty well with the mixed system. But making sure everyone has their basic needs met, including healthcare, probably expanding the welfare state and upping taxes, whether that's a payroll tax a little bit, raising the Social Security tax or cap so that, everyone gets their payments out when they retire. Just kind of, trying to transform us as close as I can to a social democracy while still being tenable to most Americans. Probably some sort of gun rights advocacy that's also some manageable, licensing sort of thing. I'm just trying to imagine like pretty much any sock dem kind of basic platform is probably going to be something I agree with most of all, and then kind of dropping in little tidbits of some gun control here or maybe some like tax expansion here. But also radical climate change attacking, like we have to absolutely transform like our climate policy. So some sort of like insane green energy thing, which is why I like the Green New Deal, but maybe that wasn't even radical enough for me.
Okay, we've got next up we have Octavian.
Yeah, kind of sticking on the same line of the authentic people, as well as like a couple other questions. Like, what do you think is a news story that is hidden to the general public that was super positive in the past year that you think a lot of people missed? Like, let's say in this audience or just people around that they wouldn't know about, but is positive, not negative.
That was hidden. See, that's a hard one because it might have been hidden from me too. I don't think I'm immune to the media bubble. I'm trying to think. There's definitely one because like negativity does drive the news cycle for sure. And I'm trying to think of. I could have sworn there was like some positive things that were happening, maybe even under Biden. That like I think I guess this is a good one where it's like it's not hidden, but like the way that this is kind of overlooked and not really talked about. Where you look at like the CHIPS Act or you look at like some of these policies that I'm like I'm really happy that Biden expanded the child tax credit. I'm really happy that Biden, worked with these unions, even if he didn't go far enough. Like these are things that are like, okay, this is at least very good in the right direction, and I think we should be lauding and promoting him to go even further in some of these things. And no one really talks about it. Most people just criticize him for the things he did bad, and now we're just talking about Trump. And it sucks that positivity is not boosted by an algorithm. There's no feel-good news station. It's all negative most of the time. So I would say just pretty much anything positive that happens is going to either be at least a little overlooked, if not completely ignored. And that sucks. I wish positivity was better. But yeah, I hope that's satisfying.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
Cool. Thanks for the question.
It's 10. Do you want to keep going or do you want to?
Yeah, I can keep going. I have nowhere to be. I'm a total loser.
Oh wow, you're perfect for this community.
If they have questions, keep them coming.
Yeah, up again is the Hoosiers, Hussers.
Maybe out of the clean room now.
True.
Hello. Not quite, but I am at least. So I got an LGBT related question.
Everyone's gay. That's my answer. No, what's the question?
Well, no. It's so I noticed last year there was a trend where the FBI would do kind of these big hit pieces on objectively terrible people, but were LGBT nonetheless. I'm very grateful, especially now that it's kind of, especially with World Pride being in DC this year. Do you think that the Trump admin might, crack down on pride parades, especially with World Pride?
I think there is a non-zero chance that one, we're going to get Obergefell, right, is the gay marriage Supreme Court case overturned in the next
Yes.
3 years, and I think that there's a non-zero chance that unironically Trump comes out and says Pride is a sin. Pride Month is canceled. We can't dedicate a whole month to Pride when we should only be giving, a day to veterans. And we don't need parades for this. They're equal. In the same breath, taking away their right to marry. I think there is at least like a 5 to 10% chance of that happening, if not more. I'm actually very scared for that. So that's not to say don't go out to Pride because they're gonna tear gas you or drive like an anti-personnel tank up or anything like that. But I do think they're gonna start rolling back some LGBT protections, if not start demonizing these people a lot more. But I hope not. It's just my feeling. They're also talking about it. To be fair, they also are proposing laws to get rid of Obergefell, and also they talk about hating gay people all the time. But when I say just a feeling, I don't have strong evidence it's going to happen. It just seems like they're going to try.
All right, yeah, that was my main personal concern. I have I'm personally going to it with World Pride. Again, it's like it is. I've also heard, horror stories, not just because of ICE, but also just in general. I even had, and like, I'm not sure if this was immigration or if this was homophobia. Could be both. I had a friend of mine that was on a gay cruise this February. When he came back from the cruise, he was getting harassed by ICE, and he wasn't even, brown. He was white as me in this clean suit.
Wow. Yeah,
but it was.
And you think it's because it was a gay cruise? Like they're specifically trying to intimidate the LGBT boat community.
Exactly.
Yeah, that would not surprise me at all.
Anyway,
sorry.
I apologize. This is because I'm a gay man myself. It's a personal passion of mine, and I understand you are not only an amazing ally, but I was basically with you and Benjamin as well. Benjamin, you can chime in if my fear is unfounded, because I know our transfer allies are very much more in danger than I am. I can hide in the closet if I need to. My trans friends are going through much worse.
Yeah, that is, I guess, a saving grace. But regardless, we're gonna fight for both of the rights as hard as we can. Yeah, no, I will be on the front lines of the cultural civil war with my firearms. Gays, get behind me.
And Benjamin, if I can ask you, do you think my fears are a little unfounded with, again, World Pride? It's in DC. That's the big thing.
I don't know if it's fully unfounded. I know that it's a pretty crazy time. I think back a lot to the first Trump administration and thinking just like, oh yeah, this has to be coincidence. This has to just be stupidity. And then we get the book from somebody 4 years later is like, oh, okay, so it was deliberate, but also stupid. Got it.
Got it. Anyway, I will jump back out.
Well, thanks for coming in.
All right. Well,
appreciate
thank you.
the question. And just so you know, you didn't have to tell us you were gay. You're part of my audience, and all of them are gay. So.
Yeah. We have Sun again with two questions, I think.
All right, keep them coming.
Hey, thanks for having me back up. This kind of builds upon my earlier question on authenticity. And I want to give just a short little background just because I want to try and get at this in a way I don't exactly know how I want to word it. So I work at NASA as an engineer.
Oh, cool.
And we love communicating with this technocratic, flowery language. We love spirited debate internally. But one thing that we've seen recently is that this strong cultural preference that we have in academia and the government for formal, highly technical ways of speaking, whether that be intersectionality, when you're talking about like how different things affect each other culturally. We find that when this gets translated to the public, like the transgenic mice thing that they were going on about earlier, that people then pan it and it becomes a whole controversy. So from your experience communicating with large audiences, do you think that this technocratic style of language undermines our authenticity or accessibility? And do you think institutions like with ours could do better at communicating these complex issues to the public?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I haven't like fleshed this out, but this is kind of an idea I've had in the past where I don't think that it's necessarily a problem with the language. There's like a great series. I want to say this is on Wired or maybe Variety, where they have like a expert in the field, and they're able to describe their field to like the 5-year-old, the 10-year-old, the high school student, the expert, the whole spectrum. And like that's the mark of like a good communicator, and that they really know what they're talking about. And like I think it'd be cool if, in the same way, like we have a head of the Democratic Party, if like, there was like the NASA spokesperson. I'm sure we have something similar, but like just someone who's like very good at communicating, who understands the science, and who is able to be like, hey, when this study comes out about transgenic mice or whatever, the person who is part of that, division can be like, hey, just so you know, this is what we meant. And like that is, this is just besides the point of Trump and the Republicans like kind of disowning and discrediting every institution. That's not going to fix that, unfortunately. But I think having like hey, what did the NASA guy say? The guy we all listen to. What did they say about this? Because these people are running away with this narrative. These people interpreted it this way. But what did the guy who did the study or the guy who is part of this say? I think that would be good. Something like that. If we don't already have that. If we already have that, then we're fucked because everyone's just discrediting them and no one's listening anyway. So, yeah.
Right. I really appreciate you answering my questions here about authenticity, because one thing that we're having a crisis of faith right now in government, when we're getting attacked with our funding and all of this.
Yeah.
And right now the crisis of faith really is, we see the deference, and you can extrapolate this out of engineering and science and academia to politics at large. We almost want to give in to sort of the populist messaging, well, what if we just drop the academic language and we talked. But the thing is that's not how we're trained, and we're told and we're taught that we need to engage this kind of Socratic discussion, whereas the populist instinct would be to,
sensationalize,
dumb it down.
Yeah, dumb it down.
Right.
Yeah.
And we don't want to do that, but this
I
is
don't think
a really
you should give
valuable.
in. I don't think you should give in. I think that's a race to the bottom. That's the crabs in a bucket situation, and what we need is to fix the middle point between the stupid populists and the smart NASA people. Because right now I see a lot of people like, what if we just dumbed it down? Like, what if like we let people like go tour these places? Like, what if we took the flat earther to Antarctica? And I'm like, no, don't let them control it. I do think we should, shame stupidity and anti-intellectualism, but we should have like some sort of very good communicator who really understands it, who is able to dumb it down, or at least able to like be the authority of, hey, what do they say this is about? Not what is the person who read the study? Because that is, I know maybe you can speak to this, media sensationalism of scientific articles has been a huge problem for a while, where they'll just take whatever the fuck the conclusion is and then blow it up, like take one sentence out, and it has nothing to really do with what it actually is. But it's like, oh, well, they found a cure for HIV, and it's like, well, no, that's not exactly what the study says. It's more about this, but that doesn't play well. And that's why you need that guy on the team that's like, nope. And by the guy or girl, I'm just saying guy. I'm sure that I'm sure women, we love women. Women can do science too. Okay, so yeah, I think that would be great.
Right, and the sensational thing, that's really important, because we see this in grant public or applications in science. We don't do a lot of replication studies. We don't do a lot of replication studies in a lot of areas because it's not sensationalist.
And the fact that you have to sensationalize it to get the money, I think, is gross, and I don't know a way around that. Because sometimes it is just like, how do I get them to recognize what the heck I'm doing? Sometimes it is like, look, I cured cancer. Oh no, thanks for the $100,000, but actually I just made cancer slightly not so bad. It sucks. But hey, I don't know how you allocate resources more efficiently, because like you could say, it's capitalism bad, but like, how does the communist, society dictate where all the money should go to which research and what things most important? It's a hard problem for sure. But that's a really good question. Yeah.
Yeah, we really appreciate people like you that are standing up for science and reasonability in media spaces. I mean, we look up to you guys truly standing up, fighting the good fight in the populist front for us, because it's really difficult, you know, because to kind of question your trainings and all the things that you kind of thought about the world.
Yeah.
So no,
Well,
I
it's not
just
your
I
guys'
just
fault.
really appreciate
You know,
it.
it's our it's society's fault at large. We just got to do our best to fight back. But thank you for your work. Are you at NASA in the East Bay or down in LA? Or I guess one of the other several thousand NASA places.
So I worked over. So I've been in a number of areas. I've been down in Texas in Mission Control.
Okay.
We really, it was really big back in September of 2023 because we were approaching an asteroid. And then I was out at California last summer, and then I went down to Arizona at the Lunar Planetary Laboratory with the Catalina Sky Survey. So it's
Awesome.
just, you know, it's a lovely people there. So
I don't know
yeah,
if you
no,
get
I
this,
really
but
appreciate that.
thank you for your service. You know, we don't say that to our NASA servicemen enough.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for answering my questions. I know it kind of was a long one.
No,
It was a little bit
it's a great
disjointed,
question.
but
I'm super entertained right now. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Tinfoil Freak, for giving me money while you're talking to me.
On the
Appreciate
topic
it.
of science, Matt NC is asking, have you seen the breakthrough gene editing they did on a newborn?
I haven't seen that. Is this like a CRISPR-esque type thing where now we can just choose, like, you know, is my baby a man? Is my baby a woman? Is my baby black or white? Is my baby have what color eye? Are we getting the designer babies now? Is that what's happening?
If this is the story I think it is, I think it's that there was a baby with sickle cell that they used CRISPR to be able to treat.
So that's good. I think if we can like identify that sort of like stuff and change it, that's probably good. Like if it's like, oh hey, we found this baby is 90% likely to have Down syndrome unless we do the CRISPR thing. Awesome. I don't like the idea of designer babies. I don't think people should be given that much choice over human beings' appearance and all that. I think that could end very poorly. So hopefully it's only used for good, like every other scientific innovation.
Yeah. The Tinfoil Freak has another question.
Tinfoil just donated $2 in my chat. You don't have to pay to come up here, buddy.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So my state lead bullied me into saying Biden's blessings, and that's literally it. Sorry.
Look, Biden did
It's
some
an
good
inside
stuff,
joke.
guys. I know a lot of people don't like him around here, but you know, I would have voted. I'm going Biden 28. All right, we can ride with Biden. If nothing better,
Yeah.
we're gonna cure cancer and we're gonna get him up there, and he's gonna do great. We're gonna give him so much
No, no,
Sudafed
no, no,
and
no.
methamphetamines.
Wait, we don't cure cancer. We weekend at Bernie's him.
Didn't we already kind of do that?
Yeah, we already
Yes,
did.
we did.
We tried
But
that
this
strategy.
time we'll do it for real.
We'll do it better this time.
Yeah, we learned lessons. Now we can apply those lessons in a real world situation. Anyway, that's
Yeah.
all for me.
Thank you.
This
Thank
is
you.
the last time I'm going to talk. I actually have to go to work now.
Have fun
Later.
at work, and thanks again for all your support. Really appreciate it.
You know, I would have voted for Biden for a third term. You know?
Me too. And I would have seen Sinners 12 times in theaters if I could have.
True. Antifa, actually, the anime
Thank you, AP.
has a question.
Okay.
Hello, I am an average Joe.
Hello.
I just have like one question. It doesn't necessarily have to be political, but but it is kind of what are your thoughts on like using some punk for spreading some messaging around?
Like punk music?
Either punk music, punk just aesthetic, or just being a punk in general.
I'm not a punk myself. I like the aesthetic. I like the punk spreading of like trying to make hating fascists cool. I see a lot of that in punk. yeah, like any and all artistic expression that can convince people is a good thing. I think there's lots of people who aren't explicitly political, but put political messages in their movies or in their music or in any of those things. And sometimes you don't even realize that you're being indoctrinated into like a political ideology, but you realize like, hey, what do I care about and what do I like? And like the message behind that is ultimately a good political message. I think that's good. So if punk's doing that, I'm all for it. And it's hard to be punk and no, that's not true. There's a lot of cringe punk, but punk is a good medium for that, I would say. I mean, I feel like that's kind of what it was founded on. So yeah, political punk, I'm all for it.
All right, thank you for asking the question. That was all it. I will see you.
Thanks for the question.
All right, one more question, and then Antifa. I read that one. From Big Papa Buckaroo Banshee. Great name.
This is someone I
Non-political
know
question.
in real life. I don't know why she didn't just come up. She literally just said, "I'm leaving the QA because it was annoying me that I can't yap." And now that she has the opportunity, is not even in the chat anymore. You've been invited. Go up here. Get up Antifa, and let's see if Big Papa comes back to yap.
Yeah. All right. And okay, I was about to crash out. I thought Antifa left too.
You should know by now, Benjamin, that you basically have me on retainer. So, no, I'm not going anywhere. I am Benjamin's. I'm not going to finish that sentence. Hi. So
what?
I wanted to, I wanted to ask real quick. Clearly, you've built up a really successful and like seemingly wholesome community on YouTube. So I wanted to just ask, what ideas do you have, if any, for community organizing overall? Getting people to touch grass and go out and just connect with their local organizations, community, neighbors. Any thoughts?
If this is an alley-oop to promote you guys, it is, because I respect organizations like this that are like, hey, we spend all of our day figuring out the most important places to go, and so being able to just like reach out to you and not having to like, hey guys, like here's how you specifically do this specific thing in this specific town. Like, I met this like the person promoting 5calls.org and like how to very easily call your senators and like promote change. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. Like I can just give people a link, and I think this is making a change. In the same way, I can like go to you guys and be like, oh, progressive victory, cool. Like how do I materially affect change and organize and get people voted in? I will say the only original idea that I've had is to never start a Discord, because it's a festering cesspool of degeneracy, and if I don't let people have a Discord with my name on it, then they'll at least go to other people's Discords and troll there, but hopefully also go outside and meet real people and organize. So
Yeah, we are kind of gluttons for punishment here. Please come and join our Discord if you want a place to hang out and be progressive.
Oh, I'm here.
That is, I guess, kind of a loop around. And I also just really wanted to pick your ideas too, because I'm always looking for fresh content. So that invitation goes out to your community as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I see
See,
Big
and I'm
Papa.
trying to
Big
be
Papa's
respectful.
back.
Yeah, let me bring them up. See, and I'm trying to be respectful. I'm trying to be like, oh, I probably shouldn't shield a dues-paying membership.
No, you should
And
absolutely
then
show it.
Antifa's just here as like, join.
Yeah, join, pay money. Like this is a thing that I think is making, like, I could literally see the one-to-one, like, hey, we put in money and we affected the Senate race. Like, why the fuck would I not promote this? This is awesome. Versus like, hey, if you vaguely donate to this political candidate who may or may not win, it's like, it's a little harder to promote that and really feel like your money's making a difference, even if it is for a good cause.
Oh, well, in that case, if you go to progress.win/member, just for $5, you can help support the cause. No www. That doesn't, oddly enough, that link also is broken. That's not our fault, though.
Oh, no.
And you can even get this sick membership card.
Ooh.
For Progressive Victory. This is a sneak peek. It's only just launching.
I want a shiny thing. I might do it just to promote you guys.
Ooh, base. All right. Big Papa Buckaroo. I can't see the end of your name. I'll see it in a sec.
Banshee is the last word.
Banshee.
What do you want? I mean, hi.
Hello. I was wondering. I actually was asking more of a a personal preference question. How did you feel about Lord of the Rings when you first read it? I was just curious. Were you like crazy about that series? I don't know. When I first read it, I was like, wow, this is really beautiful. I love his landscape descriptions, but I don't know. I was curious where you stood.
This is bait. I read it when I was in 5th grade and I hated it. It was boring and they talked about hobbits too much. And then I recently reread the first one and I really liked it. I think it adds a lot of context. I think it's weird like watching the movies like 100 times and knowing the entire context, being able to then read the story without any like loss and like who the hell is this? Unless they get to like Radagast or Tom Bombadil. It's pretty good. I really enjoy it. The movies are still far superior. But there's a lot of good stuff that the movies don't have that are in the books that I like. It's one of the few movies did it better things. But you knew that already. You knew exactly what my opinion is. You just wanted to expose my hatred of the Lord of the Rings books to an audience of people. So thanks for that. Appreciate it.
I suggest he read them. He didn't, and then a couple months later, somebody else suggested he read them, and now he has.
It's for content. It's nothing personal.
It's I know it's not personal, but I don't care. I still seek revenge nonetheless. I know I also wasn't being asked questions, but also please volunteer your time to local organizations. If you have any time, even if you don't have money to donate, there are probably tons of nonprofit organizations in your city that are desperate for some support. Volunteers are always useful.
Name
Donate your
2.
blood, like in my city.
Yeah, go. If you're so knowledgeable.
Actually,
name
you know
2.
what? You look up your local Red Cross. You're probably going to find something there that you can do, and maybe look up. Trying to think of something that I know is national. Red Cross is easily one of the best ones. But yeah, I just wanted to say.
I'm so sorry to pop back in here. You've actually activated my trap card. Benjamin, shut up. I'm now going to shill for the Red Cross. You can give me that look all you want later. I'm on the community
work for the
disaster.
Red Cross.
Yeah, I'm on the
sick,
community
perfect,
disaster
yeah.
team, and I'm working on getting volunteers up. Hurricane season starts at the beginning of June. So please, if you want to volunteer, hit me up. My DMs are open. I can get you connected, get you into an area that suits your interests, and give you professional training in the meantime with that. So please donate. Please volunteer your time. You just said that, and I was like, "Ooh, I have a connection."
Yeah.
Okay,
See, my
I'm
chatters
leaving.
have better ideas than me. I actually resent
And-
calling Big
and,
Papa a chatter because she's not. But
Also, learn CPR, please. Learn CPR. Learn like basic first aid. Learn like if you're in a situation and somebody's like, "Oh no, they broke their arm. We don't have a splint here."
Give them CPR.
You take
Oh.
first aid training. You know how to fix it, okay? There are tons of people who also don't know CPR. Tons of people have no idea how to do the Heimlich maneuver. Tons of people don't even know you're not supposed to like jab them in the chest right away. You're supposed to hit their back first. So there are like tons of things where
I
you
didn't
could
know
just
that.
be benefiting. Yeah, you could just benefit a random person who might otherwise go without help or support. So yeah. And there are always advocacy programs. There are tons of advocacy programs in cities.
And you just reminded me, my new policy, which is a Germany thing, is you're not allowed to get a driver's license until you take a first aid course. So I think that should do that here too.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Super based, super good. Also just nice to know you can help people in any way. Okay, I'll leave you guys to it, but thank you for letting me interrupt.
Thanks. Good to see you.
All right, love the passion. Next question is from Starry.
Hello.
Hello. Really important. What is your thoughts on Hades, the game?
Oh, it's one of my favorite games ever. I played the shit out of it. I exhausted all of the... Well, I guess I didn't grind out every single unlock, but I played it to death and could speedrun it in like 5 minutes or something stupid fast. So I'm actually sad. My hot take. Sorry, go ahead.
I've recently been playing it, and I've escaped over 60 times. I'm trying to get Benjamin to play it.
Nice.
You've doomed me.
It's a great game. You should absolutely play it. That said, Hades 2, I was disappointed that I bought it in early access because I got to the end of all of the created content and it felt incomplete because it was, and I really wish I had waited because it seems just
it's
as
actually better because I was actually going to wait until the full release too, and then I went on their FAQ and it was like, and there was a question on like the price, and it sounded like they were going to raise the price for the full release.
Oh, sure.
So
But I
it's
bought it.
basically
I
a
just should have
discount.
bought it and let it like fester in my Steam library for like 3 years
Yeah,
or whatever.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
I have not touched it since I beat. Oh, spoilers! I'm not even allowed to say who the main villain is. Oh, I remember what I want to say though. I am going to go do a blood drive next week, which I try to do every 2 months, but I forget sometimes. And I will try to promote that for like the hey, if there's anything you can do and it's not politically related, go donate blood. Sorry, that had nothing to do with your question, but I just remembered.
Yeah, everybody in your audience should be playing Hades.
And donating blood, yes.
And donating blood, but mostly playing Hades.
Mostly
Unless-
donating to PV. How about that?
Yeah, donating blood. Send your blood in a package to PO Box 3607. No.
Yeah, that's all. Have a good day.
Thanks for the question. Yeah, Hades is awesome. Everyone is attractive in that
Yeah.
game. It's awesome. The horniest isometric beat 'em up of all time.
Well, now I'm interested.
Hell yeah.
Now you've got my attention. Onby wants to know, what if their arms are too weak for chest compressions?
Then use your feet. Just step on them. This is not medical or legal advice, but I would assume actually if you just didn't have arms, I bet you could figure CPR out, but you should do the training with your feet first.
Okay. Can Beat Your Dad Up has another question. Let's bring them back up.
Such a good name.
Yeah. Oh, are they not here? So hard to keep. Ah, there they are.
Oh yeah, and someone in my chat, Triple M says, "Just work out, idiot." I added the idiot part.
That makes it more accurate. You have no idea. By the way, I've just been told that the website link has been fixed now, so apologies for that.
All right, which one? Which website link?
Any of them should work now.
All right, guys, this should take you to it. Go ahead if you want to get in here and ask me a question. I'll go for at least another 30 minutes if they'll have me.
Thank you.
You're on.
Can Beat Up Your Dad. You're on.
Okay, okay, I was just waiting. No, that was totally a sarcastic question. I just left there because you were talking about the blood donations. I asked me if you wanted my adrenochrome, man. Just sounds a little...
If it'll make me live longer, yeah, sure. But here's your chance. You can ask another question. No pressure.
Sure, I guess. I mean, your stances politically, like socially, are pretty clear. So, like, how far left or right of Bernie do you think you go? Like, generally?
I think I'm probably like a little right of Bernie because, like I said, like people like to say that he's, he'd be center left or center in, Germany or whatever, and he's not because abolishing all private insurance is pretty radical in a lot of places.
Yeah.
And that's fine if you have that position, but like I'm just slightly right of him on that. Probably right of him on gun control, but for the most part, like I'm pro Bernie stuff. So yeah, I'm still, I guess, a sock dem progressive. Although maybe some of these live and learn people will neo-lib pill me on accident. We'll see.
You're gonna get objectivist soon if you keep on doing that.
Hopefully not. We'll see though. Try to remain pure.
Atlas shrugged.
All right, I'm gonna kick the hornet's nest here. Okay. How do you feel about abundance liberalism?
I don't like, so I haven't read the book, so I don't know like what Ezra Klein's specific thing is, but like I think the whole yes in my backyard thing is good. Like we should build more housing. I like the idea of it in principle, though Sam Cedar seemed to be against the book. And I respect his opinions, like, of all the political pundits. Oh, he's one of the more genuine people. I forgot to mention him. Sometimes I think, as of recently, he may be a little like, oh, I got to play the, spectacle game. But even so, like, I really respect, like, his knowledge on a lot of things and the way he talks about them. And his gripe with the Abundance book, which I don't endorse necessarily because I don't know. I'd have to look into this. But what it seems that his gripe was, yes, there are ways that this could band-aid. For example, getting rid of the regulations in San Francisco could be good. That might let us build more housing. But ultimately, the problem is this like financial incentive in housing. It's always going to like not allow us to get everyone what they need, and we have to somehow decommodify it. And I'm sympathetic to that argument, but I'd have to look at the facts and actually like whether or not this works and whether it's borne out in the data. But knowing that I trust a lot of his other takes, it seems like I would probably end up coming to that conclusion if I looked into it. I don't know. Maybe he's not as informed.
Yeah. The way I understood it, and I've been told by Jonah that I'm wrong because he's apparently Abundance's biggest defender.
Yes.
But the way I understood it was that basically we need to deregulate parts of the government because the corporations have used their the power of capital and bribery and corruption in order to overly regulate public the public options and public regulations in order to artificially make private industry more competitive, which I agree with.
Yeah.
But that's what I understood it to be.
That seems like
although
what Sam's take
I
was
could be
as
wrong.
well, which I would say is a very legitimate grievance. And like deregulating is only going to go so far before those same interests try to re-regulate or make it more difficult in other ways. So yeah, I don't know what the ultimate solution is, but at the very least, I think abundance is a better step from where we are now, which is not abundance and lack of housing. So if it's not the ultimate solution, that could be true. I think it's a step in the right direction.
Okay. And then following it in the other direction, how do you feel about worker cooperatives?
I like the concept. There's a few around me. There's like a very nice pizza restaurant called Zachary's in Berkeley that's a co-op, and there's like a bike shop that's a co-op. I remember there's a few grocery stores I went to in Santa Barbara that were co-ops. I like them in concept. I don't think every company can work as a co-op. I don't think most workers know how to manage the company. So depending on how that's executed, it could be bad, but like for these small places, a lot of these places, I really do like them, or how they work based on what I've seen. But I've never worked in one, so maybe it sucks. I don't know. But just in concept, it seems like a fun idea.
All right. Up next is Matt, who has been impatiently waiting. So Matt, you're on.
Oh, there we go. Microphone had a little bit of a trouble.
Oh, can you still hear him, Ben?
This is the question of all.
Oh, okay, you're back.
What?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
This is the question of all questions. Would you rather have unlimited bacon, but no more games, or games, unlimited games, but no games?
Wait, unlimited games, but no bacon, you mean?
Unlimited games,
But no
but
games.
no games.
I don't know what that means. How do I have unlimited but no? This isn't a choice between games and bacon? Look, all I'll say is, regardless of whatever that second option is, which I don't fully understand, if I have unlimited bacon, I don't know if that means I can like produce bacon from my fingertips, or I just have an endless supply. I would prefer the unlimited food because despite it wouldn't be that healthy, I could feed the masses. I would drop mountains of bacon on homeless encampments. So I would choose the unlimited bacon. Abundance.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. I agree with you there.
All right, thank you for the question.
All right, thanks, Matt. Yeah, you're gonna make bacon like Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. You're just gonna flip it out.
Go bacon, fly. That's how I'd get away from the cops. You know, they're chasing my car, and I'm like, "Eat this, pigs!" And I bacon their frickin' windshield so they can't see me.
Eat this, pigs. All right, Matt. The other Matt now has another follow-up question.
Okay.
Okay, how stupid of the question do you want? That I get varying ones.
I will take any question.
Okay, one. My only question about the bacon is, even if it's unlimited, what if it's at a controlled rate? You only get like one strip per day, because technically it's unlimited. But what the fuck are you gonna do with like?
If that's the case, then I need to know what the other option means when it means unlimited games but no games. Let's just assume he means unlimited games but no bacon. But then I don't know if that means I get one video game a
No,
day.
he wrote it as.
Oh, he wrote it as unlimited
He
games,
wrote it
but no
as
games.
unlimited games, but no games. Yeah.
By the way, this is a J shit post. That's where this is from.
Yeah, I don't know. I
s-
if it was only one strip a day, it doesn't really seem worth it. But that said, imagine I don't think you could sustain yourself on one piece of bacon a day, but imagine like how much longer you could be surviving in any situation where you're trapped if you just had an extra 50 to 100 calories every 24 hours. That would really like help out. So I think I'd still take the unlimited bacon just for the one bacon a day.
I think if you survived off of one strip per day, it would be the Americanized version of like the self-mummification
Well,
monks
it's
do,
more like
but
imagine
instead
you and
of
your soccer team crashed in some like Alps somewhere, and like instead of having to survive on the
and you're gonna
one
cannibalize
peanut.
each other on like one strip of bacon per
Yeah, it's
day.
like just one strip of bacon today. It's not gonna like make the difference between life or death, but it will keep you going just a little bit longer until the rescue team finds you. Or if you're like trapped in the rubble in 9/11, like the rescue dog is coming. I got my one strip of bacon a day. I won't starve to death right away, but it won't. It's not forever. So
You're just found in a comatose state and barely
yeah,
surviving.
I die of a heart attack before they find me.
Secondly, here's my shitpost. All right. Hypothetically speaking, if an org ever set up a left wing versus right wing boxing match, since we know how Creator Clash ended up, would you have the appetite for that? And
So you're
if
the second
so,
person to ask me. A Conda boy asked the same question, and I said, "Look, I've never been in a fight in my life. However, if they're willing to train me and I get to take my shirt off in front of a stadium, fuck it, I'll do it. Especially if it means I get to beat up the people who annoy me the most on the internet. Yeah, sure, absolutely."
okay. And do you have anybody you would either call out or be interested in particular?
Who would I want to punch in the face? I mean, I'd love to punch Tim Pool for money, but it feels weird because like I'm much
That
younger,
is
you know.
wonderful.
Like if it's unfair, I
Me,
don't know if there's anyone my age who I really want to punch for money.
me personally, I told Jonah that I called dibs on Fuentes because that just makes the most sense.
He'd want you to touch him though. That's different,
I know he might come if I hit him too hard.
Yeah. Don't bully me, I'll come sort of situation there. I don't know. Also, it's like he's one of those people. Like I'm not even like you're too annoying to hit. Like it's like that would almost like vindicate you, and you're like, I've made you angry with my radical beliefs. It's just like fuck off. Like I don't want to hit you. Just go away.
I think he
A
might
black eye might make Fuentes's face more symmetrical, actually.
That's true.
That would be an improvement.
I thought you said a black guy for a second, which could also be true, but I think you said black eye. Yeah.
Also
He
could do
just-
that, yeah.
He just pulls a reverse Milo.
No, he becomes gay. He does gay transition. Gay. What's that? What's the? It's a
Well,
gay
then unbecomes gay and then gets married.
Straight conversion therapy. What would you call it? Yeah, these are all good questions. I love these.
What's the song that they made about turning kids gay? It
Oh,
was
we'll convert your children. I made a video about that.
It's that.
Yeah,
It's that, but for Fuentes.
but for Fontes, the gay choirs are coming for him.
Shout out, shout out to the Fuentes Destiny.
All right, thanks, Matt.
Thank you. Hey, thanks, Alicat, for the $2. I don't know what anonymity is. Sounds like anime.
I think the Econoboy thing is actually coming full circle because I think it was actually Matt who asked the boxing question to Econoboy a few weeks ago.
Oh no, we're an Ouroboros. We're the human centipede of dumb ideas.
Well, more like an Ouroboros of punching people in the face.
True.
Jonah is actually asking a question. Who is your favorite elected Democrat and why?
Elected Democrat and why? I mean, it's probably going to be one between AOC and Bernie, just in terms of like they say the things that are as closely aligned with what I truly believe or what I think should be talked about. And yeah, I just like really respect that. I want to see more of it. But no one's perfect, and I don't think I have one where I'm like, yeah, I feel truly represented by this person, unfortunately, and I don't think most people have that. But that's closest, absolutely closest. And the more I learned about more of these people, the more I respect them. But we really need like a completely unhinged left-wing representative who's just not afraid at all to say anything. And I don't know if we have that yet. Jasmine Crockett, like teased me a little by calling him Governor Hot Wheels, but we need the I'm calling Donald Trump retarded to his face politician. I'm sorry, like that's gonna be my guy
Hey.
or girl.
You know, I wanted to do that for like the longest time. That was like the whole point of me trying to join Progressive Victory was to come here and really learn so that I could go out and almost like tank for the other politicians. But then I've been here and it's just like I kind of enjoy this more. So
All right.
I don't know if I want to subject myself to that now.
Yeah, you're probably doing more effective change here. And it's very good. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
Also, I see hundreds of beaver. Oh, Shri. Shri is a member of mine. I see Shri in the chat. I don't know if Shri has a question, but he has or she, I don't know what Shri's gender is. Shri has a hundreds of beavers profile picture, and I love that movie. That movie was great.
Shri, do you have a question?
Guess not. Kick him.
Guess not.
Get him out of here. Throw him out in the cold. Don't give him his coat.
Onbi has another question, it seems.
Okay.
Finally, I'm led on stage. How do you watch Dr. Stone, and why is it so peak?
Dr. Stone. I know Dr. Slump. I don't know Dr. Stone. What's Dr. Stone? Oh, it's an anime. Oh, yeah, no, it's garbage. Every anime is terrible. Sorry. I'm an anime hater. I'm an anime hater. Here's my hot anime take, okay? Manga is better because I can read it in my voice and I can go as fast as I want. There's no filler. I don't have to wait for them to power up. It's just going as fast as I can read. The one anime that I like genuinely like, maybe Mob Psycho to a degree, but because it's from the same person, but is One Punch Man, because One Punch Man makes fun of all the stupid anime tropes, and it's like, look, 20 words or less, I can destroy the whole like stupid puzzle building in one punch. That's why I love One Punch Man. But manga is just the superior medium in every way, shape, or form, because once you say your power-ups out loud and I have to hear it, it sounds dumb. That's my opinion. So sorry I don't love Dr. Stone.
Anime is better in my case because I appreciate the art of animation, as well as the color makes designs in the background more readable, as opposed to a black and white manga where it's sometimes difficult to tell what is what.
That's fair. I would watch anime on mute or AMVs.
Also, Dr. Stone has funny voices.
You know, I'm opening to change my mind. You might get me to watch an anime, and then I'll come back to you and say it's terrible after I've given it a chance. But you should watch Mob Psycho if you like anime. Oh, you're gone already. Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. Sorry for being intentionally mean. You just got all my
watched Mob Psycho.
Okay, I really like the animation of that, and I like it's very funny. Yeah. I guess I don't like it when it takes itself too seriously. That's my issue with anime.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I get flamed out for my take that I love Sword Art Online. People hate me for this take. We need the Andorification of Sword Art Online.
The Andorification?
Oh, it's the one that gets like... Yeah. It's one that gets memed on for having like a good premise, but then had a actually horrible execution.
Okay. Look, to each their own. I'm not saying anime shouldn't exist. I'm just saying... There's a garbage island out there, and every time I look at it, I think that's probably 90% of all anime is in there. That's the garbage island.
Can't Beat Up Your Dad says, anime is good when they don't moan and gasp to separate sentences, and also when it's hot.
That's true. I do like fan service. But is he talking about when they get stabbed and they're like, oh.
One would hope that's what he's talking about.
Oh my god, someone tried to get me to watch Food Wars. That made me so angry. It's just every time I eat food, I have a climax, and it's very strange, especially because a lot of the characters are underage. So,
yeah. Aussie has another question, or Ozzy has another question. Let's invite them up.
I have considered being a VA. They just wouldn't pay me. Triple M. And no, I haven't seen the new Final Destination or any of them. Hello.
Hey.
Do you think you could do a kickflip? And follow up,
absolutely
when
not.
will you do a kickflip?
When will I do a
escape
kickflip?
montage when?
Okay, so this is now a no, I can't. However, will I be able to at some point? If someone in person tries to teach me how at some random, if I'm at VidCon and someone just walks up to me with a skateboard and they're like, I've got an hour with you, we're going to get you doing it, I'll get it done. And this is actually an interesting question, just because it just reminded me of when I was growing up and I couldn't do something, I would just give up immediately. So like, even like playing soccer as a kid, it's crazy how if I enjoyed it and tried, I think I could have been amazing, but like I just didn't like it. And now as an adult, and this is partially from playing video games, but also just trying other things and going through college. If someone came up to me and was like, "You're gonna learn how to do a kickflip," I think I genuinely could try and get it done within like a few, dozen to 1,000 tries. But yeah, not yet. But show up at VidCon on June 19th and with your skateboard and force me to do it.
Well, I can't do a quick kickflip. I don't know how. I just thought it would be pretty rad.
Fair enough. I'm radical, but not radical enough to do a kickflip, unfortunately.
I mean, I think I will be able to do anything until I'm 30, and at which point I don't think I'll be able to do anything at all.
Don't let your age stop you, all right, from doing a kickflip. I've seen 4-year-old
Well, I
Korean
mean,
girls
there
do
is
it.
a upper limit to how much I want to put my spine through at that age.
But it's just a kickflip, right? It can't be that bad, right?
Surely, clueless.
Well, thank you for asking. I'm sorry I'm not as cool as you want me to be.
That's fine.
I can hear the defeat.
get down
The defeat in the voice. Whatever.
Yeah, we're Democrats, by the way. We've never let our age stop us from doing anything.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of which, thoughts on the Jerry Connolly, the tragic passing?
Oh, he's dead? I didn't know he was sick. Totally forgot he died. That's my thoughts. But the answer is stop. Just put a fucking age cap. I don't know. Get these people out of fucking office. Primary anyone over the age of 65, including Bernie. Fucking A, dude. These people are so old and they're dying in office. I keep thinking about how I said this in the previous panel. Why the fuck is Barbara Boxer like one of the few people where you can say former and alive senator, Barbara Boxer, like why the fuck is that so rare? Like why are all these senators dying in office? It's so stupid.
It's crazy. I think Bernie would take one for the team on that one if we could push that through.
Take one, like die or be replaced.
No, I meant like step down if they got that passed.
I will commit seppuku for the party.
Yeah, based, whatever works. Yeah, he died doing what he loved, upholding corporate interest. Also from Tom, thoughts on One Piece?
Oh, I already told Jonah and Sam about this, but my hot One Piece take is that everything after they get to the Grand Line is dog shit and takes too long. And it's perfectly paced up until that moment where you get these small arcs and it's real good. And there's like this graph, I showed both of them, where it's like you can see how when they're on the blue line and it's like, all right, here's arc 1, it's one like set of squares, and here's arc 2, it's one set of squares, and each square is a chapter. And it's like, all right, and then here's the Arabasta, and it's 50,000 times longer than the entirety of the first one, which is 5 arcs put together. And it's just too long. It's too long. It's annoying. And it's like the same thing every time. Oh, Luffy finds the big bad guy. The big bad guy beats Luffy, and he's like, "Oh no, I'm not strong enough." And then he gets a power up, and then he beats them. And it's boring. And the best part of after they get to the Grand Line is fucking Long Island or whatever the fuck, where they're just Long Ring Island or whatever. It's like a dumb little fun little adventure that lasts like 10 chapters, and it's amazing. And everything else is too fucking long. That's my One Piece hot take.
It does not surprise me in the slightest that One Piece came up with Sam and Jonah.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing that wouldn't surprise me if it came up, but I'm going to ask, what are your thoughts on the Foundation series, and have you seen the show?
I haven't seen the show. I saw the book today in the bookstore and thought about buying it, and I didn't. But if you're recommending it, I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's really good. I really love the TV show as well. The book, it's an interesting thing. I have issues reading it. So
it's Asimov, right?
Yeah, it's Asimov. Okay. On Tifa with another question. Pull them up.
I'm back.
Hello.
Question. Hello. If you have 3 wishes, what are you wishing for? Magic on Tifa Genie appears.
3 wishes. Oh god. World peace. This is hard. This is actually a really fun ethical question because it's like, I think a lot of religions struggle with this, where it's like evil and suffering must exist to a point to let us appreciate the goodness, but then it's like, all right, like, but does it need to have like a child get terminal cancer at 1 and then die? And it's like, if I could find a way for everyone to live happy, fulfilling lives, but also maintain the concept and dichotomy of suffering in a way, such a way that like the worst parts of suffering don't exist, but people are still able to appreciate life better. Somehow that's kind of built into my world peace question. And then two, obviously no Jews. I mean, there's too many of us. We're so annoying. I really hate going to family gatherings.
True.
And
Goodbye, Benji.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
you
then
are.
three. I don't know, man. Bring back new Coke from the 80s. I want to see what it tastes like. Probably awful.
That was kind of unhinged, and I love it. Thank you so much.
To be fair, I guess Wish 2 would actually achieve Wish 1 if you believe certain conspiracy theories. So
True.
going
It's
off
very
camera.
economical.
That's great. That's so great. Okay. Have somebody else talk.
You know, knowing Antifa, it's probably one of those like bullshit genies where it's like, oh, we get rid of all the Jews, but they're not gone. They're just more annoying, but
Yeah.
now they're a different religion.
now they're called Jaws. Fuck. All right.
They're just fighting everyone.
Nothing's different, and they just have big teeth instead of big noses. Damn.
Yeah, Jewish shark lasers.
Damn.
Jesus.
Well, okay, that does sound kind of cool. I wish Jews were everything that the conspiracy theorists believe, because then I'd be getting money for spreading my progressive ideals instead of.
Be great.
Yeah. Sucks.
That'd be so based. Yeah.
Yeah. All I got for being Jewish was my face. It's like, what am I supposed to do with that?
All my family got was a foreskin they found in the refrigerator that they forgot to bury under the tree, as per Jewish tradition. Yeah. So like a shriveled up little calamari in there.
I'm leaving the stage. Y'all have fun with
Yeah,
this.
this is like a tradition, a Jewish tradition. You take the foreskin of the newly born child and you bury it under the tree, like the family tree or whatever. I don't know why they do this, but what happened was my cousin, they saved it in a Ziploc bag and then they put it in the freezer and then they forgot and they cleared out the freezer like, years later, and it's like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, I also did that, although for us it was a mini fridge, so.
Nice. Triple M, are you
I can't tell if that's a real story, but I just
that
wanted
is a
to
real
commit to the
story.
bit just in case.
That's a real story. I swear to God.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
That's a real thing that happened.
Okay. Shri with the question. Let's pull them up.
Ooh, Shri. I get to meet Shri. The parasocial barriers are breaking down. All my audience members and I'm meeting now.
True.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi Shri. Thank you so much for supporting me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course, big fan. I was just curious. I'm also from the Bay, and I see you going to like a lot of protests and stuff.
Yeah.
I was just curious, like where you find these events, because I can never like I look online and I don't see anything ever.
I literally look up like for the Tesla one. I was just like anti-Elon Tesla protest Bay Area to see if one was happening, because I knew so that was the Tesla on 4th Street, which is in Berkeley. I don't know what part of the Bay you're in, but that's like like Berkeley near the marina. Which is funny because it wasn't even on the same day as all the scheduled ones. It was the 1 week before, because they were just doing them every week. So I just showed up to the one that it probably wasn't even the biggest one because it wasn't on the planned big protest day. But if you go to pretty much if you just look up like protest Bay Area, you'll find this. But what's it called? The Civic Center or the Community Center, I want to say. Whatever the area in front of City Hall is in San Francisco, there's protests there all the time. So absolutely you can find those there. The past 2 times I was there was a protest there. So yeah, they're all over. Yeah, I think there's just Google like Bay Area protest, you'll find one for sure. And if I'm ever going to one, maybe I'll just make a post about it and you can show up.
All right, yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I definitely need to touch more grass, so I've been trying to get out.
Do it. And yeah, thanks again for the question. Thanks again so much for your support. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Great. We have another question from somebody whose name I can't see because of streamer mode.
Yeah, B.
I'm just gonna take the risk there.
B.
Yeah.
Baja. You can call me Baja. That's fine. Hey, what's up?
Baja Blast. How's it going?
Going good. I love your channel because you focus on appealing to those that are maybe like left curious but are kind of like apprehensive about some of the talking points they might have heard.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's any political niche on the left that you feel like is unfilled in terms of like the content space?
That's a good question. I'm thinking, that's unfilled. So like I think the big one everyone's talking about now is like the left counter to Manosphere stuff, which to a degree I
Yeah.
hope I fill a little bit by making that workout video, but I'm definitely not that same thing. I would say like it's not a specific we need the left wing version of the Joe Rogan or anything, but it is like we need more authentic left wing people that aren't constantly like walking on eggshells and policing their language. And it sucks that you have certain people that are kind of adjacent to that, but then also like might take it too far and then get canceled for probably good reasons, right? For because it's not like they said the wrong word, but it's like they were committing crimes, and it's like like that sucks. But I do think there
Yeah,
just
that
needs
is
to
a
be
problem.
more authentic people that are in this space, and I think that's how you win back the youth and all that. But apparently also we need like a slime YouTuber or some shit. The kids love that crap. So we need a left-wing slime YouTuber. We need a left-wing
We already
Elsa
have
Gate
Suez.
people. Oh, we have what?
We have Suez. He's a
Oh.
slime
Okay.
girl YouTuber, if that counts.
Oh, okay. No, I mean literally like is it like literal slime? Like they import the slime from China and they're like, what if we put the slime in a toy? How many slimes could fit in a bucket? You know, it's like this like brain
I've seen
rot.
those.
I guess a left-wing skibbity toilet. That would be good. Although I'm sure if
Yeah,
you politically
that would
break
be
it
pretty
down,
funny.
it already is left-wing. It's an anti-authoritarian.
It's already.
Yeah. It's an anti-corporate, or it's a pro screens but
The
anti-toilet.
inspiration for Andor, really.
Yes.
Yeah, the subtext is where it's at.
The original Andor.
All right, well, thanks for answering my question.
Hey, thanks for asking it. Oh, my chat's soy pointing. I have a soy point emote.
Brew is asking, why am I so anti-Semitic? It's easy. It's because I grew up in Boca Raton. But the better question
You
there
grew up in Boca?
is-
Wait, when were you there? My great grandpa
Yeah.
retired there.
Oh, I've been here the whole. I'm here right now. I live here.
I thought you said you were in the U.S.
No, that was when I was talking about how people could join from outside the
Gotcha. Yeah, no, my great grandpa grew up in, or not grew up. He retired in Boca. Married some gold digging whore, unironically, and was like he would always some golf course. I don't remember what it was called, but he would like drunk drive his like Audi R8 on the like golf car track instead of the road. It was a wild time there. It's a horrible city. So it's literally called the Rat's Mouth. Like it's like self-assuredly just a terrible place. So I apologize that you have to live there.
Yeah, you're talking about urbanism and just car-centric. As like, yeah, I can feel you.
Yeah.
The more interesting question there with Brew is, why is it that Jews are often some of the people who push the anti-Semitism the hardest?
Because it's
in almost
funny.
like a joke way.
It's hilarious. First of all, Jews are the funniest people, just statistically. Sorry, we're better at it, guys. Just like we're better at banking and all that other stuff.
Different.
But unironically, it's like one, we have the shield, like in the same way, like Chris Rock goes up and he does the like N-word bit. It's like like he's complaining about the black community, but he also has that shield of like I understand I'm in this space, and the same way like us Jews do it. Although I'm very much like a Jew in name only. I never even had a bar mitzvah, and I just do it. I bring up my Jewishness only when I'm being anti-Semitic to shield me. But it's also like, hey, look, Jews are annoying, guys. Like my family's annoying. Like we're very naggy, we're very complainy, and like when your family's like that, you're like, haha, all the stereotypes are true. And you're the one who sees it and deals with it the most, so that's why it comes out. Yeah, that's my take on it.
Yeah, 1,000-year cycle of nagginess coming to fruition in Boca Raton.
Yes, exactly.
Ryan G with another question. Let's bring them up.
Get them in here. I'm giddy for Getty.
Oh, sorry. I was just doing a little meme in the chat. I just asked, everyone always talks about who will be the Joe Rogan of the left, but who will be the soy pill of the right? Because that's who we need to be watching out for. We need to identify them early.
The hyper authentic, but also dorky ass motherfucking right winger. I don't know if there will be one, but I'll get him. You won't even hear about him, right? He'll be gone before you video. He'll get that one little subscriber boost, and I'll sniff him out from the algorithm and take him out silently. All right? Yeah, there can be only one. But yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. Why aren't you showing your handsome face, Ryan?
So I do everything on my laptop, and I just move my laptop around my apartment, and so right now it's not where my camera is, so it's not plugged in. But if you want to see my face, I look like probably like how I sound. So
whatever that means.
But yeah. No. Sorry, I didn't expect to actually get pulled up. But yeah, that's it. Yeah, Joe Rogan of the right.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
Joe
don't know if
Rogan
there'll
of
be
the
a
left.
soy pill of the right. But yeah, I don't
Ask
think we
not.
wanted Joe Rogan of the left, right? It's silly because I don't
No,
want.
I don't. Yeah, exactly.
A
right?
podcast host is one thing. A dumb idiot lint roller brain man who just has people on to spout dumb opinions. I don't want that on the left. I think we're smarter than that. So
I made a post about this on Blue Sky 2 days ago, I think, where I was like, ask not for the liberal Joe Rogan, ask why there was no liberal Joe Rogan or something like that.
Yeah.
Because I don't think liberals want Joe Rogan, to be honest. Like Joe Rogan kind of like, I mean, there's a reason why the audience of Joe Rogan is what it is. And I don't think it's because of, well, anyway, that's all.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a kind of the his analysis and way of engaging with ideas is ultimately not very intellectual, and he does not invite just the smartest people on. So, Sam Cedar mentioned me. Don't say this. Is it true?
I actually think the Joe Rogan of the left, if we were looking for like the real analog, it might actually be Neil deGrasse Tyson. That would probably be the closest analog, I think, of just like if we actually look at the niche they fill.
He's too annoying. He's like he makes
Well, yeah,
tweets
well,
that
he's
make
on
he unironically it evokes the jock in me. Like I'm like, shut up, nerd. I want to shove him in a locker. And he's like, technically the leap year isn't leaping at all. Or like, did you know that the only place you can kiss yourself on a mirror is on the mouth? And it's like, shut the fuck up, nerd. Get in the fucking locker. Also, probably sexually harassed a bunch of people allegedly. So maybe we could find a better one. But
that's true.
I do like his science is heckin' cool-erino takes. So
yeah. Oh, can't see what their name is, but T in chat makes a good point. Jon Stewart in the past. Yeah,
I love Jon Stewart still. Jon Stewart's comeback has been great. And I think that he could be the Joe Rogan of the left insofar as a guy who is smart and will ask and hold people accountable questions, who is also my politics. He's great.
Yeah, it's really Joe Rogan as the Jon Stewart of the right in like a very real sense. That's actually probably a more accurate description.
Yeah, I'd say so. Or, I mean, well, they kind of tried to emulate Jon Stewart with their, like, right-wing, comedy shows, and it just sucks, and it's mean and terrible. So, yeah, that's the closest, I guess, they can get.
Yeah, the Gutfeldauer. Jesus. Was another question here. Oh, how would you rate your CIA handler on 1 to 10?
They have yet to reach out to me, so 0. They're doing a terrible job, and I don't get any checks in the. Well, okay, wait. So this is maybe a conspiracy
That's
theory.
a well-trained asset.
A well-trained asset. Oh yeah. No, what's it called? I saw there's a real person who reached out to me in DMs. I'm pretty sure it's not a bot. Tweeted out after I posted a video, the soy pill is very cool and has correct opinions and is funny or whatever. And it was like a very like generic, like funny, like comment. And then like I got a million notifications from what I can only assume are bots saying the exact same thing. And at first I thought this was like a flash mob of like, oh, someone saw this funny comment and then they're all just posting that. But I think these were genuinely bots that like were emulating that original comment. So there is some bot network to some size promoting me on Twitter to some degree, or it's just bots that are just like, hey, just promote because this is popular in the algorithm. I don't fucking know. Anyway, I welcome all of the Soros influence. All right, like we take what we can get. We're doing good. So
yeah, I think what it is like there's an old Veritasium video about how these bots work, where they just go based on like association. So they just go based on like click, follow. Yeah,
it might be.
And it's like something like that. Pretty helpful though.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You can catch the wave. It's 11:04. I don't know if you want to keep going, but
how many? If there's still more questions, I'll go. I'm not tired yet. I can eat later. But yeah, if there's a few more questions, I always try to like get. I every time I finish a stream, I'll like try to get to the end of chat. If I can catch up with it, and I finished the last chatter, that's when I'm like, yeah, I made it. But yeah, if there's any lingering questions, I see a hand up right there. I'll answer it. Otherwise, I can leave whenever.
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, there's 2 more questions, unless I'm missing one. But all right, so let's do Matt from NC, and then the person who just put their hand up.
Okay.
All right, gang. How do we feel about the lack of trashy Americana on the left? Like, I need my NASCAR shirts.
You're saying like we should appeal more to like the like impoverished like middle rural America, or just like we should be more stupid?
Both, honestly, because people don't actually care about politicking. They only care about aesthetics.
Yeah.
Because these are very shallow people out here.
Yeah, I think there is a benefit, or at least a lack, to that other person's question. Like, what do we need in the, like the left wing space? It's like a little more left wing brain rot. I know we're the smart, we're the smart party, but like let's do some stupid stuff sometimes and embrace it. As long as like I think being stupid is part of the joke. I like playing stupid for the joke, and no, I think that really appeals to a lot of people. And at the very least, that'll dog whistle to the actually stupid people, and then they'll become smarter. So yeah, let's get some dumb shirts. Let's wear the like please be patient, I have autism like hats. All that stuff. I love that stuff.
I feel like we missed out on having a dark Brandon NASCAR, like a vintage NASCAR shirt, because that would have went hard as fuck.
Dark Brandon was a good meme. I think we need more of stuff like that. I like Dark Woke. Dark Woke is good too.
Okay.
No, thanks for the question.
Peace.
All right, we've got a few more hands up now. You've
That's fine.
you've woke
Let's
the
do
dogs.
it. Woke the dogs.
Yeah, you dark woke the dogs.
Dark woke the dogs. Let's go. Called them dog slurs, and they all woke up.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh my gosh, I haven't opened up my Discord in so long, and this is like the first time me using it in like 5 years for this sole purpose.
Okay.
I'm very happy. Hi, Soy. I
Hi.
wanted to ask, I know you had said before you were an engineer and
Yes.
then you wanted to do voice acting.
Yes.
I know you don't like anime, but if you could do voice acting with the pay of being an engineer, maybe a little lower, would you do any animated series?
Is this a job offer?
It is not a job offer, unfortunately, but I do think you have a great voice for voice acting.
Thank you. I would absolutely do animated series. I might even do anime insofar as like it is funny, like all their stereotypical voices. I like doing the like, generic anime hero. I like doing the overconfident, like, oh, I don't care, like guy. It's fun. And absolutely if it paid that well. I don't think it does for most people, but yeah. Why not? I love making people laugh or have a good time with my dumb voice. So yeah, absolutely I would.
Amazing. Also, I was the person that donated the $2 in the YouTube
Oh.
chat a while ago, and it was for Nanami's Matt's profile picture, and I just had to say that because that's from an anime that I love. So Matt, you have a beautiful profile picture. I love you.
You're
Nanami
Alley
is
Cat
great.
365. Okay, so I do know you. You're in my chat.
I am.
Welcome. Nice to meet you in real life. Thanks for the support. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, Soy.
Right, thank you. Our next question is from Colin from California.
Ooh, best state.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
So I was listening to something earlier today that made me reflect a lot on myself and on the country as a whole, really. That statistic from 2023 that showed that around 60% of U.S. adults could be considered partially illiterate.
Wow, that's not good.
Okay, what is your experience and how this could drive people more to the right with like because I've noticed that Trump's rhetoric in his campaign has focused like more on punchy, quick slogans, and it's like if you do any research in his into his actual points, it's like
Yeah, it
completely
completely
thought
falls apart.
terminating
Yeah.
and
So I guess if the question is like, is the illiteracy part of the reason his rhetoric is so powerful? I guess it would probably be part of it insofar as like, yeah, even if you're not stupid, just like simple, solid messages like what Bernie does work better. I say work better, but obviously, he didn't win. But, like it is more punchy, it's more rememberable. And I think that, yeah, I think the left wing should actually take a page out of Trump's book and start doing more of that kind of like punchy short messaging. They kind of tried with the weird thing I think worked, but then they were like, we're not going back. I think that was kind of a lame one. I think there's ways for that to work. Obviously, yeah, rememberable is not a word. Thank you, Slenderman. Shut up. But yeah, I think that we need to fix the illiteracy rate. But I think this is just going to get worse too, with like the way that everyone's just like, oh, Grok, summarize this article for me, or ChatGPT it, and no one's actually going to read anything. We just need to find a way to find better message, really dumb down our messaging, unfortunately, because yeah, no one reads, and that sucks.
Yeah, and weirdly, that was basically my the thesis statement of my English final this year.
Oh, hell yeah.
And my English professor actually had to use a program that locks down your computer to prevent the class from using AI, because
Okay.
half of the class would have used AI instead of actually done the assignment, and it's like maddening to me.
Yeah, I think they need to go back to, I think they had this for a couple tests, or a lot of tests I took in college. Just use blue books, just to make it all handwritten. Like, show that tests shouldn't be hard. Tests have always caused me anxiety, but like, if you do the homework and you understand it, you should do well in the test. Like, that's a good class will work that way. And I think it sucks that like we've kind of trained everyone to be scared of failure or not knowing well enough, and we don't have ways of actually teaching this. And like the best school I ever had was my programming boot camp, where they're like, here's the thing we just taught you, here's how you use it. And like I got 100% on every test, because I was like, well, yeah, you taught me how to use that like this week, and then you asked me to perform the thing again on Friday. And like, I think all of this AI is just kind of like a crutch for the people that have this test anxiety and are worried about failing, when it really should be like, no, you should like what you're learning and then use it. And if that's how you learn it, through repetition and practice. And yeah, it just sucks that we're just like making degree churning out even worse with, now it's not, they're not even doing the work or copying the work. It's literally like a robot doing it. It's very sad. But yeah, I didn't know that many people couldn't read. That sucks.
Yeah, it's also. Do you have any summer reading recommendations? Because like I recently got House of Leaves, and it's been sitting on the shelf for like about 6 months, and I just haven't had time to get into it. But I really
Sounds like you should read
feeling
that
like
then, if it's been on the shelf. But I just got, someone got me the book How Fascism Works, and I can't say it's good because I haven't started it yet, but I want to read it, and I think it's probably a good one to read for the future for some reason.
Which author?
Which
author?
Wait here, it's right in the corner. Actually, it's not in the corner, but I'm sure if I Google this, I'll find it in 10 seconds. Give me 1 sec here. How Fascism Works by Jason Stanley.
Okay, I will definitely look at that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Okay, I will cede the floor to the next person.
Okay. Next question is from Matt, New Jersey.
Oh, New Jersey's back.
New Jersey can never die. Anyway, let's
Only.
scroll back up. It's been so long, Ben. You waited 20 minutes. Anyway, I'm sorry, 30 minutes. My apologies. Who is your favorite PV member, and why is it objectively not Benjamin?
That's why I skipped it.
It's easily not Benjamin, because it's Jonah. Because he is the reason I'm even having this conversation. He introduced me to PV and is getting me involved. He, like, you know, I'm sure by the way, I'm not saying he did all the work. It's just, for not Jonah, I would not have been participating in this or the Rokana thing or any of the other stuff. So he you know, first is the best, and everyone else is now going to be my second favorite collectively, because there's 2 tiers. It's Jonah and everyone else.
You know what? That is based. I can't deny that.
Also, Jonah was the one who asked that original question, which I feel is slightly bullshit.
Well, yes. Listen, he understands. He deals with money. Okay, stealing is part of the game.
Look, we're all Jewish here. We know what goes on, all right?
Banking, phone banking, we're good at all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. New Jersey will be phone banking every day. Come join.
Oh,
3-day tomorrow.
We love it. We love the promotion.
I had
right.
to show. Yep,
Thanks.
Well, thanks for answering the question. This
Thanks
is
so
my
much for the
last
question.
one.
All right. I think this is our last question from Aussie.
Sounds good.
So,
well, real quick before Aussie, you ask, my chat says, "What do you think of Ye's new song?" Based on our anti-Semitism, and I'll say, you know what? Very funny because it's stupid. The lyrics are dog water, just like all the other songs on that album. But a very catchy chorus that I have found myself humming to myself, and yeah, it's weird. Anyway, what's your question, Aussie?
All right, so yeah, I'm sure you've heard Trump's big beautiful. Wanted to phrase it in this kind of way. Is there a better way to slam your penis in the car door than passing Trump's big beautiful bill?
Is there a better way?
It's a pretty.
Are you saying like the Democrats who voted for it like are slamming their penis?
Yeah. I mean, like literally everyone that voted for it is slamming their penis in the car door.
Yeah, I think that we should absolutely, like, as Democrats, primary every single person that voted for it. Progressive victory, get on it, please. But I don't know the exact political game of like, oh, would this have been better to block or how, like, there's probably a lot of politicking that happens behind the scenes, and obviously I don't understand the full situation, so it's hard for me to say.
No Dem voted for it.
Oh, no, it was 100% Republican Dem? Okay, so I thought, and there was a couple of Republicans that voted against, right?
Yeah, it was. Oh, yeah, that bill got passed because someone died. No?
I don't know if that's the
Wasn't that the difference?
Was the difference really just the one House member
dead? It was a
dead?
one-vote majority.
Oh my god.
2 Republicans voted nay.
So stupid. That might be the case. I don't know. The point is, it's passed. I think it's going to be awful. It's a huge tax cut. It's going to fuck Medicaid. It's, I think, keeping USAID out after they, unilaterally subverted Congress. Now it's going to be legal keeping out of USAID. It just sucks. Yeah, it sucks that this is what's going to happen. We're going to see the downstream effects of this. We're going to see hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of deaths across the planet and here too. Yeah, there are a few faster ways to flame your penis. That's not one of the worst ways though to do it, because it's clearly torpedoing the health and well-being of people around the planet, if not the more important places like here, America. So yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, there's kind of a certain fall-off point where everyone's going to be like immediate. This is like an immediate, like, we're not running for re-election, guys. Come on. We're doing the whole, we're staying in. No one's stopping us.
Yeah, it's a scary time. I really hope that people see my saving grace right now. This is a double-edged sword, because on one hand, I think this will mean that Democrats don't have to change, but on the other hand, I think Trump is going to demonstrably hurt people so much that they just don't vote him out again, if we're allowed to in 2028. But we'll see. The midterms will be a good litmus test.
If we get there, God, that's the scary bit.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a bill that you would not have tried to pass if you think you had a run in 2026.
Well, I don't know. Maybe the Republicans, are going to like it. I mean, I think the tax cuts were popular among Republicans in 2017, even though they didn't really do much for most of the voting base.
I mean, it's just like how much of their voting base can deal with the amount of cost.
Not sure.
I think we need to be ringing. I think we need to be ringing every alarm bell at everyone all the time.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. It sucks because it becomes a boy who cried wolf situation, but that's why you really explain why every situation is the worst thing ever, even though they're all the worst thing ever. But yeah, as long as you can articulate that, just don't cry random themes into the wind.
I don't think our
then
country's
you just
ever
seem
financially recovering. I'm ahead out though.
Maybe not. Well, thank you for the question. I see one more hand up from I think Alley Cat.
Yeah.
I'll answer that, but then my roommate is making delicious smelling Indian food, and I have to get up and eat. So.
All right. Sounds good. I will say though, like, it's surprising how many like Democrats, but especially Republicans, just have no idea what the fuck they're voting on. Like, it's all their staffers writing this shit. They're being told like, oh yeah, this is the puppies and kisses bill.
Yeah.
And it's just like the word death camps. So that's why a lot of Republicans act as weird as they do.
Yeah, not a fan. That's unfortunate. We need more accountability, but what are you gonna do?
All right.
Oh, real quick, before you ask your
Arbitrary.
question, Alley Cat, I saw someone with a Luigi Mangione profile picture in your audience. Did you kick that person? Because I was curious what they had to say.
I
This was
don't think
years ago.
so.
No, not you, Alley Cat. If Ben like immediately ejected them or
Oh,
something. I don't know if there's a rule against the.
I didn't.
Okay, just curious. All right, I just remember that. Anyway, go ahead, Alley Cat.
That's the one exception to the rule, actually.
okay. So I don't know if anyone asked this before, but how do you feel about I think it was the Treasury that said that they're going to get rid of the penny or stop the production of the penny. How do you feel
Ooh,
about
I
that?
had an opinion on this. So first of all, for my full extended conversation about this, I talked with Econoboy, and there's like a point where I ask him about like, is this actually good? Because I think on its face, getting rid of the penny is good because a penny costs more to produce than it is worth, and they're like, no one's really using these. However, I remember seeing an argument which was the price adjustments, like the amount of money we'd save from getting rid of the penny, might not outweigh the price adjustments that people are going to do to change everything into increments of 5, and maybe round, or like that might actually, that shock in price might be slightly more expensive in terms of all the goods that change. But it's whatever. Like I don't think it's that bad. Even if it is going to cost the government more money, I'd rather just get rid of this useless, stupid coin that doesn't do anything. In fact, get rid of all change. Like, who the hell uses change anymore? Even quarters, like they're so annoying. You just find them everywhere. So yeah, I'm pro getting rid of coins in general. I don't use a lot of cash. I get why people want it though, because they don't want to put all of their money into the digital world, which could. Oh, my bank account's locked, so that's why I recommend everyone invest in a UTM fund. It's good, under the mattress. Stuff all your cash in there, and just hope there's not a house fire.
Yeah, I just didn't know. I'm not an economist, so but once I saw that, and I remember like years ago, people were saying we should just get rid of the penny because and round it to the 5, which would what they're trying to do now. But I'm not a math person. I'm not an economist, but I just wanted to see your opinion.
Yeah, ask a kind of boy. I asked him this, and I think he had a better answer than me. But also, there's an NPR piece on it that I would recommend looking up. Just look up like getting rid of the penny. I was listening to that like right before my conversation with him, which is why I asked. I think there's a good argument for and against. Now, I will say this. I'm personally supporting it because I have my Jewish connections in the Treasury, and we're hoarding all of the pennies for ourselves, and we're going to have like a big Scrooge McDuck vault where we all swim and bathe in the pennies, and so that's what gives us our youthful Jewish appearance.
So how are we going to live longer if we need to keep the penny now?
Well, you're not.
Everyone
Us, we
rise
will.
up.
What part of Jewish cabal did you not understand? You're not part of that. Well, maybe you are. I don't know if you're Jewish, but yeah, I'm pretty sure. I would
I'm
know
not
because we all
Jewish,
have. Yeah,
but
see, I would know because we have our little
I
connection.
try to be an ally.
Me and Sam are beaming Jew thoughts into each other's head right now, and you're over here. You're not coming to the penny party. I'll say that.
I'm just a sloth over here, so thank you for answering my question.
Thank
You
you
enjoy
again.
your Indian food.
Thank you very much. I didn't say he was going to give me any, but it's just making me hungry.
Okay, now.
Thank you very much, and nice to meet you in voice. Appreciate the support.
Of course.
All right. Thank you so much
Alrighty.
for being here.
Thanks so much for hosting this. It was a lot of fun. I was always hesitant to have like Q&As with my audience because I'm like, what if they just come off and yell slurs and my channel gets demonetized? But you have this kind of this pipeline, and it's really nice. And then I get to do all the anti-Semitism and not get canceled. So
yeah, true. It's good. Yeah, took it off from me for once.
It's
yeah. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thanks so much, and
thank you so much for like doing 2.5 hours, and also for letting us chill. So
absolutely, yeah. No, I think I'm promoting you in the next video as per Jonah's request. So
he does request a lot, but now I'll do my request. Go to progress.win/member, and you get your shiny membership card.
Hell yeah!
A lot
I'm
of proud
gonna
of
get
these.
one.
You can see the printer in the background. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks
Absolutely,
so much.
base.
Get out of Boca Raton as soon as possible, and look forward to talking in the
Oh
future.
yeah. Yep. Look forward to talking to you too.
Toodaloo.
Thank you so much again.
Bye bye.